Chapter 718. Hearing Tomoshi Oka's words, Paisian thought about it and stood up. He said to the people at the table, "You guys continue eating. I'll go over and see what's going on." At this moment, Quasi immediately swallowed the food in her mouth and wiped her mouth with her small hands. Because she was small and agile, she jumped over and tugged at Paisian's sleeve. She said coquettishly to Paisian, "Honison, I want to go too." Quasi was wearing a very cute snow-white casual dress. Her hair was combed into a bun. When she pouted and stared at him, it was hard to reject her. Paisian looked at Quasi and could not bear to chase her away. He nodded and said, "All right." Following Tomoshi Oka a few steps, Paisian and Quasi arrived at the private room on the third floor. After entering the private room, Paisian and Kawako sat down. Tomoshi then took out a contract and bowed before placing it on the table. He then pushed it towards Paisian and said, "Yamada-kun, thank you for your help the last time. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, I beg you." Looking at the contract in his hands, Paisian raised his eyebrows. He picked it up and looked at it, then pushed it back. He said to Tomoshi Oka, "This is a small matter. You're giving me too much." Quasi, who was beside Paisian, looked at it curiously and recognized it as a contract. She did not speak. Although Quasi was only a young girl, she had grown up in such an environment and was not harmed in the slightest. Although she had her mother's protection, Quasi's own hard work showed that she was very intelligent. Therefore, even though she recognized it as a contract, Quasi knew when to speak and when not to speak. The middle-aged man beside Tomoshi Oka also looked at the contract and recognized that it was 1% of the shares of the Japanese Keiko Corporation. He could not help but turn pale with fright. Keiji Nishibo knew of this company. Although the name sounded a little hard to pronounce, this company was not simple. Although it was not big, it was a company that mainly operated in the medical field and was mainly responsible for developing some of the latest medical equipment. The total value was at least 3 billion yen. Although this contract did not seem to be much, only 1% of the shares, it was actually worth 30 million yen. Most importantly, Japan's Keiko Company Limited was developing very fast, and the company's shares were rare. They were rarely circulated in the market and could not be bought. Seeing this, Keiji of Nishibe Mansion immediately adjusted his mentality. Originally, he followed Tomoshi Oka to look for a middle school student. Although he did not say anything, he did not think much of it. He felt that this middle school student could not solve the problem. After all, even if Oka Tomoshi could contact the samurai who dealt with the monsters, the legendary samurai couldn't possibly be such a young child. However, for the sake of Tomoshi Oka and his daughter, Keiji of Nishibe Mansion still came with a tiny bit of hope. Now that he saw this scene, since Tomoshi Oka had given the high-value shares to the high school student in front of him, it meant that Tomoshi Oka was not fooling him. The junior high school student in front of him might really be a legendary samurai, and he might really have the ability to solve his problem. Thinking of this, Keiji Nishibe's heart was ignited with hope. At this point, Oka Tomoshi lowered his head and spoke to Paisian, "Yamada-kun, don't tell me you think that your rescue is not worth this much. Please accept it. If I don't accept it, I'll be too ashamed." Seeing Oka Tomoshi's sincerity, Paisian thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll accept your gift. But you didn't come here today for this, right?" Paisian stared at Oka Tomoshi. "Yes, this is Nishibe Mansion, the president of the media company in Japan." Oka Tomoshi extended his hand and introduced Keiji Nishibe to Paisian. "Yamada-kun, it's our first time meeting. Please take care of me." Keiji Nishibe Mansion bowed to Paisian and said in a sincere tone, "If I was rude just now, please forgive me." For a moment, Keiji Nishibe Mansion almost thought that Oka Tomoshi was acting. However, after carefully observing Oka Tomoshi's expression, he immediately dispelled that thought. Oka Tomoshi's status could not be acting. At this moment, Keiji Nishibe Mansion recalled Oka Tomoshi's words. When he came, Oka Tomoshi had told him that he had to be frank with the person he met this time. Otherwise, he would not be responsible for the unexpected consequences. At that time, KG Nishibi Mansion did not take it to heart. After all, he knew that the person he was meeting this time was a junior high school student. However, after experiencing the scene just now, he had no choice but to be more cautious. Thus, KG Nishibi Mansion bowed deeply and said sincerely to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-kun, I'm here to ask for your help. My niece is sick. This is the information." After saying that, KG Nishibi Mansion took out a document and a check from his black briefcase. This document was written with information about his daughter, and this check was a check for 10 million yen. KG Nishibi Mansion handed them over. Pei Ziyun took it, scanned it, and frowned. "I'm still a student, not a professional samurai. I'm sorry." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Please, Yamada-kun, my niece is only 16 years old." KG Nishibi Mansion saw Pei Ziyun's cold expression and was about to leave. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't think the money is enough, I can add more. I heard that your club wants to travel. If you go to Hokkaido, we will pay for all the expenses." Oka Tomoshi also said to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-kun, media company superior is Huitong Media Company. This will be useful to you." Japan's Huitong Media Company controlled one of the 7 mainstream media companies in Japan. It could be said that it was powerful, had a deep foundation, and had a great influence. These words moved Pei Ziyun a little. However, Pei Ziyun thought about it, stood up, and said, "Let me think about it." KG Nishibi Mansion was very disappointed, but he still said politely, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Oka Tomoshi stood up and sent Pei Ziyun off. In the corridor, Pei Ziyun asked, "Yamada-kun, who is this person?" Yamada-kun, although KG Nishibi Mansion is only the president of a media company, his background is not simple. He is a member of the Banto family. I'm not too sure about the Banto Financial Group. The Banto Financial Group can't be considered a top financial group, but it is one of the giants. Currently, it is formed by 29 companies, including Huitong Media. It has a great influence in Japan's financial and media industry. However, the Banto Financial Group is a little unstable now. The head of the family is in the terminal stage of cancer, and his 3 children are fighting for power. As he spoke, Pei Ziyun paused and walked down the stairs. Halfway down the stairs, he stopped in his tracks. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a waiter holding a plate of fruits. He then asked, "Big gang, did you send a bodyguard?" "No, Yamada-kun, what's wrong?" Before he finished speaking, he saw that the waiter had reached the entrance of the private room. Then, Oka Tomoshi revealed a look of disbelief. The waiter saw a short knife slide out of his right sleeve. It was shaped like a chisel, and the blade was flat. It was not more than a foot long and could be hidden in his sleeve. As soon as the knife appeared, the waiter rushed into the private room. The middle-aged man inside seemed to be very sensitive. He felt a gust of wind rushing towards him and instinctively dodged. However, the waiter had already raised his hand to stab the middle-aged man. In an instant, the lights in the room reflected sparks. When the sparks were at their brightest, Oka Tomoshi saw the knife stabbing towards the middle-aged man without any resistance. It was as if the waiter had predicted that the middle-aged man would dodge. He only heard a pu sound as the knife stabbed into the middle-aged man's abdomen. The middle-aged man opened his mouth to scream in pain. The waiter seemed to be prepared as well. He stuffed a towel into the man's abdomen before pulling out the knife and stabbing it again. In an instant, he stabbed 3 times. Then, the waiter pulled out the knife and leaped into the air, arriving at the entrance of the private room. Following that, a plate flew out. It was fast and ruthless, as if it could cut off half of the man's head. This was Pei Ziyun's attack. Being attacked so suddenly, the waiter fell to the ground. The plate brushed past his clothes and hit the wall with a loud shattering sound. Following that, the waiter dashed downstairs. Tomoshi Oka was dumbfounded, but it only lasted for 3 seconds before he came to his senses. He hurriedly turned around and entered the private room. With just a glance, he flipped his hand and said, "Quick, call an ambulance." "Wait." Pei Ziyun stopped him. Okatomoshi was startled and turned to look. The private room was silent. He saw that Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture was not dead yet. His eyes were filled with remorse and fear. His face was pale, and his muscles were twitching. Although he was stuffed with a towel, his mouth was moving desperately, as if he wanted to call for help. Blood kept flowing. Don't look at him just because he's alive now. I've seen the 3 stabs. All of them are vital points. He can't live. Okaji-kun, if you touch him, he'll die even faster. However, Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture did not seem to agree with this point of view. He struggled desperately to call for help. He looked at Pei Zi-yun with hatred. Okaji-kun, instead of alerting the police now, you should think of a solution now. As he said that, Pei Zi-yun wanted to leave. Yamada-kun, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. I've gotten myself into such a big trouble. Okatomoshi smiled bitterly. It had only been a few seconds, but Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture's struggles had weakened. His body was twitching, and it looked like he was going to die. Actually, it's easy to talk to the other people in the Sakato family. This situation has nothing to do with us. We also have some status, so we won't become scapegoats. But the one who died was Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture, the husband of Sakato. Sakato's personality isn't very good. Although this matter has nothing to do with us, it will be very troublesome for him to die beside us. Okatomoshi looked at Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture taking his last breath and felt a sense of powerlessness. He sat down dejectedly and muttered, "This is a crazy woman. I heard that she's a little crazy." Crazy woman? Pei Zi-yun was stunned. Yes, it said that she was mentally unstable for a period of time and was locked up in a sanatorium. She was only released later. The specifics may be related to the internal affairs of the family. Okatomoshi's voice was a little dry, but the power in her hands is not small. How about this? You take your friend and leave immediately. Leave this place to me. I can't ask for your help and drag you into this mess. Pei Zi-yun listened carefully and realized that he was speaking the truth. His expression turned slightly better. He nodded and bowed. Then I'll take my leave. Chapter 719. The Sanjo house was surrounded by police cars with sirens blaring from time to time. A large number of people had gathered. The people were also pointing at the Sanjo house and expressing their own speculations about the matter from time to time. I heard that there was a murder here. It's terrible, a woman said loudly. Well, I don't know who died. Was there a fight? A white-haired old man in his 60s or 70s said, Young people nowadays. Sigh, what a pity. I'm afraid the business of this Sanjo house will be affected in the future. A white-collar worker said. She was a regular customer of the Sanjo house. Because she didn't have time to cook at home, she often came to this restaurant to solve the problem of eating. Now seeing this situation, she felt sorry. Yes, this restaurant is actually really good. Another person also nodded regretfully. At this time, the door opened. Keiji's body was placed on a stretcher and was carried to the car by the police. One of the young policemen who helped was a little curious and asked the senior in a low voice, This body, should we carry it back to the police station? He was a police officer who had just passed the exam and was completely new. This was his first time officially participating in the work, so he was a little unclear about these procedures. The senior policeman who helped looked at it and whispered, According to the procedures, it is indeed like this. But the identity of this person is not simple. He is from the Banto Consortium. How can the body be directly transported back to our police station? The old policeman whispered to the new colleague. Because he had dealt with the police for many years, he had his own information channels. He had already learned from a related person that the Bando family had used their connections to request the body to be transported back to the family after the autopsy. Tokyo, Banto family, this was not the main family. The main family was in Hokkaido, but 200 years ago, it was accepted by the shogunate as a banner, and it was a small general salary of 800 stones. At that time, it had a house with a courtyard in the expensive land of Edo. After the democratic society, due to the expansion of wealth, it also bought nearby land to expand. It was very magnificent, but in fact, it was the actual presiding center. At this time, the house was solemn. The Banto family had already received the news that Keiji's body was being transported back. They had made the corresponding preparations in advance, set up a mourning hall, and received the body. The elder brother, Katsuaki Banto, led the body to the mourning hall and asked the monk to take a bunch of incense and silently handed it to Tomoshi Oka. The current head of the Sakato Financial Group was Sakato Kuroshi, who had 4 children, 3 sons, and 1 daughter. The eldest son was Sakata Katsuaki, who was currently in charge of the reception. The second son was Sakata Masaru, the third son was Sakata Musashi, and the last daughter was Sakata Sasako. Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture was Sakako's husband. Tomoshi Oka bowed respectfully a few times and offered incense. After offering the incense, Sakato Katsuaki took a few steps out of the mourning hall. His face turned cold as he asked Tomoshi Oka stiffly, "What's going on?" Japan is a country that attaches great importance to funeral etiquette. Since there is a mourning hall here, no one will be rude here, which will cause a lot of resentment. Even if Sakato Katsuaki wanted to ask, he would have to wait until after the incense was lit. In this generation of the Sakato family, Sakato Katsuaki was the closest sibling to Sakato. They were closer than other siblings since young. Keiji of Nishai Prefecture was the husband of his sister Sakako. Although Sakako Katsuaki was not satisfied with Keiji of Nishai Prefecture's ability, because Keiji of Nishai Prefecture was very good to his sister, Sakako Katsuaki was still grateful to Keiji of Nishai Prefecture. Now that Sakato Katsuaki suddenly heard the news of Keiji's death, his heart was filled with anger. "I'm really sorry." Tomoshi Oka led them out, and when they reached the corridor, he bowed deeply and slowly recounted the entire process of Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture's assassination. After listening to Tomoshi Oka's story, Sakato Katsuaki's expression was indiscernible, but his face was dark. After a long time, he said to Tomoshi Oka, "I understand the situation. Logically speaking, this has nothing to do with you, and you have no motive. It's just that my father, Sakato Kuroshi, originally had cancer, and when he heard the news, he was hospitalized again." Sakato Katsuaki's face revealed a worried expression. "Right now, we are mainly busy treating my father's illness, so we have no time to be distracted. So, I would like to ask you to investigate what exactly is going on. What do you think?" As he said this, Sakato Katsuaki's eyes were fixed on Tomoshi Oka. These words were very polite, but feeling the gaze, Tomoshi Oka still smiled bitterly and said, "That's not appropriate, right?" Tomoshi Oka had seen this kind of rotten business in the Hung Yuan family many times. It wasn't easy for him to escape, so he really didn't want to step into it again. "That's very appropriate." At this time, a sudden voice sounded. It was Sakato coming over. Sakato was wearing a black dress, and even the accessories were pure black. Her eyes were a little red and swollen, and it was obvious that she had been crying. In Japan, white was used for weddings and black was used for funerals. On the streets, one could determine whether a Japanese man was attending a wedding or a funeral just by looking at his attire. This was because only for funerals, even the accessories would be pure black. The only difference between a wedding and a funeral was that a white tie was worn for a wedding, while a black tie was worn for a funeral. Children would wear pure black dresses for funerals, and they could also wear pure black dresses for weddings, but they had to wear some white accessories. A pure black dress with a snow white flower was not out of the question. Not only the people attending the wedding, but in traditional Japanese weddings, the bride's dress was also pure white, meaning pure white without dirt. The beauty of a Japanese bride was reflected in her snow white and pure figure, which made people feel the simplicity of life. At this time, Sakato's slightly hoarse voice made Tomoshi Oka's heart skip a beat. Sakato Sasako walked to Oka Tomoshi and Sakato Katsumai's side, bowed slightly, and said to her brother Sakato Katsumai, "Brother, let me handle the rest. Why don't you go take a look at father's condition?" Sakato Katsuaki looked at his sister's haggard expression, nodded, and did not say anything. He only put his hand on his sister's shoulder to comfort her, and then turned to leave without looking at Tomoshioka. Sakato's face was pale. After her brother Sakato Katsuaki left, she did not enter the morning hall to burn incense for her husband Nishibetsu. Instead, she just stood outside and muttered, "Nishibetsu, I didn't expect you to be ahead of me. In the past, when I was sick and had a bad temper, I often used you as a punching bag, but you never complained. Even when I broke the inkstone that your beloved grandfather gave you, you didn't say anything. You just quietly glued the inkstone back together. Although you don't have any skills, I know that you really treat me well. When my illness slowly got better, I realized that I couldn't leave you. I thought that maybe I really fell in love with you. Just yesterday, I knitted a towel for you. Didn't you say that you liked hand-knitted towels the most? That's why I learned this in secret, just to give you a surprise. But I never thought that yesterday's embrace would be the last time we saw each other." Sakato's eyes were filled with tears as she turned to Tomoshioka, but her tone was cold. "Now, do you know how I feel?" Looking at Sakato's pale face, Tomoshioka felt more and more uneasy. He couldn't say anything, so he could only bow deeply. "Brother is right. This has nothing to do with you." Sakato muttered softly, as if she was talking to herself. "But I'm a woman. I don't understand politics. I'm unreasonable. I only know that my husband is dead." Sakato said loudly, her voice gradually becoming sharper. "Now, I'll give you a chance. Don't you want the Oka family to have a firm foothold in Tokyo? If you find a real culprit, I'll reward you handsomely. I guarantee that your Oka family will have a firm foothold in Tokyo's upper class. Since Keiji is dead, why should I keep the money?" Sakato's voice became sharper. "But if you can't find a real culprit, you and Yamada Shinichi will be buried together. My husband is dead. How can I not be buried with him?" Sakato's eyes were cold as she stared at Tomoshioka. "Yamada Shinichi is a samurai, a member of the Managawa Shrine, and I am—" Tomoshioka listened to Sakato's words and hurriedly tried to explain. Sakato was a person who dared to do what she said. There was an example of this before. It was said that when Sakato had a relapse, she wanted a woman to die. That woman only offended her, but she had already given her money as compensation. Moreover, she was the daughter of a big family. However, Sakato didn't care at that time and insisted on the woman's death. He didn't know what happened after that, but Tomoshioka knew the final outcome of this matter from some of the Hung Yuan family's files. That woman really died, even though the price she paid was to be locked up in a psychiatric hospital for 3 years. Tomoshioka didn't doubt the authenticity of Sakato's words. Moreover, if he was still a member of the Hung Yuan family, even if Sakato was the daughter of the Sakato Financial Group's head, she would still have some scruples. But now that the Hung Yuan family was severely weakened and became independent, this was a trap that he dug himself into. Although he actually had a lot of power, if Sakato really went crazy and disregarded everything, he could do a lot of things. After a short explanation, Sakato was already impatient, and her face gradually became fierce. "So what if it's the Managawa Shrine? So what if it's the Hung Yuan family? And are you still a member of the Hung Yuan family?" Sakato was already showing signs of madness. She waved her hand and said, "Go. While I'm still sane, hurry up and investigate. If I go crazy, I will bury you all with me." I don't know if she's really crazy or just pretending. Tomoshioka's face turned ashen when he heard this. He turned around and left, but his heart was filled with helplessness. Chapter 720. Sakakawa Taro's sushi restaurant Nagano Narumi spoke to the waiter at the door and walked in. She immediately saw Pei Ziyun playing with his phone. This Sakakawa Taro sushi restaurant wasn't big and had a total of 30 seats. Nagano Narumi took large strides towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun raised his head and said to Nagano Narumi, "Order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat today." Nagano Narumi said, "Hi," and sat down. She turned her head and looked around. She discovered that the style of this sushi restaurant was very harmonious. There were wooden tables and chairs, and exquisite cutlery. This sushi restaurant isn't big, but it has good requirements for the quality of the ingredients. Every day, the dishes will be different. The rice, kelp, and other ingredients can be said to be not sloppy. Pei Ziyan said, "Please have a taste." Revolving sushi was where the chef placed the sushi on a plate and placed it on the conveyor belt. Different grades used different plates. In this restaurant, the plates were all the same. They were plain white without any patterns. 150 plates were placed. 450 plates with red patterns, 850 plates with gold patterns, and 2,000 plates with green patterns. These revolving sushi were placed on the conveyor belt around the restaurant. Customers could eat as they pleased. After the meal, the waiter would settle the bill according to the plate on the customer's table. Nagano Narumi didn't stand on ceremony. She revealed a smile and said, I'm really looking forward to the revolving sushi. I've been wanting to eat it for a long time." After saying that, Nagano Narumi ordered some sushi. She ordered a red pattern plate. It was a caviar, followed by an eel grip. This was a golden pattern plate. Finally, she ordered a green pattern high-grade sashimi. What a blessing. She took a bite and sighed, "It's so delicious." Pei Ziyan asked Nagano Narumi, "How's the release of my book?" "Yamada-kun," you finally asked. "Since the beginning of White Rock Academy, this is the first time I've met someone as calm as you." Nagano Narumi's mouth was small. She could only take 2 mouthfuls of each piece. The 450 plates on the red pattern plate were gone. She let out a long sigh and said, "I'm a student. I still have to learn." Pei Ziyan lowered his eyelids, his gaze sweeping across the rolling sushi, focusing on the golden plate. The green plate was filled with high-grade sashimi, and one plate cost 2,000 renminbi. He grabbed it, took a bite, tasted it, and silently nodded. He found that it was indeed not bad. Although it was light, it was not bland. The freshness of the seafood, the moist fat, the sweetness of the rice, and the spiciness of the fresh wasabi mixed together. It was really a pleasure for the taste buds. "I'm studying. I can't do anything about it. How are my results?" "Number 1 in the entire grade. You scored full marks for all non-subjective questions, with a deviation of 75. Pei Ziyan replied calmly. Deviation equals personal score, average score, divided by standard deviation divided by 10, plus 50, which has nothing to do with the difficulty of the test, nor does it have anything to do with the number of examinees. 50 was the average, 75 was the highest, and 25 was the lowest. When universities enrolled students, they often used the deviation value of the Unified High School Graduate Examination as the only criterion. Of course, there were other factors on the surface. A deviation of 75% meant that he could attend any university he wanted. Of course, the tuition would have to be kept up. He could also attend any university he wanted. He was a reserve player of Eastern University. As soon as these words came out, Nagano Narumi almost choked. She took a sip of her drink before swallowing it down. This is really despairing. She couldn't help but sigh. Pei Ziyan thought to himself, if I can't get the first place and can't have a deviation value of 75, then I'll be damned. If I want to become a legend, how can I break free from the shackles if I don't have a study, kendo, travel, and literature? Nagano Narumi glanced at it and remembered the fear of being dominated by results in the past. Even the delicious sushi seemed to have lost its taste. She said dejectedly, Your book, who is the second, has sold 40,000 copies. According to this situation, it can sell at least 70,000 copies this year. This contract will be implemented according to the original proportion, 2 million won. I will transfer it to you in the near future. Now he had received a total of 8 million won on this book, including the prize money of 3 million won by Araki, the 2 million given to his mother, and some spending. He still had 6 million in his bank card. This was a huge sum of money for a middle school student. Yamada-kun, Nagano Narumi, seemed to have regained her confidence when she talked about sales. She said clearly, Your latest book, Nocturnal Ghost, has also sold 10,000 copies and received an even better response. But, to be honest, your steps are a little rushed. Nagano Narumi said to Pei Zi Yun regretfully. She felt a little regretful. Who is the Second was a good work. If it was released this year, it would have been the king of newcomers. If it wasn't for Nocturnal Ghost, it might have reached 100,000 copies. What did 100,000 copies mean? It was a standard that only first-rate authors could achieve. Some time ago, Atsushi Miki's Frenzied had sold 120,000 copies a year. Fong Qinglong's Wither, which was also a first-rate author, had only sold 90,000 copies. Yamada Shinichi was only 12 years old. If he could reach this standard, it would not only boost Pei Zi Yun's reputation, but it would also break the reputation of those who receive the Araki Prize will not have a good ending. Speaking of which, it was strange that a large proportion of people who receive the Araki Prize would not only not have a meteoric rise, but would also become unknown. Not to mention this, it would also have a huge impact on her Baishur Gakuen publishing house. Not only would Yamada Shinichi's personal profit, but more importantly, the reputation gained from this. The choice of authors and readers was a huge wealth. Even now, because of Pei Zi Yun, Nagano Narumi's treatment had improved a lot. Just her salary alone had increased by 30%. For Japanese society, such an increase was almost the limit without a promotion. Moreover, Baishur Gakuen Publishing House had specially prepared a car for her. Although the car was not expensive, it still cost a few 100,000 yuan. This not only gave Nagano Narumi a higher status in her family, but also made her more confident. Now, Pei Zi Yun's success was closely tied to Whitestone Institute Publishing House. Hence, Whitestone Institute Publishing House felt that it was a pity that Pei Zi Yun had published 2 books consecutively. Nagano Narumi was one of the few who felt sorry for Pei Zi Yun. Pei Zi Yun's Nocturnal Ghost was published. Compared to Who is the Second Man, the 2 books had similar styles. However, the higher quality of Nocturnal Ghost naturally attracted more attention from the readers. Under the circumstances where the money in one's pocket was limited, it became a spectacle for one to beat oneself up. Pei Zi Yun understood her pity. Indeed, according to common sense, it was most appropriate to publish 1 book a year because that would maximize the profits. However, what he pursued was never money, but legend. He didn't want to deceive her, so he bowed his head and said seriously, "I've caused trouble for you and the publishing house, but what I want is not just money. Do you think that if I continue to improve like this when I graduate from junior high and announce my identity, will I be able to get the throne of the Oka Prize?" This, Nagano Narumi understood and suddenly gasped, "Yamada-kun, do you want to shake the whole of Japan? A junior high student getting the Oka Prize, this is going to explode. This is Yamada-kun's magnanimity?" Japanese people like this, and Nagano Narumi immediately became serious. "Hey, I really admire you, but in this case, just relying on these 2 books is not enough. During this holiday, you have to write the 3rd book. I hope the quality can be maintained." "Huh, the 3rd book." Pei Zi Yun laughed, picked up the phone from the table, swiped a few times, and sent an email to Nagano Narumi. "I have written the 3rd book." So fast. Nagano Narumi was shocked. One had to know that an ordinary writer, based on the speed of writing, could write a few books a year, but the quality could not be guaranteed. This was because a good work required a lot of time and a lot of work, and it was not something that could be completed overnight. There were 2 types of top-notch writers. One type took several years to sharpen their swords, and some even took more than 10 years to sharpen their swords. Their works were all exquisite or even peerless. The other type was famous for their short stories. Usually, they wrote 1 or 2 stories a year, but no more than 3 stories. This was enough to shock others. But now, Pei Zi Yun had written 3 books in a year. It was really unbelievable. What was even more exaggerated was that Pei Zi Yun's 2 books, Who is the Second Man and Ghosts of the Night, were very good, and their sales were also considerable. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a newcomer, his reputation could not keep up, and his sales would have increased by several times. Just these 2 books alone, Nagano Narumi was already convinced by Pei Zi Yun, thinking that he was a literary genius. But the 3rd book was too fast. What would happen? Could it still maintain the previous quality? Nagano Narumi was puzzled. 3 books in a year, and the quality of the books did not decline. This was almost impossible. She immediately took out her phone and opened the email that Pei Ziyun had just sent her. She opened it and glanced at it, and her eyes sank into it. Nagano Narumi had been through hundreds of battles, and it was easy for her to read. Just by looking at a few pages, she could feel the level of the book. This latest novel, as soon as it started, gave her a breathtaking feeling. She was completely immersed in it and enjoyed the great joy of reading. After 10 minutes, Nagano Narumi reluctantly raised her head and used her hands to pinch her face and then her ears. Only when she felt the pain did she know that this was real. She looked at Pei Ziyun with an incredulous expression and said, "This is incredible. Yamada-kun, your Ghost of the Night is already a rare masterpiece in recent years, and now this Dreams of the World seems to be faintly above it." Nagano Narumi looked at Pei Ziyun with her round eyes and murmured, "Are you sent by God to write in the world?" During this time, Pei Ziyun had eaten until his stomach was half full. Hearing this, he was about to say something when the phone on the table made a dee-dee sound. It was a phone call. Pei Ziyun picked up the phone in his hand and listened. As he listened, Pei Ziyun's smile froze. He turned around and said in a low voice, "Got it, Uka-kun. I'm at Shibuya Street. Let's meet at the bookstore opposite." Chapter 721. Nogi Bookstore. The interior of the bookstore was white in color, giving off a spacious impression. The walls were covered with books, but it didn't feel oppressive at all. Tomoshi Oka entered the bookstore and looked at the bookshelves. The bookshelf in the middle of the bookstore was filled with new books in the fields of art, design, humanities, culture, and other related fields. The books on the left and right bookshelves weren't just arranged by category, but by content. It was very detailed. People who came to this bookstore could easily find the books they wanted. It was worth mentioning that this bookstore also had a special characteristic. Other than new books and special sales books, as long as they determined that the book on the shelf was needed, this bookstore would try its best to find it and place it on the shelf. Hence, the bookstore received many good reviews. Many customers reported that they found the book they wanted in this bookstore, even though they couldn't find it for a long time in some old bookstores. Tomoshi Oka didn't spend much time before he saw Pei Ziyun. When he walked up, he heard someone talking. "Among the new Japanese authors, I only read Yamada Shinji's books. From what I see, other than him, there's no one else in this generation who has the potential to become a national author." Munta Imai held on to Pei Ziyun's new book and spoke to his girlfriend who was holding his hand. Munta Imai was wearing a pair of glasses and a couple's outfit. He was a white-collared worker who worked in Japan's Huha Electronics Company. He was mainly in charge of maintenance and had a decent income. Now that the company was on holiday, Munta Imai purposely strolled around with his girlfriend. Munta Imai and his girlfriend Kumida had something in common. They both loved to read. It was because they loved to read that they met in the bookstore, got to know each other, and fell in love. Recently, Munta Imai discovered a few good books and recommended them to his girlfriend Kumida. They were Pei Ziyun's, who is the Second Man, and Nocturnal Ghost. Especially Nocturnal Ghost, Munta Imai was deeply immersed in it. He felt that this book was his favorite. Who is the Second Man has a lot of meaning. It won my heart, Munta Imai said as he shook the Nocturnal Ghost in his hand. But this book attracts me even more. Even though it's a book that goes against the times, it still holds onto its beliefs. This kind of life that lives for the sword is really charming. I'm fascinated. That's right, Misty Yamada. As expected of the winner of the Iraqi Prize. Kumita chimed in. Her attitude was sincere, and there was no hint of flattering her boyfriend. I really look forward to seeing someone like that in Nocturnal Ghost. Minoda Imai's face was filled with longing as he lightly sighed. Although he was an official employee of Japan's Moha Electrical Appliance Company, the pressure he faced was huge. There were some things that he had no choice but to compromise. Sometimes, he would even go against his own principles. This was also the reason why Minoda Imai admired and yearned for the main character in Nocturnal Ghost, who persisted in his beliefs. Although Mr. Yamada has only released 2 novels, Both of them reflect a unique view of the world and feelings. Not only are his works full of interest, but you can also learn a lot from them. Kumita Tomo added, even though Mr. Yamada started his career late, he must be middle-aged by now, right? She guessed. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he laughed, but didn't say anything. Tomoshi Oka, who was standing behind Pei Ziyun, heard their comments and whispered to Pei Ziyun, Yamada-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. As expected of Yamada-kun, to have such achievements is really admirable. Tomoshi Oka said as he turned to the salesperson, please give me 1 or 2 books, Who's the Second Man and Nocturnal Ghost. Please. He then turned to Pei Ziyun and said, this isn't the place to talk. Shall we go to the cafe next door? Seeing Pei Ziyun nod, Tomoshi Oka walked to the cashier. As there weren't many people in the bookstore, the two of them queued up for a while before leaving. There was indeed a cafe next to the bookstore. It wasn't big, but the environment was good. It was quiet and suitable for conversation. In the cafe, Tomoshi Oka ordered 2 cups of coffee and said to Pei Ziyun, Yamada-kun, I didn't expect you to be so outstanding in this area other than swordsmanship. Tomoshi Oka lowered his head and said sincerely, to Japanese society, or any society, a samurai's sacrifice and role were great. However, with the decline of physical strength in life, there wouldn't be many traces left in history. However, a successful writer and a good work could leave a lasting spiritual mark. The coffee was served very quickly. Pei Ziyun took a sip of coffee and frowned. You flatter me. To be honest, I'm very surprised that you're only looking for me now. It had been a month since the assassination attempt on Keiji in Nishibe Prefecture. During this month, Pei Ziyun had completed his graduation exams. In fact, after the incident, Pei Ziyun thought that Tomoshi Oka or the Sakato family would immediately look for him. However, he didn't expect Tomoshi Oka to withstand such pressure for a month. One had to know that Pei Ziyun had used the power of the Makawa Shrine to investigate the Sakato family after the death of Keiji in Nishibe Prefecture. After the investigation by the Makawa Shrine, Pei Ziyun knew that it wasn't easy for Tomoshi Oka to withstand the power of the Sakato family without implicating him. Understanding this, Pei Ziyun's impression of Tomoshi Oka changed a lot. But I still have no choice but to look for you now. Tomoshi Oka couldn't help but smile bitterly. He stirred his coffee with a fork and told Pei Ziyun everything that Sakato had said. In particular, Tomoshi Oka emphasized Sakato's threat and said to Pei Ziyun, if we can't find the real murderer, she will let me and you be buried with her husband. When Pei Ziyun heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't answer, but asked Tomoshi Oka, in the past month, you definitely haven't been doing anything. What did you find out? Tomoshi Oka took a sip, pursed his lips, and said to Pei Ziyun straightforwardly, I suspect that the murderer is someone from the Sakato family. Pei Ziyun was unmoved. He said, that killer is strong and not an ordinary person. He has received strict training. It's understandable that you have this suspicion. However, even if it's an internal strife in the Sakato family, Keiji of the Nishibe family is just a son-in-law. It doesn't involve the right of inheritance, right? Why kill him? Pei Ziyun was puzzled. In Japanese society, there was a huge difference between men and women. In the extreme Tao, even the wife and daughter of the chief were only slightly higher than the ordinary subordinates. They couldn't scold the high-ranking officers. In the aristocratic families, women were often ranked at the back, especially when it came to the right of inheritance. As long as the son had the slightest bit of success, the daughter would not be considered to inherit the family, let alone a son-in-law. Yamada-kun, I thought so too. Tomoshi Oka said seriously. He had the same opinion. However, this is the result of my investigation. It's for the person that Keiji of the Nishibe family wanted to save, Sakato Genko. Even though there was no one around, Tomoshi Oka still whispered into Pei Ziyun's ear, Sakato Genko might be the next head of the Sakato family. This can't be, right? Pei Ziyun was shocked and sat up straight. The dignified Sakato family was known as a financial group, and they had 3 sons. Why would they pass the position of the head of the family to their granddaughter? Genko was the granddaughter of the head of the Sakato Financial Group, Sakato Kuroshi. She wasn't even considered outstanding. She was only 15 years old, and it was said that she was recuperating in Hokkaido due to her poor health. Sakato Genko's father, Sakato Takashi, wasn't considered outstanding. He controlled a small piece of the Sakato Financial Group. Currently, the Sakato Financial Group's latest product, Little Withered Wakaba, was managed by Sakato Takashi. Little Withered Wakaba was said to be a product that could significantly improve physical weakness, susceptibility to diseases, obesity, constipation, endocrine disorders, sallow complexion, palpitations, poor sleep quality, easy to get angry, bad breath, skin dehydration, etc. Once it was launched, it relied on the financial group's network and quickly became popular throughout Japan. It became one of the best-selling health products in Japan. Little Withered Wakaba was a product that allowed the Sakato Financial Group to obtain a piece of the cake in the health products market. However, that was all. When it came to the inheritance rights of a financial group or family, even Sakato Takashi couldn't compete with his two brothers, not to mention Sakato Genko. The inheritance rights of Japanese financial groups and families were all passed down to the male and not the female, the eldest son and not the second son. Unless there were special circumstances, these traditions would not change. Even if the family head was seriously ill, it would never be Sakato Genko's turn. Also, if he passes the position to his granddaughter, how can he control the shareholders of the company and explain to the staff? There was a misunderstanding here. Many people equated the size of a financial group with capital and family, private assets. This was really laughable. The Sakato Financial Group was made up of 29 companies. Through controlling and exchanging shares, it involved more than 100 companies. However, the Sakato family's total shares were never more than 15%. Oda Nobunaga of the Owari country was the king of the Owari country. The Owari country was known as Ishikawa, 570,000 stones, Keichangshu. However, the Oda family's Ishikawa was not more than 150,000 stones, and Oda Nobunaga's was not more than 50,000 stones. The Tokugawa shogunate's Tenryu, direct control, only had 4 million stones, which was about 1/5 of the world. It was a miracle for a family to own more than 15% of the company's shares. I also think that this is impossible. However, I came to this conclusion. Rather than saying that I found out, it is more like someone told me on purpose. Omuka Tomoshi was very understanding. He was also shocked when he heard the news. This was suicide. Who told you? Could it be Sakato Kuchi? Did he finally go crazy after being sick for so long? The Sakato Financial Group was more like a general than a family. Each company was relatively independent, and the board of directors and staff also held a certain amount of shares. The whole system was complicated and intersected. Under such circumstances, the inheritance was not the will of an individual, but the choice of the entire financial group. That kind of power struggle between rich and powerful families was actually for amateurs. What was the use of simply currying favor with the family head? Even Kurashiki Sakato didn't have the power to suppress the entire consortium. At most, he could pass down his shares. However, once the big names of other companies had doubts and suspicions about this, the Banto consortium would fall into turmoil and split. Had Sakato Kuroshi, who used to be known as a wise ruler, gone mad? Chapter 722. I'm not sure if he's crazy or not, but I've been told that there's no other way out. Tomoshioka's face was cold as he spoke slowly. Oh, what do you think we should do now? Peizian took a sip of coffee and asked expressionlessly. Yamada-kun, it's not wise to go against the Sakato family. Tomoshioka shook his head and swirled the coffee in his hand. The Sakato Financial Group has reached its peak under Sakato Kuroshi's leadership. As long as he's still breathing, he's a terrifying person. Furthermore, Sakato Kuroshi has killed his own family. Tomoshioka said softly. Sakato Kuroshi had 2 younger brothers, Sakato Yasuhiko and Sakato Kazuhiko. Due to the Great Depression 10 years ago, the entire Japanese economy suffered a huge blow, causing riots in the Japanese society. This had directly affected the Sakato financial group. Sakato Kuroshi had been in a hurry to deal with the Sakato financial group's decline. Hence, he had handed these few incidents over to his brothers, Sakato Yasuhiko and Sakato Kazuhiko. However, he did not expect that Sakato Yasuhiko and Sakato Kazuhiko would be heavily injured in this incident. It was said that at that time, an important company in the south of the city had been harassed. Dozens of unemployed men had blocked the entrance and prevented anyone from entering or leaving. When Sakato Yasuhiko arrived at the company and was about to persuade them, one of the rioters threw a stone at his head. He fainted on the spot and became a vegetable. 10 years ago, he had been bedridden for the rest of his life. At that time, the person who injured him was not caught. When the police arrived, he was shot dead. Sakato Kazuhiko was on his way to the factory when he got into a car accident. He died on the spot. The driver who caused the accident was caught by the police and committed suicide by swallowing poison. Because of this, many people suspected that Sakato Kuroshi was the one who caused all these incidents. Sakato Kuroshi and his two brothers were unhappy because of the dispute over the family's assets. Sakato Kuroshi took advantage of the chaos to get rid of his two brothers and seize the position of the family head. However, after Sakato Kuroshi became the family head, he started to reform the company. Not only did he manage to save the Sakato financial group from the Great Depression, but he also managed to swallow up some of the companies that had been affected by the Great Depression. His assets had increased by 10 times. Hence, no one dared to say that Sakato Kuroshi had harmed his brothers. Tomoshi Oka briefly introduced Sakato Kuroshi's life to Pei Yun. Hence, as long as Bankuchi is alive, and as long as we can save Ban Yuanzi, we will be able to suppress the aftermath, Tomoshi Oka told Pei Yun. Furthermore, Yamada-kun, if you want to win the Uka Prize or the Ogawa Prize, it will take at least 10 years, no matter how good your work is. Tomoshi Oka placed the coffee on the table and said sincerely, "However, if you were to gain the support of the Sakata family, all of this would not be a problem." Omoka Tomoshi stared at Pei Yun as he spoke. "Who are you speaking for? Are you speaking for Sakato Kuroshi?" Pei Yun heard Tomoshi Oka's words and asked, "Sachi yang ashi kwang." Tomoshi and his hand, and hua, Kuroshi before he could finish, Pei Yun interrupted him. "I don't care who you are speaking for. Even if Sakato Kuroshi goes crazy, it has nothing to do with me. As long as you can do what I say, what's so difficult about it?" Pei Yun picked up his phone and sent an email to Tomoshi Oka. "This email contains 3 of my novels, other than the 2 that I've published. Send this out immediately, as long as the Sakato family agrees to help me win the Uka and Ogawa prizes within 3 years, which is when I graduate from middle school. I will agree to help you," Pei Yun said resolutely. "Other than that, don't even think about it. When a warrior is angry, blood will be spilled. They will not be afraid of threats. I believe that the Sakato family, which has been around for 200 years, will understand." Tomoshi Oka listened to Pei Yun's words and hesitated. It wasn't that Pei Yun was asking for a high price. In fact, from a monetary point of view, it wasn't high. In terms of background and power, there was no doubt that the Sakato family could push a novel into the finals of the Yuka and Ogawa prizes. However, in order to win the final trophy, the novel had to be of high quality. The Sakato family's power was not omnipotent when it came to projects that had a huge impact on society. However, Tomoshi Oka only thought about it for a moment before he immediately forwarded Pei Yun's email. He even explained in detail what Pei Yun had requested. This matter had to be decided by the person behind him. The Sakato family in Tokyo, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. There was a huge mansion. It had a parking lot, a main hall, a north hall, a left hall, a new hall, a tea house, a cooking room, and even a shrine. The main gate was a 7-meter wide double iron gate. The fences extended to both sides, and there were shrubs planted on the inner side. Pine trees were planted, covering the entire mansion in the shadows. The garden was huge. The main hall alone had at least 30 rooms, and there was tight security. In one of the rooms, a skinny old man was lying on a bed. The old man's hair was almost bald, and there were age spots on his forehead. His entire body looked like it was made of skin and bones. He looked very thin and weak, as if he was about to die. However, what was special about him was that his murky eyes were occasionally very sharp. If someone were to look at him, they would feel as if they were looking at a sharp sword. This old man was the head of the Sakato group, Sakato Kuji. At this moment, someone was checked by several bodyguards. She entered the bedroom and walked towards Sakato Kuji, reporting the information that she had received from Tomoshioka. After listening to her report, Sakato Kuji waved his hand and said, "Immediately contact the judges and editors. I want to know in 30 minutes whether these novels have the potential to reach the top." "Yes, I will do it immediately." The middle-aged man in dark black clothes bowed and said softly. He immediately turned around and gave the order. No matter who it was, no one mentioned the amount of resources needed to raise the Ogawa reward and Ogawa reward. For the Bando Financial Group, it was simply a drop in the bucket. Only the quality of the novel mattered. In a high-class apartment, Takato Tamu was playing with his daughter, Takato Kiyomi. Takato Tamu was a senior editor. Due to his work, it was difficult for him to go home. Today was a rare day off, so Takato Tamu went home early to play with his daughter. His daughter, Takato Kiyomi, was only 9 years old and very cute. Because his father often came home late, he did not have time to interact with his daughter. This caused Takato Tamu to not be very close to his daughter. This made Takato Tamu very distressed, so he went to consult a doctor. The doctor told Takato Tamu that as long as he went home more often and spent more time with his daughter, their relationship would naturally improve. He also suggested buying a cat for his daughter so that she would have more time to play. Because of this, Takato Tamu specially bought an orange cat named Kitty for his daughter. After buying the cat and spending more time with his daughter became much closer. At this time, Takato Tamu and his daughter were playing with the orange cat named Kitty. His daughter was holding a cat teaser stick and kept playing with the orange cat. The orange cat was still small at this time, so it kept running and staring at the cat teaser stick with its bright eyes. "Ah, so cute. Cats are very cute, but my Kiyomi is even cuter." Takato Tamu looked at the cat and was satisfied. After a long time, he took out cat food and a carton of milk. "Kiyomi, after playing for a while, it's time to rest." Takato Tamu poured the milk into a small cat bowl. The orange cat stuck out its little tongue and licked the milk. As it moved, the bell continued to ring. At this time, the phone rang. "Is it a phone call?" Takato Tamu was smiling at this time, and his heart was very happy. At this time, his face darkened, and his heart was angry. He had just taken a break, and he had to answer the phone helplessly. "If it is not a call from the president, I am going to hang up." He once told others not to disturb him if it was not very important, so when he received the phone call, he was a little impatient. But when he heard the voice of the caller, he immediately stood up, showed a respectful look, and said to the other side of the phone, "Hi, I'm going to see it now." After that, Takato Tamu apologized to his daughter and got up to go to the computer. Caesar Hotel the critic Kawada Musashi was attending a high-standard cocktail party. Kawada Musashi was wearing a suit, his hair was straight, and he looked very capable. He was talking with his female companion, Shirmoya Mikiko, about the popular movie Call of Death. This movie starred Tanaka Mikiko, and it was the most popular thriller of this season. Once it was broadcasted, it received a very good response. Tanaka Mikiko debuted as an advertising model at the age of 17. 2 years later, she starred in the youth movie Burn Youth and won the Best Newcomer Award. Last time, she won the Best Actress nomination for the movie Tokyo Romance. This time, Call of Death has already earned one. 34 billion yen at the box office. It will not be difficult for it to reach one. 5 billion yen. Maybe she has a chance to win the Best Actress award. Do I have a good relationship with her? Besides, the company that the crew works for also gave a lot of red packets. Kawada Musashi was thinking about how to write a review about this movie when his phone rang. Kawada Tenoshi was deep in thought when his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller, he immediately stood up, Although he knew that the other party couldn't see him, he still respectfully bowed and said yes. In the next room, when Mikuko saw this scene, she was shocked and quickly stopped talking. Kawada Musashi bowed for 5 minutes and said, "Hey, I'll do it immediately." Only then did he hang up the phone. Shirmoya Mikiko carefully asked, "Kawada, who called?" "Don't ask." Kawada Musashi looked at his female companion, Shirmoya Mikiko, and directly asked, "Is there a computer in this hotel? I want to take an email and watch it. Be fast." Shirmoya Mikiko was very surprised, but she immediately arranged it. "Hey, don't worry, there will definitely be one. I'll arrange it for you immediately." She was really fast. In less than 3 minutes, a waiter came over, and Kawada Musashi quickly followed. Chapter 723. In the coffee shop, Tomoshioka and Pei Ziyun were still seated. Tomoshioka ordered another cup of coffee. As he sipped his coffee, he flipped through Yamada Shinji's works that he had just bought from the bookstore. Tomoshioka had some hobbies, such as watching movies, listening to music, and reading books. He liked to watch documentaries, especially those that were related to history. He felt that this could improve his foundation, and he could learn from history to improve himself. Tomoshioka was a man with dreams and ambitions. He would not waste his time on irrelevant matters. Even when he was relaxing, he would think of ways to improve himself. Listening to music could be considered a true way for Tomoshioka to relax. Tomoshioka liked to listen to classical music. There was a shelf at home that was specially used to store classical music discs. He felt that this was more meaningful, and it could better relieve his tension and irritability. As for reading books, they were usually works like The Cause of the Rise of Japan and Thinking, Politics, and Economics. Tomoshioka read such books because he was working for the Hung Yuan family. The Hung Yuan family had a close relationship with the Japanese government, so he needed to understand the situation better. When he had time, he would read some literary classics. Occasionally, he would read some popular books. Tomoshioka had heard that a new author, Yamada Shinji, had recently published 2 very good books. However, he did not take it to heart and did not pay much attention to it. However, a few days ago, when he was sorting out the details of Yamada Shinji, he realized that he did not have the same name. Not only was he a samurai, but he was also a talented author. At that time, he was very shocked. Now, Tomoshioka was drinking coffee and reading a book. This was the first time he had read a work. As he read, he exclaimed, "Amazing, Yamada-kun. You have made the samurai in the book come to life. His spirit is really enviable. Is it because you are a samurai too?" In the samurai in the book, it was as if he could see his own shadow. He could see his own persistence and pursuit of dreams, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Hearing Tomoshioka's praise, Pei Ziyun was expressionless. He only lowered his head and said, "You flatter me. To be honest, my level is not high." In fact, he had only plagiarized the second novel of a top-notch author, Mizuno Tanaka. Mizuno Tanaka debuted at the age of 21 and wrote until he was 54 years old. He had a total of 33 years and had only written 11 books. The standard of the second unit was not the highest. It was not due to his own ability that he was able to advance by half a level in the end. Tomoshioka shook his head. Although he is a newcomer, he has already surpassed many famous authors. If his standard is still low, then there will be no one with high standards in Japan. As he spoke, a beeping sound came from his body. His phone had rung. Tomoshioka stopped talking and put down the book and coffee in his hands. He took out his phone and answered the call with a serious expression. From time to time, he replied, "Yes, yes, hi." When Tomoshioka finished the call, he placed his phone on the table but did not hang up. He then spoke to Pei Ziyun. "Yamada-kun, the Sakato family has agreed to your request. May I know when you have the time to go over?" Tomoshioka asked, his heart trembling. Although he agreed to pass on the message, he still wasn't confident. This was because it was too difficult to obtain the Oka Prize and the Ogawa Prize. If it was just to be nominated for the Ogawa Prize and Ogawa Prize, it wouldn't be a big deal. Some financial groups and clans would be able to do it. However, it would be extremely difficult to actually win an award. The difficulty wasn't a problem of money. It was the attention of the society. In a democratic society, there was no central authority to follow orders and prohibitions. The so-called financial groups were not the only ones. It could be said that the interweaving of various forces was a common situation. The Ogawa Prize and the Ogawa Prize were the most important awards in Japanese literature. The judges only accounted for 60% of the awards. The other 40% of the awards were selected by some civil representatives. These representatives came from all over the country, and there were a total of 200 people. Such an achievement was unimaginable. There were too many people paying attention to it. Everyone had enemies. Once there was an obvious flaw, it would become a huge scandal. Paisley Yuns, who was the second, had already won the Iraqi Prize. If he wanted to win the Ogawa Prize and Ogawa Prize in the shortest time possible, it would mean that he had won 2 awards in a row within 2 years. Such an achievement was unimaginable. A newcomer had won 3 awards in a row within 3 years. In the history of Japanese literature, there had never been such a case. The most brilliant achievement was the Japanese national writer, Fukunaga Hironori. Within 11 years, he had won the Iraqi Prize, the Ogawa Prize, and the Ogawa Prize, shocking all of Japan. That was why he was known as the national writer. If there was a situation where a 15-year-old won 3 awards in 3 years, it was hard for Tomoshi Oka to imagine what would happen. The whole of Japan had their eyes on a single person. Any problem would be examined repeatedly under a magnifying glass. If the person didn't have the ability to win, the Sakato family wouldn't be able to hold on. Now that the Sakato family had agreed to Yamada Shinji's request, it meant that Yamada Shinji's works had the ability to dominate the literary world of Japan. This was very frightening. Tomoshi Oka was shocked. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He asked, "You wrote 3 shocking works in such a short period of time? This was no longer a human, right?" Tomoshi Oka had some understanding of literature. Writing was not easy. How many people could become famous after spending their entire lives writing? Among the famous, how many could reach the peak? During the Golden Age, how many people could be passed down through the generations? Moreover, it was impossible for any writer to maintain a good state forever and continuously write good works. How is it possible to write 5 novels in a year? Paisley Yun understood Tomoshi Oka's feelings. He smiled and said, "Speaking of time, although the semester has ended, I have to conduct a national tour. Where is Sakato Genko?" Tomoshi Oka then regained his senses and repeated himself over the phone. After listening to the reply, he said, "The Sakato family said that Sakato Genko is in the main residence in Hokkaido. All right, I will conduct a national tour in Hokkaido. The date will be July 23rd. Paisley Yun heard the reply and said without hesitation. Tomoshi Oka received another reply. He stood up and bowed deeply. He had a smile on his face. "The Sakato family will warmly welcome you and your members." At this point, he paused and reminded Paisley Yun, "Yamada-kun, please be careful of other samurai, especially those from the Rock Shrine." "Rock Shrine?" Paisley Yun nodded his head. "I understand." After hearing this, Tomoshi Oka stood up and bowed before leaving. Paisley Yun muttered, "Did you agree to all these conditions? Looks like the waters are deep, but why should I care?" He gulped down his coffee and turned to leave. He then took out his phone and pressed a few buttons. He then said to Yuta, "Hello? Is this Yuta? Inform the club that this holiday will be held in Hokkaido." Club activity room. A few boys were waving their swords and wooden swords in their hands. They slashed at the air, emitting whistling sounds. Their clothes were drenched in sweat. It was obvious that they had been training hard. Wakako was training as well. She was sweating profusely, and her face was filled with pain. The room next door had changed. Not only were the 2 rooms connected, there was a sofa, table, bookshelves, etc. There was even a simple open kitchen in the corner. Ever since Naomi Hayakawa brought the bento, Paisley noticed that her cooking skills were not bad. He made her responsible for the club's meals. Pei Yun specially made a simple open kitchen in the club activity room for Naomi Hayakawa so that she could display her cooking skills. Since the Tokyo apartment was about 15 square meters and the largest was no more than 60 square meters, most of them had simple open kitchens. The Japanese were very experienced. Although the Sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. A portable stove, water recirculator, kitchen utensils, and cutlery were all very well equipped. Naomi Hayakawa was cooking on the stove. She was smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. A few days ago, I had tamagoyaki. Today, I shall eat fried dumplings. The fried dumplings were fragrant. The skin was crispy and the filling was juicy. Naomi Hayakawa thought to herself, I can try fried prawns. I can also consider tuna rice. On the other hand, Yuta Toniyama was slumped over his desk, handling the club's work. Smelling the alluring fragrance, he drooled and wiped his mouth with his hand. He said to Hayakawa, Naomi, you're really amazing. What's your secret? Why is your cooking so good? Really, Naomi, I feel that even the head chef of Kohara House can't compare to you. Yuta wiped his mouth again. Kohara House was a famous restaurant in the area. It was a traditional family restaurant in Japanese dramas. Just looking at it was enough to make one drool. Naomi Hayakawa heard this and smiled. She didn't know either. All she knew was that she had woken up from her dreams and realized that she was very good at cooking and that the food was delicious. Recently, Pei Yun had tried it and praised her. This made Naomi Hayakawa very happy. Kawako's round eyes were filled with approval. Although Hayakawa-san can't even lift a wooden knife, his cooking skills are really good. I'm hungry. I want to eat a rice ball. Hi, Kawako, here's some. It was a snow-white rice ball with some meat inside. Just like in the past, it was covered with a layer of seaweed and had some salt on it. This was a snack for the club members after their training. Just as Kawako was about to take a big bite, the phone rang. Yuta picked up the phone and heard the voice on the other end. He knew it was Pei Yun and asked, Leader, what's the matter? There was a voice on the other end of the phone. Yuta replied excitedly and seemed to have some doubts. Hokkaido? But isn't going to Hokkaido a lot of money? Pei Yun's voice could be heard. Don't worry about the money. Someone is sponsoring us this time. Hi, that's great. Yuta completely believed Pei Yun's words and clenched his fist in celebration. He then turned around and said, Naomi, the leader has something on and won't be coming back. Also, in a few days, let's go to Hokkaido to play. As he said this, Yuta's face was filled with anticipation. Hearing Yuta say that Pei Yun wasn't coming back, Hayakawa looked at her snack and felt disappointed. Chapter 724. In the car, Pei Yun finished his call to Tetsuyama Nobuta. He narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he picked up his phone and typed something quickly. Pei Yun wanted to report everything that had happened today to Sakagami. He wanted Sakagami to use all the power of the Kawakami Shrine to help him confirm the authenticity of what Okatamoshi had said about the Sakato Financial Group. At the same time, he wanted to ask about the Rocky Shrine. Soon, Pei Yun sent the email to Sakako Sanako and asked, What's going on with the Rock Shrine? Help me check. Senior Sakako. At this time, Sakako Sanako, who was wearing her high school uniform, arrived at the club. Along the way, the students kept greeting her. With Kawako as an example, Sakako Sanako thought it was better to transfer to Milan Private High School. As soon as she entered the club, she saw Kawako waving her sword. Dressed in uniform, Kwazi brandished her wooden sword, slashing and slashing, creating a hoo-hoo sound in the air, appearing to be extremely powerful. Sweat continuously dripped from Kwazi's forehead, as well as her flushed little face, showing that she was currently working very hard in her sword practice. Sakako Sanako watched Kawako practice and sighed in her heart. Kawako is amazing. It could be said that from the beginning until now, Kawako's sword had a completely different feel. And Sakako Sanako witnessed this process of change step by step. When Kwazi first started learning swordsmanship, not only did he hold the sword incorrectly, he also made many mistakes. Furthermore, he accidentally used too much force during his first practice and injured himself. He even sprained his ankle and had to rest for a few days because of this. At that time, Kawako pouted and her eyes were red. She was trying hard not to cry. Sakako Sanako could still remember her pitiful look clearly. In order to meet the requirements, Kawako spent a whole week practicing as long as she had time. She even asked the teacher for advice before she barely reached the standard. But ever since Kawako started learning the way of the sword, she seemed to have awakened some special qualities in her. From then on, every time Peizian taught Kawako some moves, Kawako would just watch it once and ask for advice again. At most, she would spend 3 days to master everything Peizian taught her. Sakako Sanako thought that Kawako's comprehension and talent were simply terrifying. It's someone who defeated her father, Ishidu-chung. Sakakami Sanako was very surprised as he watched Tang Zi practice the sword. He already had a faint sense of control. He muttered to himself, 4 months of practice is equivalent to 4 years of practice? Did Yamada Chi teach her well, or is Kawako a genius? Sakako Sanako thought to herself. At this time, Hayakawa Naomi took out the prepared lunch. There are fried dumplings and fried prawns today. Sakako-senpai, do you want to try it? Sakako Sanako sniffed it and found it fragrant. She smiled. Thank you, Naomi. I won't stand on ceremony. She picked up a fried dumpling with her fingertips and took a bite. It's delicious and crispy. He was impressed by the young lady's cooking skills. Hayakawa and Naomi took the fried prawns and said, try this too. At this point, there was a ding-dang sound. Sakakami immediately knew that it was the sound of an email. Seeing that it was from Pei Zi-yun, she immediately called back. Yamada Chi, regarding matters regarding the Cliff Shrine, you have to ask our Jin Chuan Shrine. Sakako Sanako listened for a while and said slowly, the Cliff Shrine has 500 stones. A few years ago, it was as famous as our Jin Chuan Shrine. In terms of strength, we were on par. But in recent decades, for some unknown reason, the Cliff Shrine's strength has declined drastically. But the Cliff Shrine has a very special feature. It's on the sea, or near the sea, that the warrior's strength will increase. Sakako Sanako said seriously. The special feature of the Cliff Shrine has something to do with its origins. Because the Cliff Shrine can be said to have a close relationship with the sea god. In the sea god's genealogy is the guardian of the sea. The so-called guardian refers to the rocks or hills that stand on the cliffs. There are many of them on the islands, and they're used by fishermen when they go out to sea. Hence, it's the guardian of the fishermen. And even though the Cliff Shrine's strength has declined, the 500 stones it owns haven't changed. It also has a complete warrior inheritance. It's a rather powerful shrine. It's not easy to be enemies with it. Sakako Sanako looked a little uneasy. What's important now is that according to your description, this matter is very likely related to the battle between the E-God and the Sea God. Sakako Sanako said, where are you? I'll come over immediately. Regarding the battle between the E-God and the Sea God, Sakako Sanako had to be serious. There is some information about the E-God in the sealed files of the Jin Chuan Shrine. The most recent case was about 30 years ago. 30 years ago, a samurai from the Cliff Shrine accidentally offended the E-God for some unknown reason. This samurai was cursed by the E-God. The curse was quite simple and terrifying. When the samurai was half asleep and half awake, he suddenly saw an enemy next to him. A well-trained samurai would naturally kill the enemy at the first moment. But when he killed the enemy, the samurai realized that he had killed his beloved wife. The cursed samurai was helpless. He asked for help from several other samurai in the shrine, but to no avail. He then killed his own son. In order to avoid further tragedy, he committed seppuku. Having lost a samurai with a bright future, the Cliff Shrine was enraged and caused a huge commotion. In order to take revenge, the Cliff Shrine sent out strong samurai to deal with the E-God and the curse. They also wanted to retaliate, but for some unknown reason, they returned empty-handed. In the end, the Cliff Shrine had to ask the Hall of Gods for help. They paid a huge price to stop the curse from worsening. Although they weren't directly involved, the Jinchuan Shrine still warned the people in the shrine not to offend the E-God. They also warned them not to interact too much with people related to the E-God. Now that Pei Ziyun was involved in something related to the E-God, Sakako Sanako had to be serious. She listened to the phone and said, "There's no need. I'm rushing back home." "Then let's talk at home." Sakako Sanako looked at the map. The school was only 15 minutes away from home. Pei Ziyun would take at least 30 minutes to get back home. Rather than returning home to school, why not get there in one go? Thinking about this, she shouted, "Sanako, let's go back." Yamada Mansion 20 minutes later, Pei Ziyun alighted from the car. Sanako, who was waiting at the door, saw Pei Ziyun and pounced on him. Pei Ziyun watched as Sanako pounced on him and hugged him. Sanako looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "Oni Ai-chan, where have you been? How many times has Hayakawa called me useless?" Sanako pouted and asked unhappily. Pei Ziyun patted her head and said, "Sanako, Naomi isn't useless. Her culinary skills are amazing." As he said this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but marvel at her. Hayakawa Naomi was indeed amazing. In just a month, her culinary skills had improved to a whole new level. Even Pei Ziyun felt that her cooking was delicious. It was said that she had learned all of her mother's cooking techniques and was now teaching herself. Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling hungry. Sanako, who was being hugged by Pei Ziyun, heard Pei Ziyun's words and felt a little indignant. She looked at him with her big round eyes and shouted, "Humph! Oni Ai-chan, I know how to cook too. In the future, I will definitely be better than her. Sanako, go and play by yourself. I still have something to discuss with your brother Yamada," Sanako said. Sanako still listened to her. All right then." She reluctantly walked out of Pei Ziyun's embrace and walked towards her room. Speaking of which, Sanako and Hayakawa Naomi had a good relationship. As Hayakawa Naomi's culinary skills got better, it was a good thing. She could eat better food. However, for some reason, Sanako felt a little unhappy. But now that her master had important matters to attend to, she immediately became obedient. Seeing Sanako leave, Pei Ziyun looked at Sanako's back and smiled. He then turned to Sanako and asked, "Please take a seat. That god of barbarians, is he the barbarian general's barbarian?" "Yes, Yamada barbarian, Tianjin god, Kunijin god, and barbarian god." Sanako sat up straight. She had undergone strict training and was very polite. Actually, to put it simply, the Tianjin god is a branch of the Takamajahara, led by Amaterasu. Sanako explained to Pei Ziyun. And the Kunijin god is a god who lives in the Takamajahara of China. Pei Ziyun nodded. "Is there a difference between Takamajahara and Takamajahara of China?" "Yes, the Kunijin god is a god who lives in Takamajahara of China. To be more specific, he is a local god or even a god of a powerful family. But these are all semi-legal. As for the barbarian god, because Hokkaido used to be known as the barbarians, the barbarian people live there. The barbarian generals barbarians were the barbarians." Pei Ziyun listened to Sanako's words and thought for some time. He then asked curiously, "But not long after the Shinagawa shogunate was established, the barbarians came under their direct control and changed their name to Hokkaido. If I remember correctly, the barbarian god had already been conferred the title of barbarian by the shogunate, right? This was not a secret in this world. If the higher schools did not pay attention to it, there would definitely be a simple description of it in the history books. Pei Ziyun had read about this period of history in a book about the history of Japan and was now bringing it up. Yes, Yamada Nobunaga. That's right. Not long after the shogunate was established, they sent a fleet to occupy the barbarians and divided them into 14 counties. They were then directly governed by the shogunate and conferred titles of deities and humans. It could be said that these counties were part of the main body of the shogunate. Because they were conferred titles for less than 200 years, many people do not recognize this. As for the Banto family, it was said that they were the leaders of the barbarian people. They were given the surname by the shogunate and moved to Edo, where they were given a title of 800 stones. Although the Banto family has intermarried many times and there are no differences in their bloodline, they are still the descendants of the barbarian god. Hence, there might be a conflict between them. Sanako explained. She actually did not wish for Yamada Nobunaga to be involved in this conflict. One look and one could tell that the waters were deep. No matter what, the shogunate has won. Pei Ziyun said plainly. That means they are not barbarian gods, but are part of the barbarian gods. If that's the case, what do I have to be afraid of? I accept this request. Originally, only the Emperor of Japan had the authority to confer titles on demons and deities. However, when the Shinagawa shogunate was established, they established a divine palace and claimed to have the authority to confer titles. This was also one of the reasons why the Tabaka faction allied with the Emperor of Japan to overthrow the shogunate. You're right. Sanako thought about it and agreed. It wasn't just the Banto family. A large number of people had migrated to Hokkaido. Due to intermarriage, the barbarian people had basically become part of the main body of the shogunate. In theory, the Banto family and the barbarian gods were now part of the main body of the shogunate. Who could say anything about this? Chapter 725. Time passed quickly, and it was now the 23rd of July. It was time for Pei Ziyun's club to depart for Hokkaido. At the pier, there was a bustling crowd. At the ferry, Pei Ziyun carried a satchel, and Yuta carried a suitcase. A group of students boarded the merchant ship. This ferry was the Sunflower of the Ojo Ferry Company. The Sunflower was headed for Hokkaido, and its departure route was Ashiai, Ibaraki Prefecture, Tokyo. This time, the club's trip to Hokkaido was entirely covered by the Banto group. They chose to take the ferry to Hokkaido because the journey was a form of enjoyment. Compared to the 1-hour flight, the ferry was more interesting and not too long. As for choosing the Sunflower of the Ojo Ferry Company, it was because the Banto group owned 15% of the company's shares and could provide a more comfortable service. The schedule was to depart in the evening and arrive at 1300 hours the next day. The entire journey would take 19 hours, and the one-way ticket was 8,500 yen. As Pei Ziyun, Yuta, Kawako, and Hayakawa queued up to board the ship, an attendant saw them and bowed to Pei Ziyun. Are you Yamada-kun? Today, Pei Ziyun was wearing a white jacket and black slacks. He looked like the sun and was full of energy. He nodded his head slightly and replied, Yes, what's the matter? What's the matter? The attendant bowed again and said apologetically, May I see your ticket? Pei Ziyun thought for a moment and passed his black card to the attendant. The attendant took a look and, after confirming that it was Pei Ziyun, he said to Pei Ziyun and the rest, Hello, Yamada-kun. Because you are VIP 5 passengers of this ship, you can use the VIP passageway to board the ship. The attendant, dressed in a light blue uniform, pointed to the VIP passageway. There were 2 passageways on the Sunflower. One was the main passageway, and the other was the VIP passageway. The VIP passageway was specially provided for VIP 3 and above customers. There was a small passageway on the side of the ship, allowing these VIP customers to board the ship quickly and easily. Normal customers had to queue up in the main passageway to enter. When Yuta Toniyama heard this, he couldn't help but yell, We are also VIP customers. Don't queue up too well. As he spoke, Yuta Toniyama waved at the passengers who were queuing up. Hayakawa Naomi and Kawako looked at Yuta with disdain, and Hayakawa and Naomi whispered, Yuta, you're being too rude. Is that so? I'm really sorry. Hayakawa Naomi used her desserts to gain Inuyama Yuta's respect, but Kawako made Inuyama Yuta even more afraid. Sometimes, when Kawako was bored, he would drag Inuyama Yuta along to learn from each other. Toyama Yuta had wanted to take advantage of Kawako's young age and Kawako's lack of strength since he was only 8 years old. Little did he know that even though it was their first sparring session, Kawako, who was highly skilled, used a wooden sword to beat Toyama Yuta until his face was swollen and he screamed in pain. This happened a few times. Every time Kawako wanted to find someone to duel with, Yuta would end up with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Paisley Yun and his entourage were led by a VIP waiter to the dormitory area of the cruise ship. The waiter also explained the rules and regulations of the cruise ship. The Sunflower provides delicacies from all over the world. The waiter said, the restaurants are mainly located on the 3rd and 4th floor. There are 3 free buffets available, and we guarantee that they will satisfy all your tastes. The restaurants that pay for their meals are releasing new products every day. Of course, since you are VIP customers, you can eat in any restaurant for free. The waiter then said, I recommend you to try the oliva from Sugisaki Yoshiko's Artistic Conception Workshop. This is an Italian delicacy and is the signature restaurant of the cruise ship. Hayakawa Naomi, who was walking quietly behind Pei Ziyun, heard this and her eyes lit up. Lastly, don't forget to experience the most exquisite facilities of the cruise ship, the 270-degree observation deck. You can enjoy afternoon tea there and enjoy the sea view. For those who like sports, deck parachuting and deck surfing are also good choices. As Kawako listened, her face revealed an expression of eagerness. I wish you a pleasant journey. The waiter then led the group to the dormitory area, handed the keys to them, and left. Kawako waited for the outsiders to leave and could not help but exclaim, Wow, that sounds awesome. Are we going to sleep here tonight? Pei Ziyun casually said, Yes, just like at home. Everyone will rest for half an hour and pack your things before heading to the restaurant. Since we are in Hokkaido, there are many opportunities to dine together. You can find your own favorite restaurants. Anyway, for VIP customers, any restaurant is free. Have a good rest tonight. There is a hot spring at the hotel in Hokkaido. You can soak in it. Kawako cheered happily as she entered the room. Hayakawa and Naomi stood up and said gently, Yamada-kun, I will look after Kawako. If anything happens, I will call you. Don't worry. Peizian smiled and lowered his head. Thank you, Naomi. Seeing that they had left, he looked around the room. Of course, the cabin was very small, even if it was a VIP room. He put down his bag and changed his shoes before heading to a restaurant. The moment he entered the door, he frowned. However, he continued to order a few dishes. Please wait a moment. The waiter looked at his black card and came back quickly. The appetizer was a platter of winter melon and melon, followed by a platter of sashimi and 2 dipping sauces. Finally, there was a platter of mackerel, which was the symbol of summer in Kansai. Indeed, not long after, someone came over and bowed slightly. You must be Yamada-kun? I am Kitaka Tatsuya from the Rock Shrine. My apologies for disturbing you. May I have a seat? Peizian reacted and bowed solemnly. Yes, I am Yamada-kun. Please take a seat, Yamada-kun. Kitaka Tatsuya took a liking to this young man, but he looked very mature. He sat down and called for the waitress to serve wine. When the wine was served, Kitaka Tatsuya poured it for Pei Ziyan. Although you're not of age, you're a samurai. How can you not drink? Please. Pei Ziyan smiled and took a sip. The wine was soft and had a lingering aftertaste. It was not cheap. He had just taken a sip and was thinking about his intentions when he heard Kitaka Tatsuya ask, Yamada-kun, although I am being rude, I would like to ask you a question. Have you learned about the Tobacco War? The Tobacco War? Or is it known as the Three Kingdoms War? Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed as he asked. Yes, that's it. Kitaka Tatsuya lowered his head and asked seriously. Objectively speaking, the Japanese have been sealed off from the outside world for a long time. The great powers used their ships and cannons to open up the country. In addition to that, there were 200 years of accumulated conflicts. Hence, it was time to reform the country. Kitaka Tatsuya listened and nodded his head. Indeed, it was time to reform the country. Pei Ziyun continued to eat. According to history, the great generals Shinagawa Kitada made a few mistakes. The biggest one was to push the blame onto the emperor. He wanted the emperor to declare the founding of the country so that he could be the scapegoat. Secondly, the Great Powers Conference. Finally, the so-called Great Powers Conference. Kitaka Tatsuya's face twitched. Why do you say that? The Shinagawa shogunate established a system that used military might to suppress the daimyos. They prohibited the imperial court from giving official positions to the daimyos. As for the Wu family, they used the laws of the Wu family to enforce the laws and regulations. Shinagawa Kitada wanted the emperor to be the scapegoat. In the end, the emperor said no and insisted on reforming the country. This was akin to praising the emperor who had been forgotten for a long time. He also violated the edict. Hence, the legitimacy of the Tobacco War appeared. Pei Yin poured a cup of wine for Kitaka Tatsuya, and the Great Powers Conference strengthened this point, allowing the Tobacco War faction to take the banner. Even the Great Powers Conference broke the Shinagawa family's original system. The officials could discuss important matters together and even refute the shogunate. This made the officials no longer officials. It could be said that Shinagawa Kitada had single-handedly buried the shogunate. It's a pity that he died, and Shinagawa Keihei rose to power. He was a wise ruler, or at least a wise ruler of the shogunate. The war was won, and the shogunate continued. Hearing these words, Kitaka Tatsuya had a look of regret in his eyes. You're right. Yamada-kun, do you think that there's a need for the shogunate to continue? If the imperial court had won the war against the shogunate, what would have happened? Pei Yin thought about it seriously before saying, history cannot be if, but if there was a need for if, history would have been very different. Please continue. Kitaka Tatsuya personally poured another cup of wine. Pei Yin then said, in our history, although the shogunate won, the problem wasn't completely resolved. 200 years of conflict had accumulated, and it was a fact that the daimyos were divided. It took Shinagawa Keihei 30 years to wipe out the shogunate and officially reform the country. In actual fact, the shogunate became the new generation of representatives. This power even led to the birth of democracy. In order to achieve victory, the shogunate sold off their outdated muskets and bought British rifles. Furthermore, the samurai had been infiltrated by the shogunate for a long time and were no longer reliable. Hence, the samurai were abolished, and the samurai were used as the main force. Instead, the samurai were used as the main force. Although they were inexperienced, they weren't afraid of death. In other words, they were cheap. However, this also determined that the samurai were digging their own graves. Because of the abolition of the samurai, how could the samurai still hold the military power and the fruits of victory? You have to know that the samurai were all abandoned and looked down upon by the samurai. Even if they weren't willing to serve the shogunate, would they still serve the samurai? If the emperor and the imperial court had won, they would have become the biggest winners. Through the power of the samurai, they would have abolished all the samurai. Who knows? They might have been able to abolish the samurai and establish a unified Japan. And the powerful Japan would have conquered the outside world, unlike the old shogunate, who spent half a century to adjust their political power. Kitaka Tatsuya's eyes lit up, and he bowed his head. That's brilliant, Yamada-kun. What you said is really enlightening. We've studied many of your words, but none of them were as clear as this. If we were to return to that era, you must be the one who brought down the samurai, right? We are indeed comrades. Kitaka Tatsuya was overjoyed, and he spoke incoherently. He had already made up his mind, but the next moment he said coldly, and then, Japan is in Asia. If we want to conquer it, we have to swallow it. What if we fail? Also, if we were to return to that era, even if I had to participate, I would definitely be on the shogunate's side. Kitaka Tatsuya raised his head and was shocked to see a cold face. Chapter 726. It was getting late at night, and there seemed to be fog on the sea, covering everything. Kawako and Hayakawa Naomi had gone back to their dormitory to rest. The night was getting late, and Kawako and Hayakawa Naomi had returned to their dormitory. Pei Yin finished his meal and wiped his mouth. He stretched lazily and yawned, as though he was tired. He stood up and bowed. My apologies, Hitaki-kun. I shall return to my room to rest. Pei Yin did not reply. He narrowed his eyes as he saw the aura of the person in front of him change. So that's what you think, Yamada-kun. Kitaka Toru followed him out of the dining hall, feeling a deep sense of regret. Yamada-kun, I thought you would be one of our comrades. Hitaki-kun, 130 years have passed since the fall of the Bakufu. Pei-zi-yun was not surprised. Since the shogunate was unable to clean up the entire house through a bloody war, it was destined that democracy would be born. In fact, any dictatorship would have democracy. The power that was originally in the hands of one or a few people would be expanded to the hands of the governor and the cabinet as the system loosened. Even if this was only a democracy for the scholar officials or the nobles. The king and the nobles share the world. Even if the shogunate had a wise ruler like Shinkawa Keihei, they would not be able to eradicate those who took root. They could only turn them into a new generation of officials and counselors. When Shinkawa Keihei died, the power of the officials and counselors grew. Naturally, this system was expanded as well. When everyone could vote for the prime minister of the cabinet, it became a modern democracy. Under the rule of the shogunate, Japan enjoyed 100 years of peace behind the scenes. They even returned power to the people. What regrets do you have? Must the emperor be the one to govern? Pei-zi-yun walked on the deck, his footsteps echoing. A few people glanced at him and went back to rest. There was no one on the deck. The sound of violin could be heard. Kitaka Toru stopped walking as though he was listening. He had short hair and a medium build. He took off his glasses and lowered his head, deep in thought for a long time. Gradually, Kitaka Toru shook his head and said, Yamada-kun, if you had become one of our comrades, based on your talents, you could have become our leader in the future and know all our secrets. But you rejected us. I can only say that we are not madmen. In fact, we are not doing this for the emperor. We have our reasons. The wrong history must be corrected. Tatsuya Kitaka's tone was a little hesitant at first, but when he said this, it became gloomy, firm, and decisive. Erroneous history? These words caused Pei-zi-yun's heart to skip a beat. Perhaps you don't understand. In fact, it's normal that you don't understand. However, we chivalrous people haven't died out yet. In fact, we're still expanding. Yamada-kun, you're a samurai. Let us use samurai methods to end today's conversation. When Kitagi Toru had finished speaking, his eyes swept across Pei-zi-yun's face, stopping at his heart and throat. He then opened the package that he had been holding. It was a long saber. Pei-zi-yun sighed and took out his wooden blade as well. In the next moment, Takeshi Kitaka's heart skipped a beat. The Pei-zi-yun in front of him was just standing there, yet there was no way for him to attack him. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. That's impossible. I started practicing swordsmanship when I was 7, obtained profound meaning when I was 15, and mastered it when I was 21. The person in front of me can't even be considered a youth. How could he have such a high level of cultivation? Takeshi Kitaka's breathing became heavy. With a loud shout, he took a step forward and leaped into the air. Like a swallow, he circled around Pei-zi-yun's left side and swung his blade at him. Swallow's return slash. Takeshi Kitaka's figure disappeared in front of his eyes. His astonishing speed and stamina showed how strong a samurai was. At the moment when he disappeared, Pei-zi-yun's heart rate increased rapidly. He turned around and swung his blade. In an instant, the two of them crossed paths. Pei-zi-yun landed safely on the ground and swung his wooden blade diagonally to the right. However, the wooden blade did not need to be swung diagonally. Takeshi Kitaka half knelt on the deck and used his blade to support himself. A line of blood seeped out from his wound and gradually expanded. He panted twice before standing up. It was a red line that did not cut deep into his flesh. Yamada-kun, are you showing mercy? No, I'm only 12 years old. I'm just a step away, but I've reached my limit. Pei-zi-yun was slightly regretful. He had always been merciless in his attacks. It was just that his limits were limited to the body of a 12-year-old. Takeshi Kitaka remained silent for a long time before keeping his blade. He then stood upright and bowed. Yamada-kun, please give up on Sakado Genko's mission. Even if we ignore the shogunate, there's still the barbarian god. Barbarian god? That's right, Haratora god. Takashi Kitaka's voice was filled with regret. Do you know why the Sakato family would hire you? You're not the only samurai here. That's the reason. If the barbarian god becomes stronger, the barbarians will become stronger. That's a joke. Do pure barbarians still exist? Pei Zi-yun remained expressionless. During the era of the shogunate, the barbarians were seen as a backward race and were encouraged to assimilate. Even the barbarians themselves believed that it was their only way out. Now, there were no pure barbarians left. You're right, but they haven't completely assimilated yet. Takashi Kitaka shook his head. So it's still a barbarian god. However, the great general has conferred a title to it. I don't think it's a barbarian god. Is that so? Let me give you a warning. The Sakato family is not a friendly bunch. Takashi Kitaka didn't intend to make another move and retreated. Pei Zi-yun laughed before he turned around and returned to his room. After some time, a man appeared on the empty deck. This man was Takashi Kitaka, who had just fought with Pei Zi-yun. He took out a handphone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, he bowed his head respectfully and said, "My apologies, Your Excellency. The negotiation has failed. Have you already tested his inclination and told him about the god?" The phone asked. "Yes, Your Excellency. I've told him about it, but he's still rejected." Takeshi Kitaka spoke in a serious tone. Yamada Shinichi is more inclined towards the shogunate, which maintains peace. He also thinks that the barbarian god is a god of the shogunate and doesn't reject him. Oh, is that so? The person on the other side of the phone seemed regretful that Pei Zi-yun did not accept his conditions. According to our observations, Yamada Shinichi is a very talented samurai. He is skilled in both the pen and the sword and has a bright future. He is more inclined towards the shogunate, which maintains peace. He also thinks that the barbarian god is a god of the shogunate and doesn't reject him. In fact, this is very normal for people who live in a peaceful era. It's a pity that he's a samurai, not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he was involved in a war at a critical time and stood on the opposing side. If that's the case, for the sake of history, the plan cannot have any variables. Execute Yamada Shinichi. I will bear the pressure of the Managawa Shrine. The person on the other side of the phone spoke in a regretful but resolute voice. Also, continue with the plan against the Sakato main school. If you want to restore order, you have to remove the variable in Hokkaido. I authorize you to use all the chess pieces that you have in the Sakato main school at all costs. Yes, as expected, this order was within Tatsuya's expectations. Tatsuya stood respectfully, bowed, and waited for the call to end before hanging up and straightening his body. It's a pity, Yamada-kun. Tatsuya shook his head, his eyes filled with fatigue. How much more blood does my path have to bear? Time seemed to pass very quickly on the cruise ship. After a good night's sleep and lunch, the Sunflower docked and followed the route to the harbor. When they disembarked from the cruise ship, a group of people cheered, especially Mokoyama Shurna, whose face was pale and had a tinge of green in it. He kept mumbling, we're finally on shore." It turned out that not long after Mokoyama Shurna boarded the ship, he realized that he was seasick. This fact made him extremely depressed. Being seasick, Mokoyama Shurna could not eat, drink, or have fun. He never thought that his trip to Hokkaido would begin in such a tragic manner. This naturally made Mokoyama Shurna very unhappy. Now that he was finally on dry land, he could rest and have fun. During the shogunate era, the first great shogun had sent people to survey Hokkaido. He had also sent people to establish a stronghold where there was a harbor and land for cultivation. Not long after, it became the territory of the shogunate, and development began. The leaders of the shrimp barbarians were either recruited or killed. It could be said that they were forced to return to Japan. The Bando family was one of them. At that time, they were given 800 stones to move to Edo. After the Tobacco War, due to their meritorious service, they were given 3,000 stones of knowledge. The Banto family then returned to Hokkaido. Within 100 years, they expanded their power and became a prominent family in Hokkaido. Westtail Hotel was one of them. Although it was drizzling, they could still see the boundless sea and sky all around them. The environment was very pleasant. The lady who was wearing a kimono received the black card and bowed to Pei Ziyun and the rest before introducing the Westtail Inn. Please allow me to introduce the Westtail Inn to you. Westtail Hotel has been around for 230 years. It was planned to be in sync with the development of the local area. Samurai and their families needed a suitable location. Hence, this Westtail Hotel was built. The moment they entered the hotel, the woman in the kimono bowed down and asked everyone to take off their shoes. Some of them immediately took them for maintenance before putting on wooden clogs. As it was summer, they did not prepare any socks. She then led them into the hotel and said, Westtail Hotel is located on high ground, overlooking the port. There's also an outdoor hot spring. Dear guests, feel free to experience the hot spring. The woman in the kimono said as she led Pei Ziyun and the rest into a guest room. The guest room was isolated and spacious. There were floor-to-ceiling windows and a resting area with chairs and a coffee table. There were tatami mats as well. Because the hotel is located near the sea, we provide fresh fish and shellfish. If any of you are allergic to seafood, please let us know. We will prepare other dishes for you in advance. We hope you don't mind. Also, the hotel's dining hours are as follows. Breakfast will be served between 7:30 and 8:30. Dinner will be served between 17:30 and 19. Guests who arrive after 19 will not be able to enjoy dinner. The hot spring tax is 150 stones per person per night. Hearing the woman in the kimono say this, Kawako jumped up and exclaimed, That's great. We can play in the hot spring again. Hayakawa Naomi was surprised by the price and asked softly, Isn't that a little expensive? Yuta nodded his head in agreement. He then walked closer to Pei Ziyun and asked, This hotel must be very expensive, right? Yes, but we're not paying. Pei Ziyun replied. That's right, you have a VIP card. All expenses have been covered, so please enjoy yourself. Hearing this, Yuta smiled from ear to ear. The club members that followed him were all delighted. Let's disperse and return to our rooms. 3 to a room. Yes. The club members were not dissatisfied. A hotel like this cost 40,000 stones a day. It was a rare experience for 3 people to stay in such a hotel. Of course, the club leader had the privilege of having a room to himself. Pei Ziyun put down his backpack and used his phone to search for information. At this point, Kawako, Hayakawa Naomi, Yuta, and the rest had all gone to play or to check out the hot spring. Pei Ziyun said that he wasn't feeling well and wanted a rest. Hence, he stayed in his room to search for information. Pei Ziyun looked at the information on his phone and mumbled, The barbarian shrimp people. Due to intermarriage and assimilation, the pure-blooded barbarian shrimp people have basically disappeared. The official population is 25,000, while the unofficial number is 200,000. However, these 200,000 definitely include everyone with barbarian blood. Furthermore, the pure-blooded barbarian shrimp people are short in stature and have dark skin. They're the furriest race in the world. The men have thick beards, while the women have marks on their mouths. This appearance is probably one of the reasons why the pure-blooded barbarian shrimp people have disappeared. No wonder there aren't any pure-blooded barbarian shrimp people around. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. There's also Haratoriheim. She didn't exist in the original barbarian mythology. However, if she was given a title, she would be given a new title. Was she originally a goddess, or was she a combination of several deities? Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the sound of a phone ringing. Is this Yamada-kun? This is the car from the Banto Club. Have you rested for a while? I've rested for a while. You can send a car over now. Pei Ziyun replied as he wrote a message to the club members. He then stood up and left the club. When he reached the entrance, he was welcomed by a beautiful young lady. She bowed sweetly. Is this Yamada-kun? Please come in. The interior of the limousine was luxurious. There was a small fridge and a cigar box. However, Pei Ziyun didn't smoke. He didn't have much desire for alcohol. He looked out of the window and saw a vast field. Hokkaido accounts for about a quarter of the entire country's grain production. If it was in ancient times, it would be equivalent to about 5 million stones. The view before him was vast, and his breathing was much smoother. The car wasn't far from the club. After 10 minutes, they arrived at a mountain road. The clouds were getting darker and darker as lightning struck down. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun frowned as he felt uneasy. The young lady who was accompanying him thought that Pei Ziyun was afraid of lightning and said, "Yamada-kun, it doesn't matter if it rains. We'll reach our destination soon." Indeed, before long, they arrived at their destination. It was a place that occupied a large area. Pei Ziyun alighted from the car and looked around. It was filled with cherry trees, but the flowers had long withered. The club stood tall in the middle. He looked around and asked, "Is this a fortress?" "You're right. This club was built from a fortress." Chapter 727. The person who led Pei Ziyun into the hall was a new maid. She was petite and wore a light white maid uniform. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and her movements were light and her voice was soft. It really is a castle. When Pei Ziyun was led into the hall, he realized that the walls were built to reduce the blind spots of the surrounding defense. There was no sign of Heaven's Guard Pavilion. He guessed that the cannons had already been installed to prevent them from being attacked. It's not a mountain city, it's a flat mountain city. This was a city built on hills and hills. During the Warring States period, there are many such cities. Of course, the cities in Japan could be considered a type of fortress. However, this was a peaceful era. Around the hall, there were courtyards and lawns on the ground. There was running water and fake mountains. There were even fruit trees and servants taking care of them. Pei Ziyun took a quick look and realized that these trees were loquat trees. He felt that it was strange. In Japan, loquat trees could be used to treat illnesses, and their leaves and seeds could be used as medicine. They were very common fruit trees and were highly respected. However, it was a taboo to plant loquat trees in a courtyard. This was because loquat trees were evergreen and their leaves are wide. If they were planted in the courtyard, the sun would be blocked and the yin energy would be heavy. Furthermore, it was related to the time when the loquat trees bore fruit. It took a long time for the seeds to bear fruit. When the loquat trees were planted, there would be older people in the family. When the loquat trees bore fruit, the older people might die of old age. Hence, there was a misconception that the loquat trees bore fruit meant that someone in the family would die. This caused many Japanese to feel fear. Furthermore, the loquat seeds were poisonous. If eaten by children, it would be very dangerous. Nowadays, almost no family in Japan would plant loquat trees in their courtyards. Pei Ziyun followed the maid into the hall. He thought to himself, the loquat trees are planted in the courtyard. Is it a coincidence, or is there another reason? When he entered the hall, it was a little gloomy. A few maids were busy preparing a small banquet. Pei Ziyun even saw a small cake. When they saw the guests, they all bowed to greet them. "Cake? I remember that it's not Sakato Yuanzi's birthday today. Which Sakato family member is celebrating her birthday?" Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he squinted his eyes. These maids were moving in unison. Their appearance and even their temperament were similar. The Sakato financial group was extremely wealthy and had a strong foundation. To nurture these people, they not only spent money, but also time. After a while, they arrived at a living room. Entering the living room, Pei Ziyun noticed that the walls of the living room were decorated with ukiyo-e paintings. There were also some old weapons on the shelves. "Hi, please take a seat. Young miss will come over immediately." The maid brewed a cup of tea and left. The entire hall fell silent. Pei Ziyun drank a mouthful of tea and placed the wooden blade on the table. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. Pei Ziyun had some understanding of the ukiyo-e as well. As he walked closer, he realized that the ukiyo-e was not only well preserved, but also had smooth textures. There was a certain charm to it, and it was obviously the work of a master craftsman. Pei Yin took a closer look at the contents and realized that they were all pictures of the Reverse Curtain War. Just as Pei Yin was observing carefully, a voice rang out in his ear. Yamada-kun, are you also interested in the curtains? It was the owner of the dojo, Sakato Genko. Pei Yin turned around and bowed. Ban Dong sang. How do you do? Ban Higashi Genko was a beauty, but she looked a bit skinny. She wore a long dress, but because she was skinny, she looked a bit empty, and her face was a bit pale. Her information stated that she was 16 years old, but she looked like she was only 14 or so. However, her eyes were incredibly spirited and lively. Yes, I'm a little interested. Pei Yin pointed at the painting. This painting is quite realistic. Some of them are ukiyo-e paintings of war, but most of them are of samurai wielding katanas fighting. That's not right. Although both sides had katana teams, and the shogunate had the famous Seiguchi team, Nozomi Hayuzen was known as the #1 samurai of that time. He assisted the shogunate in their battles and killed many of their enemies. He was known as the 1,000 Killer and was rewarded with 1,100 stones. But in terms of overall warfare, it was already at the level of firearms. These samurai wielding katanas and slashing at each other was a result of the poison of the last samurai. It was nearing noon, and the rain was getting heavier. Ban Dongsang smiled. I've read 2 of your novels, and I'm very impressed. A 12-year-old samurai, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. That's 2 different things. Even if I'm a samurai, I can't deny the truth. You're right, the weapons of the anti-shogun were similar to the weapons of the shogunate. One was English and the other French. Ban Dongsang Genko said, of course, strictly speaking, every country had their own weapons. It was only after the shogunate won that they unified their weapons. She looked at the painting. These are the battles my family participated in. There are a total of 7 paintings, representing 7 battles. The first and second battle were the most intense, and 7 men from my family died. Ban Dongsang Genko pointed at one person. This is my direct ancestor, Sakato Takumi. My father and brother died in battle, and he inherited the position of family head. He continued to fight for the shogunate, but he was shot 3 times and was carried off the front lines. This was reported in the newspapers at the time. After the war was won, the shogunate rewarded the Sakato family according to their contributions. They gave the Hokkaido family 3,000 stones, and the head of the family 3,800 stones. Our sacrifices were repaid. Pei Yin nodded his head. Many people thought that there weren't many knowledge executors, but it was actually quite a lot. For vassals, a salary of 150 stones and above was considered a great fortune. For elders, the salary was between 1,500 stones and 2,000 stones. As for the Shinkawa shogunate, there were 5,000 bannermen, and the Yu family had 18,000. Among these bannermen, there were 2 knowledge executors above 9,000 stones, for above 8,000 stones, 12 above 7,000 stones, 21 above 6,000 stones, and 73 above 5,000 stones. There were a total of 112 people, and they were considered the direct descendants of the main family. 100 stones to 200 stones with a lower-class bannerman. Most of the bannermen had 500 stones and below, which made up 60% of the population. 3,800 stones were considered the main bannermen of the shogunate. They could set up their own house to manage the bannermen, and the previous owners of the bannermen were all highly regarded. The Sakato family received the recognition of the shogunate during the war against the Bakufu, and thus soared to the top. Although Sakato Genko had seen his results in the documents, she saw Pei Yun's face in deep thought and couldn't help but laugh. She then asked, why do you think the rebels won first and the shogunate won last? That's too simple, Sakato Senko. Pei Yun shook his head and said, the 3 feudatories sold their outdated muskets a long time ago and bought British rifles. However, the shogunate weren't idiots and bought French weapons as well. In terms of weapons, it could be said that they were evenly matched. In fact, the shogunate was a little slow, but the difference wasn't too big. The key to victory was in the formation of the army. After 200 years of peaceful rule, the descendants of the samurai who fought in the wilderness had become nobles who were afraid of blood. Pei Ziyun's eyes revealed a tinge of regret. The three feudatories had very few people, and the samurai had been infiltrated by the shogunate for a long time, so they were a little unreliable. Hence, they abolished the samurai as the basic formation and established a new army with rogues and peasants as the main force. Although these people were inexperienced, they were not afraid of death. Although the shogunate had new weapons, they were all made up of old ones. These people had not seen blood for 200 years, and although it wasn't impossible for them to improve, they needed time. At that time, the shogunate also experienced two major events. Firstly, the samurai assassinated the head of the shogunate in broad daylight. This was described in my Samurai Under the Cherry Blossoms. Secondly, General Qing Zhong died suddenly, and Qing Shing ascended to power. He was only 17 years old at that time. The head of the shogunate was killed by the samurai, and the new general ascended to power at a young age. The reputation of the shogunate was greatly affected, and what they lacked the most was time. Hence, the first battle resulted in the defeat of the shogunate. Pei Ziyun said. When Sakato Genko heard this, she was shocked. The smile on her face disappeared, and she looked at Pei Ziyun with a new gaze. She didn't expect a 12-year-old boy to have such a clear understanding of this period of history. After all, Sakato Genko had spent many years researching this period of history, but she still couldn't understand the reason behind the defeat of the shogunate. General Qing Shing saw that the situation was dire and mobilized the entire army of Hokkaido. He didn't place much hope in this, but the weather in Hokkaido was relatively harsh, and the samurai were not corrupt. Hence, the moment they entered the battlefield, they were able to stop the army of the shogunate. Pei Ziyun continued. After a few battles, General Qing Shing discovered the strengths and weaknesses of both sides and issued an order to defend the front lines. Once the army of the shogunate was stopped, their weakness would be exposed. After all, the shogunate had more men and more resources. It was relatively easy to control them. By the time they entered a war of attrition, the 80,000-strong army of the shogunate would be able to adapt to war. By then, the army of the shogunate would have been defeated. As Pei Ziyun spoke, he knew that the history of this world was similar to that of Tokugawa Yoshinobu's era. Both of them had made many mistakes in politics, which left people speechless. It was the same for the military as well. After 200 years of peace, there wasn't a single army that could fight. They were able to suppress the rogues and the peasants, but when faced with a new army, they were defeated. Of course, what was more serious was the huge mistake in strategy. Even if the previous cards were wrong, even if there was no Hokkaido army, they could just order the shogunate army to not rush into battle. Instead, they could just surround them and not attack them. Then, they could just use the tactic of surround them but not attack them. The reason was simple. Even if they couldn't attack, they could still defend and shoot at them. Once the army of the shogunate was stopped, their weakness would be exposed. It could be said that once Tokugawa Yoshinobu knew this, he could easily crush the army of the shogunate. The so-called inevitability of history was worthless. So, the purpose of the Hokkaido army is to control them. After her initial shock, hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Bandong Yuanzi was a little disappointed. The leader of the Hokkaido army was the Bandong family. Controlling them would mean the difference between life and death. The fate of the country would change. Of course, the general had to wake up at that time. Pei Ziyun laughed. If not, although the Bandong family fought valiantly, they didn't have many accomplishments. How could they have obtained the 3,000 stones of knowledge? This sounded easy. All the general had to do was wake up and control them, and the result would be different. However, Pei Ziyun knew that if he didn't have the foresight and strategy, how would he be able to wake up? The first general wouldn't have been able to predict what would happen in the next 200 years. However, when he opened up Hokkaido, there was a Hokkaido army that managed to stop the army of the shogunate. This caused the general to wake up and change his strategy. Within 3 years, the entire army of the shogunate was wiped out. Everything is connected. It's too miraculous. Pei Ziyun sighed. At this point, the entire manor shook violently. Boom! Earthquake. The both of them were shocked. Chapter 728. Just as Pei Ziyun was in shock, Ban Higashi Yuanzi also heard the loud sound. At the same time, a jade pendant on Ban Higashi Yuanzi's neck suddenly emitted a warm current. She was shocked and said to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-kun, I'm afraid this isn't an earthquake. Something unexpected has happened." Pei Ziyun was expressionless. He had also heard the sounds of killing around him, but he wasn't concerned about that. He was concerned about Ban Higashi Yuanzi's jade pendant. Pei Ziyun carefully felt this sensation and asked, "If that's the case, shall we go out and see what's happening?" Pei Ziyun and Ban Higashi Yuanzi's living room was on the second floor. They went to the balcony and looked out the window. They saw a dozen people in kimonos barging into the courtyard. "That's impossible. Where are the guards?" Ban Higashi Yuanzi's eyes widened. The head maid, who had been silent all this while, noticed the intruders and was shocked. She took a step forward and shouted. Ban Higashi Dojo was originally a fortress. Other than the service staff, cleaners, and medical staff, there was also a specialized security system. There were cameras and scanners. Even if a wild chicken entered, the security system would be alerted. Furthermore, the door could only be opened by swiping an identity card. It could be said that the security system was very orderly and strict. How did these people barge in? Pei Ziyun looked at them, and a look of contemplation flashed past his eyes. The intruders shouted, "Don't move. If anyone moves, I'll take your life." Their voice was as sharp as a knife. Faced with such a situation, some people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Others shouted for the guards and even wanted to pick up their weapons. Faced with resistance, the intruders pulled out their swords. With a flash of light, they slashed down. In the third second, the first person was killed. In the 6th second, the second person's heart was stabbed and twisted. In the 11th second, the third person's neck was cut in half. This person spun half a circle and fell down. The killer's kimono was stained with scarlet blood, and there was even blood rolling down half of his face. He glanced around and met the eyes of the people on the second floor. "Up there, killed him. Guards, guards!" The serving maid screamed. Pei Ziyun's gaze swept across Ban Higashi Genko, who was still in shock. She took a step back and opened her mouth wide. Before Pei Ziyun could speak, the housekeeper had already rushed forward and shouted, "Young miss, this is bad. Takeda Saikaro has rebelled." The headmaid couldn't believe it and shrieked, "How is this possible? Takeda Saikaro is a retainer of the Banto clan." Ban Tashiko knew Takeda Saikaro. His entire family was a retainer of the Banto Financial Group, and Takeda Saikaro's father, Takeda Toshiaki, had died trying to save the current head of the Banto Financial Group, Ban Kuchi. In the Banto Consortium, the Takeda family was treated well and treated Takeda Saikaro as a true confidant. The security of the Banto headquarters was managed by him. If this person rebelled, he could indeed open all the defenses and let outsiders break in. Even so, when they heard that Takeda Saikaro had rebelled, many people, including the head maid, could not believe it. This was because she did not know what reason Takeda Saikaro had to rebel against the Sakamoto family. Even though she had received a warning, at this moment, the head maid still could not believe what was happening. The housekeeper looked at the disbelief on the head maid's face and shouted, "Ania, it's true. They're about to kill us. Hurry and take the young miss to hide. Hide quickly." But just as the housekeeper finished speaking, the sounds of killing drew nearer. A man dressed in black and white samurai attire, wielding a long sword, rushed in. Behind him, someone rushed forward and shouted, "Takeda, what happened to you?" As for the man with the saber, his expression did not change. He waved his long saber, and with a flash of saber light, he pounced forward. One person was hit by the saber and rolled down the stairs, letting out a miserable scream. Another person's arm was cut off. He clutched his arm and rolled on the ground, crying. This samurai was Takeda Saikairo. Saikairo. The headmaid screamed in disbelief as she sobbed. Takeda Saikairo was wearing a samurai attire, wielding a long sword. His face was cold, and his eyes were faintly red. If one looked closely, one could see a faint black gas in his pupils. Hearing the shouts, Takeda Saikairo was slightly startled. Then, several people rushed forward and surrounded him. The Sakamoto family's reinforcements had arrived in time. "Traitor, kill him!" Someone shouted. It seemed that there were not many people who had rebelled. Following this shout, many people raised their sabers and surrounded Takeda Saikairo. However, Takeda Saikairo did not feel any fear at all as he savagely laughed and roared, "Ha! Good!" Takeda Saikairo turned around and slashed out with his blade. The person behind him, who was preparing to slash out with his blade, did not have the time to resist. With a pu sound, the blade fell and blood splattered in the air. Takeda Saikairo seemed to enjoy this process. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. He looked very excited. Then, he took a step back and dodged a sneak attack. He backhandedly stabbed out and blocked another person's sword. "Kill!" Takeda Saikairo shouted out and pushed with all his might. The person in front of him was pushed down by the immense force and fell to the ground. Takeda Saikairo rushed forward and used his foot to stomp on the person. A kacha sound could be heard, and a scream could be heard. The person's leg was broken. Today is the day to restore order. Takeda Saikairo waved his sword repeatedly, becoming one with it. In a short period of time, 4 or 5 people have been killed. This is a samurai who has reached the level of being one with the sword, and has possessed a body? Pei Ziyun frowned as he looked at the bloodshot eyes of Takeda Saikairo and mumbled to himself. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to decide whether or not to participate in the internal strife of the Sakamoto family, the sounds of killing could be heard from the staircase. The man in kimono who had barged in earlier had rushed forward. "Kill!" Takeda Saikairo had just killed a man when he saw his comrades rushing over to help him. He then pointed at Pei Ziyun and said, "I've heard it from the monitor. Although this man is young, he's terrifying. Kill him quickly." It turned out that Takeda Saikairo's security department was supposed to be open to outsiders. However, it was unknown when he had planted a spy within the department. He had overheard what Pei Ziyun had said to Ban Dongyuenko about the strategy used by the shogunate. As soon as he finished speaking, several samurai rushed towards Pei Ziyun. Their target is me? Pei Ziyun frowned. If his strategy had been implemented 100 years earlier, it would have been enough to change the entire situation. Now that the situation had changed, why were they chasing after him? Although he did not understand what was going on, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he faced the incoming samurai. In the next moment, his wooden sword flashed and collided with a long sword. Sparks flew, but the black wooden sword did not break. He then leapt into the air. How fast was his movement? He even used shadow shift. The next moment, the samurai didn't even have time to react. With a pu sound, his neck was sliced open. He screamed as blood bubbled out of his mouth. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun dashed into the crowd of onlookers. These people were all trained samurai. When they saw Pei Ziyun, their scalps went numb. Their reactions were extremely fast, and 2 long swords flew towards Pei Ziyun. But this time, Pei Ziyun lowered his body and waved his wooden sword. 2 pu sounds could be heard, followed by cries of pain and blood. In a moment of life and death, Pei Ziyun leapt down from the stairs and landed in midair. His movements and the slash of his sword were extremely simple. All he did was stab from afar and slash from the side. Blood splattered everywhere like a fountain. In this short period of time, he had killed 7 people. It wasn't that Pei Ziyun's martial arts skills had improved. It was just that the originally weak wooden sword was now like a real sword. Die! Takeda Saikairo's eyes widened as he leapt down towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun dodged to the side and dodged Takeda Saikairo's attack. With a twist of his body, he landed a kick on Takeda Saikairo's abdomen. With a dull thud, Takeda Saikairo's entire body fell to the ground. His entire body twitched as he spat out blood. It was obvious that his internal organs had been ruptured. Pei Yun turned around. His face was stained with blood, which made his expressionless face look even more ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Everything had happened so suddenly and so suddenly. The entire hall was eerily silent. Only the sound of blood dripping could be heard, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Saikaro, Saikaro. The serving maid saw this scene and rushed forward. What happened to you? Why did you do such a thing? We have an engagement. We're going to get married tomorrow. Why? Hearing the serving maid's shrill voice, Takeda Saikaro, who was still twitching on the ground, woke up. He paused for a second before he realized what had happened. He then smiled bitterly at Bandong Yuko. Miss, I'm sorry. As he said this, he pulled out a dagger from within his robes. Pei Ziyun's eyes flickered as he raised his wooden blade. He then heard a pu sound as the dagger pierced into Takeda Saikaro's chest. Aiko's face was drained of all color as her body trembled. Her hands clutched tightly to her clothes as she looked at Takeda Saikaro. Her eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness as she asked once again, why? Takeda Saikaro laughed out loud. I'm a righteous man. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. You have killed me, but I already have a sacrifice. As soon as these words were spoken, Takeda Saikaro's body started to emit a white mist. His entire body seemed to wither as the mist started to spread. As the mist covered Takeda Saikaro's face, his expression turned gentle as he bowed his head to Aiko. Aiko, I'm sorry. Please forget me. I'm just a selfish man who only cares about his ideals. By the time he finished speaking, his entire head had withered away, turning into a skeleton. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun's expression changed. He felt that something was amiss and wanted to take a step forward. However, he felt a strange force binding him, preventing him from moving. What a joke. Following that, there was a cracking sound as the invisible restraints on his limbs dissipated. The next moment, Aiko's cries could be heard. Pei Ziyun took a step forward and looked out the window. He saw that there was a similar fog below. Amidst the fog, the cherry trees in the distance started to change. It was as if they had returned to April. From afar, the entire place was pink. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the petals to fall. It was like a rain of cherry blossoms. Turning around, Bandong Yuko stared off into the distance and sighed. Her voice was calm and lonely. Chapter 729. Our Emperor's golden age will last for thousands of generations. Gravel turns to stone, moss grows everywhere. Cherry Rain glanced over and saw an army rushing over. This army didn't seem to be wearing uniform clothes, and their weapons were scattered. Some were holding rifles, some were holding sabers. Whether it was their clothes or weapons, they were all very old. However, the person leading them looked a bit familiar. They looked pathetic, but they sang in unison. Their footsteps were firm. As they sang, all the lights went out. Pei Ziyun noticed that all the electronic devices had stopped working. Damn it, it's a traitor! When the butler saw this scene from the window, he gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. He then turned to Pei Ziyun and said, Yamada-kun, our dojo is built on defense. Even if there is a traitor, we will be able to suppress them with our own security. But now many people have died. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on much longer. We will defend the fort with our lives. Take the young mistress and hide in the secret passage. Please protect the young mistress, I beg of you. The butler bowed deeply to Pei Ziyun. Also, Yamada-kun, don't worry. As long as you protect the young mistress, even if the fort is breached, as long as the young mistress is fine, the dojo will not fall. You just have to hold on until tomorrow morning. As the butler spoke, it was obvious that he was the trusted aide of the Sakato family. He knew the secret, otherwise he would not have said such words. Of course, I beg of you. The butler bowed deeply to Pei Ziyun once again. Hearing the butler say such words, Bandong Yunzi's eyes reddened as tears flowed down her cheeks. She said softly, Yamamuro, please leave with us. This butler was Yamamuro Katsuaki. He was also the retainer of the Sakado family. For the past 10 years, he had been the butler of Bandong Unz, taking care of her daily life. It could be said that Yamamuro Katsuaki had watched Bandong Unz grow up. Hence, not only did Bandong Unz respect him, he treated her like his own daughter. Bandong Unz looked at Yamamuro Katsuaki's determined face and the chaos outside. She could not bear to leave and wanted to escape with him. However, when Yamamuro Katsuaki heard her words, he started tearing up. He wiped his tears and said in a hoarse voice, "Young mistress, I, Yamamuro Katsuaki, am useless. I have let you down. The Sakado family has also let you down. However, you are the young master of the Banto clan and our hope. Please follow Yamada-kun. As long as young master is fine, the Banto family will be fine. Eiko Hirachi, follow Mississippi, leave the rest to us." With that, Yamaguchi Katsumai shouted to the surroundings, "Is there anyone from the Sakado family still alive?" "Hi, we're here." Hearing Yamaguchi Katsumai's words, more than a dozen people gathered around him. Among these people were samurai and maids. Half of them were middle-aged and elderly, like Yamaguchi Katsumai. Almost all of them were injured and wielding swords. A man in his 50s shouted, "Keisuke, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming up?" "Nagata Kudo." However, as the shouts rang out, more and more people began to tremble. Someone's body trembled when he heard the shouts. He glanced at them in shame, then turned around and fled. "Bastard!" The people who came up cursed. "Stop cursing. To many people in a modern world, this is just a job." Yamaguchi Katsumai laughed bitterly. "Yamada-kun, I'm counting on you. Yamada-kun, do you have a map of our dojo? And do we have any guns?" Seeing this, Pei Ziyun did not despise them. Instead, he sighed. For more than a dozen people to stand up for them, it was no wonder they were from a large clan. These people were the true foundation of a clan's rise to power. They did not give up, and were willing to die for the clan. With these people, no matter how weak a clan was, they had the chance to rise again. Of course, Pei Ziyun paid more attention to weapons. If they had guns and ammunition, it would be too easy to kill the people below. Japan has strict gun control, and the Sakado Dojo is being watched very closely. Last month, there was a raid. There are no guns. Even if there were a few, with the traitor Takeda's Saikaro around, they wouldn't be able to keep them. We have a map and all the secret passages. Yamaguchi Katsumai took out the map and bowed deeply. "I'm counting on you. Let's go." Pei Ziyun took the map and spoke immediately. Ban Higashi Unz looked at the group of elderly people behind her and held back her tears. Without hesitation, she left with Eiko on the plane. After walking along the corridor for a while, they arrived at a storeroom. This storeroom looked very ordinary. Pei Ziyun looked around and realized that there was an old wardrobe, an old chair, and a few other old things that were scattered around neatly. Eiko wiped her tears and entered the storeroom. Without hesitation, she walked to the old wardrobe and opened it up. She fiddled with it a few times. The wardrobe moved to the left, revealing the floor. Eiko opened a large tile on the floor, revealing a secret passage. "Miss Yamada-kun, quick." Eiko gestured for them to enter. At this time, Pei Ziyun could hear the sounds of killing coming from afar. Hence, Pei Ziyun did not waste any time and immediately ran into the secret passage with Bantashiko. After entering the secret passage, Eiko quickly fiddled with the old wardrobe in the room. She heard a ka-ka sound, and the old wardrobe in the room above was restored to its original state. At this time, Eiko let out a sigh of relief and led Pei Ziyun and Bantashiko deeper into the secret passage, arriving at a room. "Now that we're here, there's water, medicine, and food. 10 people can live for a month. If there are no accidents, they should not be able to find this place." Eiko forced a smile. "Miss, the air is still a little stuffy. I'll open the vent." There was silence in the room. Pei Ziyun thought for a while and asked Bantashiko, "Bantashiko, I have some questions. Can I ask you?" "Yamada-kun, please speak." The matter that Bantashiko asked me to solve was not this. Now that there's been a change, can I ask what the original matter was? Ban Tashiko remained silent throughout. Hearing Pei Ziyun's question, her voice trembled slightly. Yamada-kun, this matter and this matter can be considered the same thing. Oh, what's going on? Pei Ziyun was puzzled. Tomorrow morning, I'll be 16. Ban Tashiko smiled bitterly. And today is actually my secret birthday. Eh? Birthday? Is it divided into secret and public? As Pei Ziyun said this, he suddenly remembered that when he came over, he saw a very small cake. He then remembered that the information stated that today's birthday was not on this day. He was puzzled and continued to ask, even if that's the case, why didn't your family come for your birthday? It was understandable that outsiders did not know, but your family should know, right? Ban Tashiko was a member of the Ban Tashiko family and was also the granddaughter of the current head of the Ban Tashiko family. Her status was different. No matter how much she valued men over women, her family would definitely come for her birthday. But today, from what Pei Ziyun saw, other than him, no one else came for her birthday. Ban Tashiko did not speak. She lowered her head for a long time. Of course, there's a reason for this. Even in the Ban Tashiko family, my real birthday is a secret. Only the head of the family and a few others know about it. I didn't expect it to be leaked. Yamada-kun, actually, as long as I celebrate my birthday, there won't be a problem. What you mean is, once you celebrate your birthday, the problem will be solved. Yes, after my birthday, I'll be the head of the Ban Tashiko family. Everything will be different. Ban Tashiko did not look happy at all. She only spoke softly. If that's the case, I have to go back. Pei Ziyun heard this and looked at Ban Tashiko for a long time. He nodded and said, "The art of war says that a prolonged defense will lead to a loss. Don't tell me that you think you can hide until the sun rises? Furthermore, in your Ban Tashiko family, only the head of the family and a few others know that the secret has been leaked. If that's the case, I'm afraid there's at least one traitor in your family. Maybe even more. Under such circumstances, it's highly likely that the enemy will know about this secret tunnel, right?" Pei Ziyun laughed and asked, "If I continue to hide like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to last until the sun rises." Pei Ziyun held onto his wooden blade and looked at the map. The map was not very complicated. After a few glances, he threw it away and walked out of the secret tunnel. There's only one way, and that's to stop them. That's the only way to buy more time. At this moment, there were sounds of kill. God damn it, and my arm. No, you can't kill me. These sounds could be heard even in the secret tunnel. The reason why these sounds could be heard was because of the material that the Ban Tashiko family used when they built this secret tunnel. This material was a very special kind of sound-absorbing brick. Using this kind of material to build a secret tunnel, the people inside the tunnel could hear the sounds outside, but the people outside could not hear the people inside the tunnel. This was specially designed by the Ban Tashiko family as a precaution. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Pei Ziyun knew that the situation outside was urgent. Without hesitation, he pulled out his blade and walked out of the secret tunnel. "Yamada-kun, please wait," Ban Tashiko called out to Pei Ziyun. She gathered her courage and walked over. She was slightly shy, and when Pei Ziyun was not prepared, she leaned towards him and kissed him. Taking a step back, Ban Tashiko mumbled, "Yamada-kun, please call me Tashiko. I heard that your name is Shinichi. Can I call you Shinichi?" "Of course you can." Pei Ziyun was confused. He knew that the Japanese had different ways of addressing each other. After thinking for a while, he changed the way he addressed her, Tashiko. "Hi, Shinichi. I'm actually very envious of you. I like your books too. I can't go out. Your books have brought me lasting comfort." As she said this, Ban Tashiko suddenly choked, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. In the end, she gave a deep bow. "Yamada-kun, I wish you a long and prosperous martial arts career." Pei Ziyun was slightly taken aback by this kiss and these strange words. He thought that Bandong Yuanzi was very grateful to him for saving her. Hence, he smiled and took big strides forward. When he reached a corner, he thought for a moment before opening the secret passage and exiting the stairs. Behind him, Ban Tashiko did not move for a long time. Eiko Tashiko looked at all this with her red eyes and said softly, "Miss, didn't you always want to see the author of Who is the Second Man and Ghost Walker in the Night? You want to have a deep conversation with him and have a meal together. Why don't you keep him here? You don't have much time left." She choked as she said this. "Hey, he's a samurai. Ban Tashiko is a member of the Wu family. I, Tashiko, am also a member of the Wu family. If a man wants to go to war, how can I stop him? To be able to see him and to have the cherry blossoms bloom, I'm already satisfied. God has been kind to me." Ban Tashiko turned around and bowed to Eiko Tashiko. "Tashiko, I've implicated you. If it weren't for me, Saikaro wouldn't have died. Miss." Eiko Tashiko covered her face as tears flowed between her fingers. Chapter 730. Outside the secret passage, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Pei Ziyin exited the secret passage. The moment he stepped out, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It enlarged rapidly and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: protect Harutori Heim's incarnation, Ban Higashi Genko, until the sun sets tomorrow. Successfully awaken. Incomplete. It's been a long time. As my power grows, the number of missions has decreased. This trend is very obvious. From the initial world to the current world, the number of missions has decreased significantly. If the purpose of Ishidoching's wife and daughter mission was to integrate me into this era, then the mission now is obviously an important fate point. Looks like I've interfered with an important node in this world. After experiencing a few worlds, Pei Ziyin gradually understood some of the rules of the system's missions, which was why he had this very specific guess. When Pei Ziyin first entered this world, he saw in the memories of the possessed Yamada Shinichi that he was killed by a supernatural force. With the help of the Makawa Shrine, he had asked Sakako to investigate the matter. However, Sakako told him that she did not find any relevant information. Therefore, Pei Ziyin speculated that there must be a deeper problem in Yamada Shinji's death. Now that he looked at the system mission, Pei Ziyin thought to himself, so that's how it is. Ban Higashi Genko is the incarnation of Harutori Heim? If that's the case, I kind of understand why the Tobacco faction wanted to kill her, and why the head of the Banto family, Ban Kuchi, did not make his own son the head of the family, but took a huge risk to make Ban Higashi Genko the head of the family. But if that's the case, the risk of making Ban Higashi Genko the head of the family is less than I thought. In a normal organization, the shares of the Banto family would not exceed 15%. Naturally, there would be a huge risk if they insisted on doing things their own way. But when it came to the gods of the family, it often had Shinto and political implications. The shares of the Banto organization must be in the hands of the core members. More than half of these members must have a close relationship with Harutori Heim and the Hokkaido group. Ban Higashi Genko definitely can't be the head of the family, but Harutori Heim's incarnation is very likely to be the head of the family. Pei Ziyin could not help but nod. Thinking of this, his eyes became sharper. But is it just protection? That's underestimating me. Those who are my enemies must die. Pei Ziyin's expression turned cold. As soon as he exited the secret passageway, he saw an old man lying on the floor. He was one of the men who had fought alongside the butler and was lying on the floor. Pei Ziyin walked up to take a look and realized that the old man had not been injured by a knife, but by a gun. The bullet wound was still bleeding, turning the ground nearby into a small pool of blood. This person was groaning incessantly. Even though he was still alive, he had suffered heavy injuries and no longer had the ability to fight. Seeing this, Pei Ziyin raised his guard. He wasn't afraid of close combat. With his level of cultivation, no matter how many people there were, he was confident that he could kill them all. But if the opponent was using a spear, then Pei Ziyin could not afford to be careless. Even with his wooden blade, a spear's speed was too fast, and its power was too great. Just a single hit from a spear would result in a fatal injury. Even with Pei Ziyin's current body, He could only take a few hits from a spear. Furthermore, the spear couldn't hit any vital parts of his body, or else he would die. This body was only 12 years old, but it was all right. Based on what Pei Ziyun had seen from the window, the enemy's gun was a primitive rifle. Every time a shot was fired, a bullet was fired, and it was troublesome to operate. Even so, gunpowder weapons were not something that could be easily blocked by flesh and blood. To be honest, Pei Ziyun did not expect that the Banto clan's rebellion would be similar to the Rimi Dojo's barrier, and that his opponent would be the Tobacco army. Pei Ziyun took a step over the heavily injured body and quickly passed through the corridor. This was because Pei Ziyun knew that the most important thing now was to defeat the enemy and not to save them. Even if Pei Ziyun wanted to save them, he didn't have the necessary medicine. In the corridor, the lights were extinguished and there was no longer any light. Only the starlight from the window shone through. All modern technology can't be used anymore. Pei Ziyun walked silently, not making a single sound. The staircase was eerily quiet. When he reached a certain place, there was a pa sound. A lighter was lit, and a candle was lit. The candle was lit, and it emitted a faint green glow. Not only was it not bright, it was rather eerie. Suddenly, there was a sound from the staircase, followed by two pa sounds. Bullets passed through, and two silhouettes of the Tobacco army appeared. But the bullets were empty. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes green, as if they were scanning the area. Pooh! Under the railing, Pei Ziyun flipped over and slashed down. The wooden blade tore through the air, and the neck did not resist at all. Sticky black blood splattered everywhere, and the two heads fell to the ground, rolling around. Their mouths were still open, but a white flame ignited and burned them to ashes. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun rushed into the hall. There were only two people in the hall fighting with the enemy. One of them was the housekeeper, Yamaguchi Katsumai. Yamaguchi Katsumai looked extremely pitiful. His left arm had been stabbed, and black blood was oozing out. What was more serious was that his abdomen had been stabbed, and his intestines were almost visible. Even with such a serious injury, Yamaguchi Katsumai did not give up. The other was a middle-aged man, whose left leg was crippled. There were several large wounds on his face, and his clothes were soaked in blood. Fight for the emperor! There was only one person opposite them, and he looked like an officer. Perhaps it was because the two of them were samurai, but he did not give the order to shoot. Instead, he raised his katana high. "Gentlemen, the person who killed you is Kazuki Kisano of the Swift Charge." As he said this, his long blade fell. "Am I going to die?" Yamaguchi Katsumai was thinking when he suddenly heard a whistling sound. Pei Ziyun pounced like a leopard, and the few soldiers behind him seemed to be veterans as they turned around and fired. Pop-pop, a few bullets hit, but they all missed. Pei Ziyun crouched down and dodged and met them head-on. Straightening his waist, his wooden blade flashed. Pooh! Pei Ziyun's movements were too fast. One of them crouched down, and the other slashed down. A head flew out, brushing past the two of them. Without waiting for them to react, Pei Ziyun turned around and slashed down with his wooden blade. The two of them were immediately chopped in half at the waist. Pei Ziyun did not dare to stop. He crouched down and fired another two shots, even at the expense of injuring his teammates. However, once the bullets were fired, it would take a lot of time to use a fire stick and a primitive rifle in close combat. After the two of them fired, they stabbed forward with their bayonets. This was the specialty of the Japanese Tobacco army. However, Pei Ziyun did not care about this at all. Looking at the situation in front of him, he did not hesitate and rushed forward. With a wave of his wooden blade, the two of them fell apart. Then, the wooden blade flashed with a faint white light, and he slashed at the officer furthest inside. Kusano Kazuki's reaction to danger was even faster than his nerves, and he blocked the attack with a backhand. Unfortunately, to Pei Ziyun, this kind of martial arts was no different from that of a soldier. With a block and a thrust, Kusano Kazuki felt as if he was struck by lightning. His chest was pierced through, and thick black blood gushed out. The man still wanted to resist, but the wound burned with a poof sound, and he let out a violent scream. Pei Ziyin did not even look at him. Without delay, he rushed down the stairs. On the first floor, there were 3 people searching the rooms one by one, trying to find traces of Ban Higashi Genko. There were also 2 people in the corridor with rifles on guard. Not far away, there were a few corpses lying on the ground, dripping with blood. They were the servants who had escaped into the rooms to hide, but they had been caught and killed one by one. Seeing this, Pei Ziyin did not rush out. Instead, he crouched down and hid in the stairs. He grabbed the broken pieces of wood on the ground and threw them up to the first floor. Bang! The 2 people on the first floor who were on guard couldn't help but look at where the broken pieces of wood fell. At that moment, Pei Ziyin rushed out and stabbed the wooden blade in his hand. With a loud sound, the wooden blade pierced through the abdomen of one of the people. This person was extremely brave. Instead of retreating, he advanced and reached out to hug Pei Ziyin. Ridiculous! However, he had only taken half a step forward when he burst into flames. At that moment, Pei Ziyin took the opportunity to pull out the wooden blade from the corpse and pounced on the other person. That person saw Pei Ziyin rushing towards him. Without hesitation, he loaded his rifle and fired at Pei Ziyin. However, Pei Ziyin's speed was too fast. Without waiting for the person to fire, Pei Ziyin had already slashed out with his blade, deflecting the rifle in his hand. With a "pa" sound, the bullet hit the wall. Following that, Pei Ziyin kicked the person down and stabbed the wooden blade into his heart. Instantly, the person screamed in pain as black blood flowed out. Pei Ziyin did not wait for the enemies on the first floor to react and quickly rushed to another room. In the open space outside the dojo, Kitagawa Toru was also armed to the teeth. Hearing the screams from inside, it was quiet again. His face was cold, and he was silent for a while. Then he ordered the people behind him go 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams go. Yes. An officer responded and waved his hand. More than 30 soldiers rushed into the dojo, and immediately the sounds of killing could be heard. However, what shocked Kitagawa Toru was that after a while, he heard the screams again and again. Then, the sounds disappeared, even faster than before. Impossible, Yamada Shinichi is only 12 years old. No matter how strong his martial arts is, and even if he has spells that can kill these people, how can he have so much physical strength? Kitagawa Toru broke out in cold sweat. This was already more than half of the people here. According to the intelligence, there were only 20 guards in the dojo. With Takeda Saikairo's cooperation with more than 10 people, most of them should be dead. Even if there would not be many left. And now, more than 60 people had rushed in and were all killed in such a short period of time. This was unbelievable. Even the rifles were useless. Yamada Shinichi, you are indeed a warrior of the Managawa Shrine. I made a mistake. I should not have entered the dojo to fight. There are more than 100 rooms in the dojo, with a series of stairs and secret passageways. This is what a battle is like. But I can't not fight. I can't let the sunlight appear and awaken Haratori Heim. Thinking of this, Kitagawa Toru's face contorted. He did not believe that Yamada Shinichi would still have such terrifying strength after such a huge depletion. He drew his blade. Gentlemen, the fate of the Empire lies in this battle. Kill Yamada Shinichi and Sakato Genko. Let Harutori Heim sink into the yellow springs of the Tianjin deity. Chapter 731. Banto Hankane. A large number of soldiers rushed in, and the hall was silent. There were many corpses stacked on top of each other. They were all from the Sakato family. From afar, one could hear the moans of the wounded who could not escape. The floor was covered with black blood stains, bullet shells, bullet holes, and ashes. This is the last trace left behind in this world by those who brought down the curtain. Kitagawa Tatsuya also closed his eyes. As a samurai, he could sense the source of the ashes and how terrifying they were. This kind of curse technique cuts off all hope. They can never be resurrected, even now. Yamada Shinji must die. Kitaka Tatsuya thought to himself and ordered his subordinates. kill everyone in the dojo. All teams maintain a visible distance from each other. If there's an attack, support each other. As a modern person, Kitaka Tatsuya didn't want to kill innocent people. This was because the present was different from the past. Many of the service staff weren't retainers of the Sakato family. They were just ordinary employees working for their salaries. Therefore, even when they attacked the Sakato main hall, the order was that only those who resisted would be killed. But now, they had lost half of their people, and they were furious. However, this order wasn't just out of anger. It was because the traitors couldn't be considered living people after all. After killing everyone in the dojo, the remaining lives were exposed to their senses. Whether it was killing Yamada Shinichi or sinking Haratori Heim into the Yellow Springs, both were relatively easy. Also, we can't let people use cannons. The Banto main hall was actually built according to a fortress, and its defense was very strong. If there was no internal strife that would result in a great loss of strength, they would have to pay a huge price to attack. However, Takashi Kitagaki also knew that the dojo had a trump card, the cannons. The cannon, which was preserved under the guise of being a cultural relic, was very primitive and required many hands to operate. However, its power was still terrifying. If it could be used, the Revolutionary Army would not have been able to reach the Banto headquarters so easily. Because the rebellion was too sudden, the cannon had been destroyed at the first moment. However, Takashi Kitaka could not be sure that there was only one cannon in the Sakato headquarters. Takeda Saikaro's status was not considered high, so it was very possible that he did not know anything else. That was why Kitaka Tatsuya had sent out teams to search for Sakato Genko and to check if there were any other weapons in the Sakato main dojo. Originally, he thought it was only a matter of time, but he didn't expect that Nakata Shinichi of the Sakaguchi headquarters was so terrifying that he killed so many people alone. I thought that killing Yamada Shinji in this domain would increase our strength, but I didn't want to make a mistake. If that's the case, then let me bear the blood of the innocent. Takashi Kitagawa thought about it too. His face darkened as he looked around. He saw that the soldiers had already rushed in and were about to rush up the corridor and stairs. Just then, a few barrels fell to the ground on the second floor. In an instant, the liquid poured down like raindrops, enveloping Tatsuya Kitaka and the others. Before the Tabaku could understand, Takashi Kitaka smelled a familiar, pungent smell. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Oh no, it's gasoline! Dodge!" Tatsuya Kitaka shouted as he leaped and rolled to the corner. But in the next moment, a torch was thrown down. With a loud boom, the hall was engulfed in flames in less than 2 breaths. Not only was gasoline the most flammable and explosive, but once it was ignited, the temperature would reach 1,000 degrees in a very short period of time. Under such circumstances, the 20 to 30 people in the hall were immediately ignited and turned into flaming people. Miserable screams came from their mouths. These people screamed as they rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, the gasoline that had been poured onto the ground did not extinguish the flames on their bodies. Instead, the flames on their bodies grew bigger and bigger. The scariest thing was that as the flames burned, some of the soldiers finally revealed their true nature. Even though they were being burned, they continued to roll on the ground instead of dying as quickly as ordinary people. Tatsuya Kitaka, who had dodged the attack in the corner, was shocked when he saw this scene. "Damn it, you used such a despicable method." At this moment, Pei Zi Yin jumped down from the second floor. At the door, a soldier who had only been splashed by the flames raised his gun and took aim. Even though the hall was filled with the screams of his comrades, his hands did not tremble in the slightest. This is a soldier who has been through hundreds of battles. Just based on this point, one could tell that this was a pure soldier. Once in battle, he could disregard life and death with a single command. Even if his comrades were to fall in front of him, he would not hesitate or retreat. "Ha!" The sound of a gunshot rang out. The bullet flew out. The target was the head. As long as it hit, even if Pei Zi Yun was a warrior, he would still die. But at this moment, Pei Ziyun tilted his head slightly. The bullet barely grazed his ear. There was no second shot. He had already landed. The wooden sword slashed across, and the soldier was split in half. Following that, Pei Ziyun lowered his body and skimmed across the ground. He looked like a swallow cutting through the water. This was the martial arts technique of the Great Su dynasty. Indeed, 2 more bullets flew past, hitting nothing but air. In the next moment, Pei Ziyun rushed into the group that had yet to enter the hall. With a slash of his wooden sword, there was a soft pu sound. Black blood splattered, and 2 heads flew out. The remaining 2 only saw a black shadow flash in front of them. They instinctively dodged to the left and right and immediately raised their spears. But they only heard 2 chi-chi sounds as the sword slashed across their chests. This kind of injury would not kill them immediately, but when the black blood met with the white light, it was like fire meeting oil. It started to burn. Once he had hit his target, he did not stop. He rushed into the group once again. The speed of his sword was too fast. All that could be heard was a series of pu, 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 pu sounds. These sounds were almost continuous, and 4 to 5 people fell down like grass being cut. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people who had stopped outside were dead. The remaining 3 were filled with killing intent. With a loud roar, they raised their spears and stabbed forward. This was the stabbing technique. The stabbing technique was very simple and very practical. The spears stabbed forward, but the remaining 3 had no way to resist. With a split second, the 3 of them fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun panted heavily. It had only been 3 minutes, but he had used up a lot of his energy. After panting for a while, he entered the hall. Because he had used up the petrol, the fire was much smaller. "I'll send you on your way." Pei Ziyun's wooden sword stabbed forward, toward a person who was covered in flames, but refused to die. He was rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. With a pu sound, the wooden sword pierced through the person's heart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, the person who was covered in flames had a look of relief in his eyes when his heart was pierced. He was in too much pain now. The sword had freed him, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into ashes. Of course, Pei Ziyun did not care about this. After killing 1 person, he did not stop. He quickly followed up with another. His face was cold, and he did not seem to feel any discomfort. Stop! Those who were burned to death by the flames could be revived, but those who were killed by the wooden sword immediately turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Kitagawa Toshiya's eyes widened. Yamada Shinji had such profound martial arts skills, yet he still used such crafty tricks to weaken his own fighting strength. He did not have a shred of dignity as a swordsman and attacked the defenseless people on the ground. Kitagawa Toshiya roared in anger and pounced forward, using all his strength to stab with his fastest sword. But then he felt a sharp pain in his body. The sword had cut him from his shoulder to his chest, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. However, Kitagawa Toshiya was still alive and was not incinerated. Pei Ziyun leaned to the side and continued to stab the people on the ground. Of course, Pei Ziyun understood that at this moment, what he had to do was to kill as many of the defenseless people as possible. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, he would have to put in more effort. In the blink of an eye, Pei Ziyun had killed all the people lying on the ground. At this point, one of the lightly injured soldiers suddenly knelt on the ground. "Spare me! Spare me!" He hissed and begged for mercy. "Interesting. I thought that all of you who have died before would have no fear of death. I don't think there are still people who betray us." "That's right. Those who have committed suicide would never do it again. Now that we've cut off the publicity, will the soldiers who charge forward be able to do it again?" Seeing that there were people like this, the remaining 3 or 4 people begged for mercy and crawled out of the door. Pei Ziyun looked on coldly from the side, not daring to kill them. 3 or 4 of them crawled out of the door and into the rain outside. Only then did they reveal expressions of relief. Suddenly, they turned into ashes. They opened their mouths, but could not speak. Then, they turned into stiff corpses. What a joke! How can people who betray their ideals live on? Don't forget, Who gave you life? Katagi Tatsuya's chest was stained with blood. His breathing was heavy, and his entire body was convulsing. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Surprisingly, he laughed as he crawled and reached for his blade. A warrior dedicates his life to his country. It is part of his duty. As Katagi Tatsuya spoke, he bit the blade in his mouth and reached for his clothes with both hands. At this point, Pei Ziyun, who was about to step forward, paused. He suddenly understood what Katagi Tatsuya was about to do. He let go of his wooden blade and bent over to catch his breath, recovering his strength. Katagi Tatsuya revealed himself and held the blade in his hand. He pointed it at his abdomen, bit his lips, and stabbed it down, creating a semicircle wound. Katagi Tatsuya gritted his teeth and continued to cut the wound. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was deafening. He had completed a full moon. This was the most orthodox way of cutting the abdomen. Pei Ziyin threw the wooden blade away and picked up a long blade. After cutting the abdomen, it was time for kaikaku, decapitation. The famous Japanese writer Ishikawa Hitoshi, Note 1, had cut the abdomen, causing his intestines to bleed profusely. He cried out in pain and finally panicked. He cut the neck 5 times, but the head did not fall off. Finally, he used a small knife to cut his scalp. Matsuno Takashi was a lieutenant general, Note 2. He had committed suicide by cutting the abdomen, and it was not a mistake. He had bled to death after 15 hours. It was a tragic death. Hence, there had to be a kaikaku to avoid prolonged pain. Interestingly, in modern Japanese law, a kaikaku would be sentenced to 4 to 6 years in prison. Go on your way, Katagi Tatsuya. Pei Ziyin waved his long blade, and Katagi Tatsuya's neck was cut by 2/3. Blood spurted out, and his corpse fell heavily to the ground. At this point, the entire hall was silent. The rain seemed to be getting heavier as it fell with pitter-pattering sounds. The flames in the hall had been suppressed, but were not extinguished. Note 1. Note 2. These are the aliases of real people. Chapter 732. Pei Ziyin stood on the steps and watched as the corpses dried up and turned to ash. The wooden blade became darker and darker, and the patterns on it became more beautiful. Yamada-kun. Pei Ziyin turned around and saw Ban Higashi Yuenko walking out. She was talking to Eiko. Eiko, organize a rescue team. Pei Ziyin looked at her and said, Yuenko, why did you come out? It might not be safe now. There are no more enemies. 50 years of life compared to the sky, it is but a small thing. Everything is like a dream. Ban Higashi Yuenko sighed and looked at the rain. She stretched out her hand, blood and fire, rain and night. It's just like the day before Lord Nobunaga died. Pei Ziyin did not speak. In this world, the great general of Shinkawa fought from the north to the west. When he reached Oda Nobunaga, he ordered Oda Nobunaga to surrender. Nobunaga led 3,000 men in a night attack. It was raining at that time, and they attacked the great general's camp. Oda Nobunaga sang this song and was stabbed to death by several spears. His official rank stopped at the 5th position. In this world, it was an insignificant name. Only people like Ban Higashi Yuenko, who were familiar with history at home, would remember it. Life is once, and death is imminent. Ban Higashi Yuenko continued singing softly. She looked at the night sky and suddenly said, Actually, I was born at 11. 17. After 11. 17, I will be 16. And it's already 11. 01. She gathered her courage and told him her biggest secret. Her long eyelashes drooped down and turned into a layer of shadow. I like your book. I like you. She did not finish her sentence. Pei Ziyin looked at her and said, Bend down. Ban Higashi Yuenko looked at him in a daze. She bent down, and Pei Ziyin moved closer. She seemed to have understood and opened her mouth slightly. But her expectation was disappointed, and a kiss landed on her forehead. Pei Ziyin then stood up and said, Since everything is settled, I shall go down the mountain. You don't have to send me off. I will walk back slowly. As he said this, Pei Ziyun held the wooden blade in his hand and turned around. He walked into the rain. Do you think it's too fast? Ban Higashi Genko wanted to call her back, but she did not make a sound. After a long time, she lowered her head and said, "But I don't have time." It wasn't that she didn't understand her own psychology. In fact, in her spare time, she had also seen classic cases of male tutors and female students. Psychologically, this was the psychology of empathy that arose from a closed environment. An ignorant young girl would spend most of her time in an enclosed mansion or a girls' school. Her teacher was the only way she could see the whole world, as well as the only man she could come into contact with. He was the light, the world. The girl had no choice but to fall in love with him. His current situation was similar, but what was forcing him was only time. His time was too short, and he was getting closer every second. Under such circumstances, even if he repeatedly prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't bear it. So she fell in love with him, the man who saved her, although he was only 12 years old. How fragile! Sakato Genko laughed at herself as her hands drooped down powerlessly. She closed her long eyelashes and waited for her fate. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. She sank into the darkness. West End Hotel 2 girls were lying on the huge bed in the room. One of them was petite and laid on the bed. Her mouth was still chewing and drooling, as though she was having a sweet dream. It was Kawako. The other person was Hayakawa Naomi. She was wearing pink pajamas with a picture of a cat doll on it. She lay flat on the bed, her eyelashes fluttering and her eyes half open. It was obvious that she had just woken up. It was the middle of summer, and the weather was scorching hot. Even in Hokkaido, the highest temperature was 30 degrees Celsius. Hayakawa Naomi seemed to be very afraid of the heat. Fortunately, the West End Hotel, arranged by the Sakato Financial Group, was a high-class hotel. It was well-equipped, and the rooms were air-conditioned. The temperature was comfortable, and Hayakawa Naomi had a good night's sleep. This time, the arrangement of the West End Hotel was as follows. The two girls from the club, Kawako and Hayakawa Naomi, shared a room, while Pei Ziyun had his own room. The other three members of the club shared a room. There were a total of 5 rooms. Hayakawa Naomi, who had woken up, lay on the bed for a minute before sitting up and preparing to get up. Kawako was covered with a thin blanket and was fast asleep. Hayakawa Naomi looked at the sleeping Kawako and thought to herself, at times like this, Kawako is quite cute when she doesn't speak. It seemed like Hayakawa Naomi's movements were too sudden. Just as she was about to leave, Kawako woke up as well. Kawako looked at Hayakawa Naomi with sleepy eyes and rubbed her eyes with her little hands. Huh, Hayakawa, why are you up so early? Kawako-chan, the seafood yesterday was delicious, and everyone was very happy. That's why I spoke to the chef of the West End Hotel. Hayakawa Naomi ran her fingers through her hair and turned to Kawako. I told the chef that I want to learn how to cook seafood today. If that's the case, I can cook seafood for Kawako and the department head. Hayakawa Naomi smiled as she said this. Now that she was feeling happy, she wanted to live like this for the rest of her life. That's possible? Hearing this, Kawako was puzzled. She was no longer sleepy and asked, this is the chef's own cooking. He won't teach it to others, right? Yes, I also felt that it was too impulsive at that time. Hayakawa Naomi said shyly, but I didn't expect that the hotel would agree to my request after some consideration. Speaking of this, Hayakawa Naomi was a little surprised, but she felt lucky. So, although I don't know why the hotel would agree to my request, it's a rare opportunity. I have to learn. Kawako's gaze fell on Hayakawa Naomi. After a moment of silence, she asked suspiciously, Hayakawa, is it because he saved you that you were working so hard? Yes. Hayakawa Naomi had always felt that Kawako was precocious. She didn't want to lie to her, so she thought for a while and answered with certainty, what about you, Kawako-chan? I have to protect Mom, and I have to fight alongside Anasan. As Quozi spoke, she was no longer sleepy. She got up from the bed and raised her little fist with a determined look on her face. The morning in Hokkaido was chilly. The kitchen of Zio Hotel was on the first floor. It was very big, but at 5 in the morning, many people were already busy. Sometimes the boss would come to help. Hayakawa and Naomi walked into the kitchen and saw that the boss was there. She greeted her and bowed. "Zapura-san, how are you?" The lady boss of the Nishio Hotel was called Natsumi Nishiura. She looked like a very gentle woman. She wore a light-colored kimono and had a soft figure. She often had a smile on her face, causing everyone who came to the hotel to have a good impression of her. The boss returned the greeting and said politely, "Hayakawa-san, why are you up so early? You could sleep a little longer." "It's just the preparation of the ingredients." The preparation of the ingredients is also very important. I hope to learn the whole process. Please. The boss teased. "Is it for someone?" "Yes." Hayakawa Naomi looked at the ingredients in front of her, her eyes filled with happiness. "I don't need him to whisper sweet nothings to me. I just want him to eat the food I make. I don't need to watch a concert or go shopping in Ginza. I just want him to walk with me on the streets." Hayakawa, Naomi said, and fell into her imagination. "Mom said that we must strive for our own happiness. There are many regrets in life, but we should try not to leave regrets because of our own laziness." Hearing this, the boss was silent for a while and said sadly, "You're right. If only she had the same courage back then." Then, the two of them worked together in silence. Hayakawa Naomi was helping the hotel today. At the same time, the hotel staff would teach her how to make delicious seafood. While working with Hayakawa Naomi, Natsumi Nishiura explained the process of making breakfast, as well as the key points to take note of when making seafood. Natsumi Nishiura cut off the head of the prawn and said to Hayakawa, "Naomi, I'm going to teach you a simple and classic seafood recipe, how to make delicious seafood noodles. You should know that seafood noodles are one of the 3 signature dishes of our hotel. The reason why we make seafood noodles is so delicious is mainly because of the following 2 reasons." When Hayakawa Naomi heard what the boss said, she immediately listened carefully. This was because the seafood noodles in this hotel were indeed very delicious. Yesterday, because Tetsuya Mashinda ate the seafood noodles from this hotel, he went all out, saying that he wanted to make up for the loss of food on the ship. He ate 3 big bowls in one go, and in the end, he even said that he wanted to pack a bowl for supper. At that time, if it weren't for Kawako and Hayakawa, Naomi, seeing Shinta Hariyama's exaggerated behavior and stopped him, he might have really done it. However, seeing Shinta Hariyama's exaggerated behavior, Hayakawa Naomi also tried it and found that the seafood noodles in this hotel were indeed delicious. Natsumi Nishiura said, "When we make seafood noodles, first of all, the steps are very clear. Put all the seafood ingredients in the pot and cook for 6 to 7 minutes. When it's done, take out all the seafood ingredients, keep the seafood soup, add the right amount of water, and cook the noodles in the pot." This step may seem simple, but if you don't do it first, it will affect the taste of the noodles. Of course, there are some things to take note of. If you do it alone, you must pay attention to it. Natsumi Nishiura reminded Hayakawa Naomi. That is, when preparing the seafood, if it's prawns, you can use cooked prawns, frozen prawns, or fresh prawns, but you must remove the head prawns. If there are crab fillets in the seafood, because the crab fillets are easy to overcook, you must remember to take them out immediately. Natsumi Nishiura pointed at the crab fillets and said, "Also, you can use fresh clams, so the seafood noodles will be more beautiful. Most importantly, after cooking the seafood soup, add some water, or else the fishy smell will be too strong." Natsumi Nishiura told Hayakawa Naomi seriously and personally demonstrated. As for the ingredients, I'll read them to you now. If you can't remember them, you can copy them later. The cooking time is more than 6 hours. The chefs looked at all of this in surprise. Natsumi Nishiura's teaching seemed simple, but she did not hold back at all. Even their own daughters could not do this, right? Was it because of her beauty? Or was it because she was a guest of honor at Banto? At this point, someone came in from outside and reported to the boss. When Natsumi Nishiura heard this, her expression changed. She turned to Hayakawa Naomi and said, "Hayakawa-san, I have something to do. I'll go out and take a look. You stay here and try cooking." Yes. Hayakawa, Naomi acknowledged. She was currently immersed in learning how to cook better food and did not notice the expression on the boss's face. She continued cooking. After some time, the boss's wife, Natsumi Nishiura, came in again. She looked the same as before, her face full of smiles, as though nothing had happened. Only her slightly swollen eyes showed signs of pain. She said to Hayakawa, Naomi, "Good news, Yamada-kun is back, and says he wants to eat your food. Come with me." Ah, is that true? Hayakawa Naomi was overjoyed. She did not ask why he had not returned, but nodded her head. Yes, yes, it will be ready soon. Please wait for a while. Let me finish up the last few things. Hayakawa Naomi placed the food on a plate and hurriedly brought it over with Natsumi Nishiura. They then saw Pei Ziyun, who had just taken a bath and changed into a kimono. Yamada-kun, the two of them bowed and brought the food in. The restaurant's bowls were black with red flowers on them. It was an elegant color and was filled with soup. She remembered Pei Ziyun's taste and added a thick layer of meat. The noodles were long and glossy and smooth. Pei Ziyun took a bite and smacked his lips. He could not help but exclaim, "It's so fragrant and smooth. Naomi, your cooking skills are so good that you can be a chef." "You're too kind." Hayakawa and Naomi shook her head. Her cooking skills were still lacking. However, seeing that Pei Ziyun was satisfied, she was elated. "That's great. Yamada-kun is very satisfied." Hayakawa Naomi's food was indeed very much to Pei Ziyun's taste buds. Most importantly, he had been fighting all night and felt that it was too troublesome. Seeing Pei Ziyun gobbling down the food, Hayakawa Naomi served him another plate. Her heart was filled with joy. The lady boss, Natsumi Nishiura, watched as Hayakawa Naomi lowered her head and showed her snow-white neck. Even she was moved by the sight. Truth be told, Natsumi Nishiura had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She was afraid that even her mistress would pale in comparison to her. She then thought of the blood-stained clothes she had just cleaned up and sighed. "Ai, it's a pity that the person you like is a samurai." The path of a samurai is filled with hardships. It's rare for a samurai's love to be excessive. Natsumi Nishiura thought of the news she had just received. Her heart sank and she almost cried. A samurai would die if he was generous. How much love did he have left for women? She was so angry. She had already lost all hope and married someone else. Why did her heart still hurt so much when she heard the news? Chapter 733. The rain stopped in the middle of the night, and the fire in the Sakado headquarters gradually grew. Thick smoke billowed, and the raging smoke even dyed the sky red, corresponding to the dawn. It seemed that the weather was gradually clearing up today. The fire brigade rushed to the entrance of the Sakado main hall, but they did not enter immediately. Instead, a group of fully armed guards rushed into the Sakado main hall. When they saw Sakado Yuenko, the leader immediately got out of the car, sighed deeply, and bowed deeply, saying, "Please forgive us for being late, GMO." This person was Sakado Shuji, the confidant of the head of the Sakado financial group, Sakado Kuji. He was also an important figure in Sakado Kuji's control of the Sakado financial group. The Sakado family had been around for 200 years, so naturally, there were many branches. Sakado Shuji was one of them. According to the ancient saying, it was a sect. Sakado Shuji had just received the shocking news that Sakado Genko was the incarnation of Haratoriheim. When he received the order, he rushed to rescue her. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, fortunately, everything was fine. At the same time, one of the guards was sweating, but when he saw that Sakado Genko was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was Koji Fujihara, a member of the Sakado family's guard team. He was in charge of the security of the Sakado headquarters, but he did not live in the headquarters. In fact, when Koji Fujihara was invited to a gathering yesterday, he drank a little and went to bed early. He did not carefully arrange for the security patrols in the area, so he did not take it to heart. The Sakado headquarters was very well defended, and there were many people in charge of security. Since Koji Fujihara was in charge of this area, nothing had happened in the headquarters. Something big happened last night. Someone armed attacked the Sakado headquarters, and a lot of people died. Hearing this news, Koji Fujihara broke out in a cold sweat. When he received the relevant information, he personally mobilized the guards to rush over. Fortunately, he found that the owner of the villa was safe and sound, so he was relieved. As long as the owner was fine, everything else was fine. Koji Fujihara knew that the Sakado financial group valued people the most, especially the core members and not other assets, even if it was the historical Sakado headquarters. Of course, Koji Fujihara was also mentally prepared for this incident. If he was not punished this time, even if his luck was heaven-defying, even if he was removed from his position, it was still within his expectations. But no matter what, Fujihara Koji still had to come and express himself. Otherwise, what awaited him was likely to be a very serious punishment. The way the vassal states dealt with traitors was horrifying. Now that they had entered a democratic society, most people were exempted from this punishment. But for the direct line of descent, they enjoyed status and rewards that others could not obtain. Naturally, they had to obey harsh rules. Shuji Sakado bowed and apologized. Sakado Genko's long eyelashes seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. It was unknown how much effort it took for her to open her eyes. She did not answer immediately. She looked at the dawn. "My name is still Ban Higashi Uenzi," Ban Higashi Uenzi said, slowly with an indescribable joy on her face. After all, no one wanted to die. Right now, Ban Dong Genko's emotions were very complicated. On one hand, Ban Higashi Genko felt like she had just survived a disaster. She had thought that after she turned 16, she would disappear like Cinderella. Who would have thought that she would survive? As he survived, he had mixed feelings towards Pei Ziyun. When others attacked the Ban Higashi dojo, Ban Higashi Genko appeared very cold. Because no matter what, there would only be one result for her. But when she saw Pei Ziyun sniping the enemy and displaying his martial arts, Ban Higashi Genko could not help but feel her heart tremble. If not for Yamada Shinji's young age, he would have been her ideal man. Between life and death, she was so fragile that she did not care about anything else. She wanted to find some comfort before she disappeared, even if it was very thin. And so, she fell in love with Yamada Shinji. But Ban Higashi Genko did not expect that Pei Ziyun would really help her survive. This was very awkward. "Shinji, thank you for saving me." She touched her forehead. There was still his kiss mark on it, but it was very faint, as if it would disappear in the blink of an eye. It was this power that allowed Ban Higashi Genko to survive, and Haratori Heim's power was injected into her body. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and Yamada Shinji's face appeared in her mind. She mumbled, "You, who are you?" When Ban Higashi heard Ban Higashi Genko's reply, he did not understand her words. But after thinking about it, even if she was Harutori Heim, she still had to be called Ban Higashi Genko. Thinking about it this way, Ban Higashi Genko replied loudly, "Hi, Higashi Genko." Ban Higashi Genko stood up straight and respectfully asked Ban Higashi Genko, "Higashi Genko, the firefighters are outside. Should I let them in?" Ban Higashi Genko turned around and looked at Ban Higashi Genko, which was filled with smoke and fire, and said, "Let them in." "Yes, the firefighters will enter immediately." Ban Higashi Genko immediately gave the order. Fujihara Koji and the guards quickly opened the door, allowing the firefighters who had arrived at the entrance to enter Ban Higashi Genko to put out the fire. The Japanese were very professional in putting out fires. In addition, it was raining last night, so the fire was completely extinguished within an hour. Someone reported, according to the statistics, although Ban Higashi Genko was not severely affected, because of the fire, a third of the building was burnt down. This meant that it was worth at least 1 billion yen. "Go and report it," the captain of the firefighters said, and watched as the people left. Then he picked up the phone in the corner and dialed. He said in a low voice, "Hey, sir, I am sorry. The mission has failed. Besides, Haratori Heim has been confirmed to have awakened." "MM?" Is that so? I understand. The person on the other side of the phone replied. In a distant room that was not luxurious and even a little sloppy, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit that was originally black and white frowned. He pulled open a piece of cloth on the wall and revealed the map of Japan. His name was Takashi Inoki. He was a man who wanted to change history. He used his sharp eyes to look at the map. After a long time, Takashi Inoki shook his head and sighed. Is it really that difficult to set things right? That's right. For this erroneous history, the current situation is the general trend of history. There are countless forces supporting it. If I want to change, it will naturally be very difficult, Takashi Inoki said to himself. However, the blood of countless righteous people and the Tianjin Godu tell me that we are right. Takashi Inoki clenched his fists, and his eyes revealed a terrifying light. At this time, a beep sounded. A phone call had come in. Takashi Inoki walked over and took the phone. He listened to the person on the other side of the phone report the latest situation to him. A leader, naturally, could not only listen to one side of the information. Is that so? Yamada Shinji has been noticed by the shogunate. Takashi Inoki listened to the clear voice coming from the phone with a serious expression. Moreover, because of this incident, the shogunate's people and the government have begun a large-scale investigation. Our people have been investigated. Temporarily give up on the operation and maintain silence. Let all our people go into hiding. Unless it is necessary, don't casually send out messages. Takashi Inoki immediately ordered. Also, Yamada Shinji, I have a way. Don't get involved. Takashi Inoki said and hung up the phone with a bang. Yamada Shinji was indeed powerful. Under the siege of so many people and beasts, not only did he not die, he even killed all of them. Moreover, he heard that Yamada Shinji was only 12 years old. Such a person was really a demon. His strength was probably the limit of the human world. Takashi Inoki lowered his head and thought to himself as he recalled all the relevant information about Yamada Shinji. From the looks of it, it would be difficult to defeat Yamada Shinji from the outside. Without a lot of force and manpower, it would be difficult to do anything to Yamada Shinji. Although it was difficult to defeat him from the outside, it might not be the same for the inside. After all, force was not the only thing that could kill people. Takashi Inoki sneered and took out his mobile phone. He flipped through the address book and found number. He dialed. Hello, is this Kodoshir Ichino? Let the Jinkawa Shrine carry out the inheritance ceremony in advance. Takashi Inoki did not chat and directly stated his purpose. Kodoshir Ichino was a very ordinary name, but he was the elder of the Jinkawa Shrine. The Jinkawa Shrine was divided into 5 major parts, but only 2 people could wield the power of the Jinkawa Shrine. One was the master of the shrine, or the successor of the shrine, and the other was the retainer. These people were nominally retainers, but even during the Warring States period, retainers held more than half of the power of the family. There were even daimyo who were exiled by the retainers. Modern retainers were not those who directly served the company. Those people were temporary workers or regular workers in the company system, but they were not part of the company. The retainers were those who had tried to inherit the shrine, but failed or eventually gave up. After many rounds of selection, they were given secondary positions. In other words, they were all samurai and were once competitors of the master of the shrine. The most important reason for the establishment of the Jinkawa Shrine was that the successor usually did not live long, whether it was because of fighting or other reasons. To ensure the continuation of the Jinkawa Shrine, it was established. Similarly, it was also to prevent the master of the shrine from having too much power. In history, there have been very unwise decisions made by the master of the shrine, which had led to the shrine's demise. Another reason was that those who could inherit the shrine were all extremely talented. If they could survive the inheritance ceremony, in order to better absorb and make use of talents, such an inheritance was established. Since that's your request, do you agree to the last condition? Also, how are you going to solve the inheritance condition of Yamada Shinji? Kodoshir Ichino's hoarse voice came from the other side of the phone. Yes, I can totally agree to your request. Takashi Inoki did not even think about it and said directly, "As for the inheritance condition, I will have someone send it to you reasonably." When the phone was hung up, Takashi Inoki sneered, "An idiot who can't pass the test wants to steal the authority through other means. Greed will only lead to your death." Chapter 734. This is Harutori Shrine. We've arrived at the final stop. Please alight. We'll wait here for 2 hours. A stewardess smiled and bowed. Hokkaido was vast and sparsely populated. This bus was a chartered one, and there were only 12 passengers on board. They were all members of the Domination Society. They did not have to pay for their own expenses. The Sakato family service was very attentive and warm. On the bus, a young man in casual clothes was playing with his phone. It was Pei Ziyun. When he heard this, he stood up from his seat and put away his phone. He picked up his bag and stretched. We're finally here? Let's go. Hey, is this the last shrine?" Inayama Shinta, Murata Saikairo, and the rest filed out. Kawako followed Pei Ziyun happily. "Kawako, how do you feel?" "Very good. In the past, I had time but no money. Now, I'm very busy with work and have no time. I can only enjoy myself this time." Pei Ziyun smiled and rubbed her little head. "Have fun then. Naomi, you're in charge of taking care of her. Also, take some pictures as a memento." "Hi." Hayakawa, Naomi stole a glance at Pei Ziyun and blushed. She took out a silly camera and looked at it expectantly. These pictures would be precious memories for her in the future. It had been a long time since the incident at the Sakato main hall. And now, Pei Ziyun was following Sakato Genko's request to come to this place, Harutori Shrine. As the name suggested, it was the shrine of Harutoriheim. However, this place was a little remote, and the transportation was not very convenient. To reach Harutori Shrine, they could only take a bus. However, the bus could not reach it directly. It could only stop at the nearest parking spot. After alighting from the bus, they still had to climb a small mountain before they could reach it. Pei Ziyun led the group up the mountain. There were steps on the mountain. They climbed a small section and walked slowly. Looking at the surrounding scenery, they realized that the mountains were green and the water was clear. It was full of life. Indeed, this was a good place. Not long after, Pei Ziyun saw Harutori Shrine. From afar, he realized that the shrine was very quiet and there was no noise. The style looks relatively simple. It's not because they don't have enough money. Is it because of the specifications? Pei Ziyun realized that the Spring Bird Shrine wasn't very big. Perhaps it was because of its remote location. There were very few visitors to the shrine. This made the originally quiet shrine seem even more tranquil. It was noon, and sunlight shone through the leaves and onto the ground. When it landed on the buildings of the shrine, it formed spots of light that looked very dazzling. Wash your hands and pay your respects. The so-called worship was to first wash one's hands and rinse one's mouth, then put one's palms together and bow to the hall. There was no need to burn incense or kowtow. Then he took the imperial red seal and stamped it on the red seal. After paying 6,000 ryu, he gave the account and the money to a witch. She said politely, "Please wait a moment." There were many shrines in Japan, and each shrine had a different set of imperial scarlet seals. Collecting imperial scarlet seals was a tedious, lucky, and expensive activity. At this point, another witch walked over and asked, "Are you Yamada-kun?" Pei Ziyun replied, "Yes." The witch, who was dressed in white, bowed and said to Pei Ziyun, "Hi, Yamada-kun, Yuen Himo is waiting for you in front. Please come to the main hall." The witch straightened her back and said. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and said to the group of people, "You guys take a look around. I'll be right back." The main hall was where the deities were placed. The hall was where the deities were placed, and the hall was where the rituals were performed. Most visitors wouldn't disturb the main hall. The witch walked in front and led Pei Ziyun inside. As they neared the main hall, they saw Ban Higashi Genko, who had stood up to welcome them. Ban Higashi Genko was dressed in a kimono and had a flower in her hair. She didn't look very solemn, but she seemed to fit in with the Spring Bird Shrine. Ban Higashi Genko bowed 90 degrees to Pei Zi-yun and said warmly, "Welcome to the Spring Bird Shrine." After not seeing her for half a month, the skinny 14-year-old girl had grown into a slender and elegant woman. Pei Zi-yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ban Higashi Genko pointed to the side and said to Pei Zi-yun, "Yamada-kun, please take a seat. Also call me Genko." Pei Zi-yun looked around and saw a short table with a few stools. At least he wasn't sitting cross-legged. There were fruits on the table that looked unusually fresh, as though they had just been picked not long ago. Pei Zi-yun didn't notice anything out of the ordinary and sat down. Seeing that Pei Zi-yun had taken his seat, Ban Higashi Genko clapped her hands and a few witches rushed in. These witches were dressed in white and had different accessories on their heads. They held fans and bells in their hands. Undoubtedly, these were witches who were here to perform. Music started playing as the witches played various instruments. Some of the witches started dancing. This was the divine dance, which was said to have originated from the story of the Heavenly Cliff House. Susanoo disobeyed his father's orders and wreaked havoc in Takamajihara, causing his sister Amaterasu to hide in the Heavenly Stone House. Takamajihara became a world of darkness. This was the divine dance, which was known as the divine dance. Although there were some differences between the different shrines, the concept was the same. Pei Zi-yun looked at the witches who were dancing and felt a sense of tranquility. His entire body felt relaxed. What Pei Zi-yun didn't know was that when Ban Higashi Genko clapped her hands and asked the witches to perform the divine dance, the witches were very surprised. This was because this dance was meant to entertain the gods. The witches of Harutori Shrine were not newcomers. These witches were all from the Ban Higashi Financial Group and had been trained by them since they were young. It was hard to imagine that a teenager like him would receive such treatment from Ban Higashi Genko. Pei Zi-yun admired the divine dance performed by the witches in front of him. He took a bite of a snack and asked Ban Higashi Genko, "Genko, is this your family's shrine?" Ban Higashi Genko pursed her lips and smiled. Yes. Everyone else thought that she was referring to the assets of the Ban Higashi Financial Group. However, as Pei Zi-yun looked at the divine dance performed by the witches in front of him, he could feel that there was a faint glow within the dance, as if it was welcoming its owner. It seemed like Ban Higashi Genko had successfully fused with Harutori Heim. "I still have to apologize to Yamada-kun, because it took me half a month to invite you over," Ban Higashi Genko said apologetically. "I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. It's nothing. It doesn't matter. Besides, I can understand. I've heard that you become the head of the Ban Higashi family. There must be many things you need to settle." Pei Zi-yun laughed. He really understood. He then asked Ban Higashi Genko, "I heard that the Ban Higashi Financial Group is in turmoil. Their stocks have fallen by quite a bit." "It's nothing. It's just that there are some people in the Ban Higashi Financial Group who don't know about it. Some are not happy." Ban Higashi Genko spoke as if it had nothing to do with her. Some of them voluntarily withdrew their shares, while others had no choice but to do so. There are always some fluctuations, but it's all over now. Ban Higashi Genko asked, "Yamada-kun, are you going back now?" "Yes," Pei Zi-yun replied. He had been in Hokkaido for half a month now, and had visited all 11 districts of Hokkaido. It could be said that he was very satisfied. Since school was about to start, he naturally had to return. If that's the case, Ban Higashi Genko took out a contract from her bosom and presented it to Pei Zi-yun with both hands. She then said in a serious tone, "Yamada-kun, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Pei Zi-yun took a look. On the contract, it stated that it was 5,000th of the shares of the Tachiki Electric Company. Pei Zi-yun knew about this company. It was an important subsidiary of the Ban Higashi Financial Group. This 5,000th of the shares was equivalent to 100 million ryu. Every year, he would receive a dividend of 3 million ryu. If he were to sell it, it would not be a problem to earn a premium of 130 million ryu. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head and accepted the contract without hesitation. He had saved her life, so he had no qualms about accepting this sum of money. Seeing this, Ban Higashi Genko was very satisfied. She then lowered her head and said, "Actually, I can't repay you with this. However, I've just taken over the Ban Higashi family, so this is all I can do." She wasn't willing to talk about this topic. She then changed the topic and said, "Yamada-kun, I've read your 3 new books. I have to say, they're really good. They definitely have the ability to reach the top. Hence, whatever you want, my Ban Higashi Financial Group will definitely cooperate." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he was instantly energized. This was the biggest reward he had received. If it wasn't for the system's mission to protect her, her original goal would have been to get help from the Ban Higashi Financial Group, so that her books could receive 3 great rewards and become a legend in Japan. Now, she had finally achieved her goal. However, thinking about it, the reason why she had achieved her goal so easily was because she had interfered with the key point of fate. This world couldn't predict the future like the Greek myths. However, the system always had a target in mind. Pei Ziyun understood and felt this way. "However, Yamada-kun, I'm very sorry. I'm afraid that my matter might bring you some trouble," Ban Higashi Genko said slowly. "Hence, if you meet with any trouble in the future, please look for me." Pei Ziyun smiled and picked up a snack to eat. He then said to Ban Higashi Genko, "I'm not afraid of trouble. Of course, if something happens, I'll look for you. That's for the best." Ban Higashi Genko nodded her head slightly. At this point, the divine dance ended. Pei Ziyun stood up and said to Ban Higashi Genko, "I'll take my leave now." Ban Higashi Genko sent Pei Ziyun a few steps away. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to leave, she whispered to him, "Yamada-kun, be careful of the inheritance ceremony. However, if it's Yamada-kun, I'm sure it won't be a problem. Also, if you receive any additional rewards from the Ban Higashi family, please accept them." Ban Higashi Genko smiled, but there was a hint of coldness between her brows. Of course, this coldness wasn't directed at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun didn't want to interfere with the internal affairs of the Ban Higashi family. He only smiled and said, "If someone gives it to me for free, of course I'll accept it." As he said this, he turned around and bowed. "Genko, please stay." As he said this, he shouted. Instantly, 12 people came from all corners of the shrine and laughed as they walked out of the shrine towards the bus below. Seeing Pei Ziyun leave, Ban Higashi Genko let out a heavy sigh and ordered, "Bring them up." A few people were brought up. They were both men and women. Ban Higashi Genko held a fan and said, "Kill them. Hi." The long sword chopped down, and a head fell to the ground, rolling in front of the shrine. Fresh blood spurted out a few feet. In an instant, the entire shrine was filled with killing intent. Chapter 735. Tokyo. The group alighted. We're back." Yuta yawned and stretched lazily. He shook his body and said loudly, "Finally, we don't have to take a boat." Indeed, we're finally back. I'm so tired." Murata Saikairo rubbed his neck and complained softly. On the journey back, Murata Saikairo had a stiff neck. He did not know if it was because he was sleeping in the wrong position or something else. Now, Murata Saikairo's neck was extremely uncomfortable. Even moving it would cause him immense pain. However, aside from this small matter, overall, this trip to the shrine in Hokkaido was indeed very worthwhile. With the support of the Sakado family, Pei Ziyun and the rest not only visited the 11 Hokkaido shrines, but also tasted the local delicacies, enjoyed the beautiful scenery, and filmed an entire episode of Hokkaido. Everyone was very satisfied with this Hokkaido shrine trip. However, there were a few undesirable factors. First, Yuta was prone to seasickness. Both trips back and forth were by boat. Yuta experienced dizziness, nausea, and all sorts of other discomforts. This made Yuta feel as though he was better off dead than alive. The most direct manifestation of this was that he had lost 2 kilograms. This made Hayakawa, Naomi, and Kawako laugh so hard their stomachs hurt. Pei Ziyun said, "Now, everyone, check to see if you left anything behind." Once you're all packed, go home. Although we have a phone call, it's been a month. I'm sure your parents are getting anxious. Everyone go back and rest. When school starts, we'll organize a club gathering. I'm sure we'll be able to write a book. Hi. The first semester in Japan was from the 7th of April to the 18th of July. The second semester was from the 1st of September to the 20th of December. It was now around the 25th of August. Hayakawa, Naomi tugged at her sleeves as she looked at Pei Ziyun. She was a little shy and excited at the same time. During this trip to Hokkaido, with the support of the Sakado family, she had learned how to cook. Hokkaido had its own specialties, but it was the same as Japan. It could be said that she was now considered a chef. She wanted to show off her skills. When we start school, we'll be able to eat Naomi's rice balls and sushi. Fukuoka Maya said, her eyes lingering on Hayakawa Naomi for a moment before turning away. Pei Ziyin heard this and laughed. He turned and said, Fukuoka Maya is right. Naomi, I'll expand your kitchen and add some drinks. Although we can't drink, we can drink, as exercise consumes a lot of water and energy. Although we can't drink, we can drink. Exercise requires a lot of water and energy. It wasn't just because Hayakawa Naomi's cooking skills were getting better, but more importantly, he could taste more wonderful flavors in her food. Pei Ziyin felt that it was similar to the buckwheat flour. Originally, buckwheat flour was very sticky and tasteless. But one day, when wheat flour was added to the buckwheat flour, a miraculous reaction occurred. The taste, elasticity, and stickiness of the buckwheat flour were all enhanced. Because of this, it became popular throughout the country and became a tradition. Hayakawa Naomi seemed to have the same ability. She was originally an ordinary girl, but now she was getting more and more beautiful. Even Pei Ziyin couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. What was even more surprising was that Hayakawa Naomi was getting more and more beautiful. In the past, she was just an ordinary girl. But now, she was getting more and more beautiful. Even Pei Ziyin couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Kawako pouted and said to Pei Ziyin, Oni-san, Kawako can't accompany you anymore. Kawako has to go back too. Mama's called me a few times. She knows that I'm coming back today. She asked me to go to her place and finish work with her. Kawako said reluctantly. It's fine. You live nearby. You can come back to play when you're free. Pei Ziyun patted Kawako's head. That's right. Kawako thought for a moment and nodded. After saying goodbye, the members of the club went home. Pei Ziyun took the tram to his house and saw Yamada Izumi and his sister, Yamada Nanako. Welcome home. Yamada Izumi took the backpack and asked, Shinichi, did you have fun on this trip? How was the club activity? Pei Ziyun looked at Yamada Izumi and asked as he pushed the luggage into the house. This is? Yamada Izumi remembered that this was not there when they left. It's a few sets of kimonos. Pei Ziyun didn't pay much attention to it and opened it. Yamada Izumi couldn't help but gasp when she saw it. This is a vibrato sleeve kimono. This gift is too expensive. A complete set of vibrato sleeve kimono cost a lot. There were 4 sets inside, one for each member, including Nanako. Mom, this is a gift from UNZ. I don't think there's a need to reject it. Although the vibrato sleeve kimono sold outside are expensive, most of them are just a scam or to create brand effects. This is designed and made by Okamoto Hanazi from the Sakado family. The cost isn't that high. Even so, it's too expensive. Yamada Izumi didn't even have a vibrato sleeve kimono. She only wore it when she was a young girl. She rented it and booked it half a year in advance. It cost her 25,000 yen. If she wanted to buy it, a basic set would cost hundreds of thousands of yen. The top set would cost more than 1,000,000 yen. Usually, she only wore a bathrobe, simplified version. When Nanako grew up, according to the family's economic conditions, she might get a whole set as part of her dowry when she came of age. There was no woman who didn't like this. Even Nanako opened her eyes wide. But Shinichi, who is UNZ? Yamada Izumi woke up from her daze and immediately asked. In country R, it was traditional to call someone by their first name. It was not easy. The daughter of the Sakado family. She should be the head of the Sakato family now. Pei Zi-yun said casually. He took out the contract of Okatamoshi and handed it to Yamada Izumi with both hands. He said, "Mom, please accept this." Yamada Izumi looked at the contract in her hand. It was 1% of the shares of the Japanese Keiko Corporation. Seeing the words on the contract, Yamada Izumi hurriedly took out her mobile phone and searched it. She found that 1% of the shares of the Japanese Keiko Corporation was worth at least 30 million yen. Yamada Izumi's hands trembled a little when she found the corresponding result on her mobile phone. The Yamada family didn't have much foundation. Yamada Kazuhiko worked hard on his own. He was admitted to a famous school and became the head of the department. His annual income was 9 million yen. This was already a very successful example. But even so, the annual accumulation was no more than 2 million yen. Just the education of the two children could reduce a quarter of the expenses. In the past, Yamada Shinichi paid 2 million yen, which made the family very satisfied. Now, he paid another 30 million yen. This was all the savings of the Yamada family. This was amazing. The amazing degree even frightened Yamada Izumi. "Shinichi, how did this come about?" I'm so sleepy." Pei Ziyin yawned and stretched. He rubbed his eyes with his hand and said in a lazy voice, "Mom, you can ask Sakami Sanko. She will give you a satisfactory answer. I'm a little tired from the journey. I'm going to sleep." This was the reason why he didn't take out 100 million yen. It was too troublesome. "All right, you go to sleep first. I've already prepared the room for you. You can go to sleep directly." Yamada Izumi could only say this. Her heart was filled with worry and joy. Seeing him enter the room, she quickly made a phone call. "Father of the child, come back from work quickly." Shinichi handed in a contract. "It's actually 1% of the shares of the Japanese Keiko Corporation. Come back quickly." As she said this, she called Sakami Sanko. Pei Ziyin did indeed go to sleep. When he woke up, he felt full of energy. The body of a 12-year-old is really limited, but it will recover quickly. He put on his clothes and went out. In the hall, he saw his father Yamada Kazuhiko, mother Yamada Izumi, and Sakami Sanko chatting at the table. Pei Zi-yun felt thirsty. He took a cup of water and drank a mouthful. At this time, Yamada Kazuhiko asked Pei Zi-yun in a low voice, "Shinichi, is this true?" Yamada Kazuhiko held up the contract given by Okatamoshi. Although Pei Zi-yun didn't know how Sakami Sanko would explain the source of the money to his parents, he said, "Of course it's true. Father, don't you also earn 9 million yen a year in the company? The value of the shares in this contract is only 30 million yen. It's only 3 years of your salary. Why are you so surprised? How is this the same thing?" Yamada Kazuhiko put the contract on the table and looked at his son with a complicated gaze. He couldn't believe that his son was only 12 years old and had obtained so much property. After working for more than 10 years, he only had a salary of 9 million yen a year. This was the result of Yamada Kazuhiko's hard work and many coincidences. The miraculous Yamada. This was the evaluation of him within the company. But looking at his son's performance now, Yamada Kazuhiko felt that half of his life had been in vain. But even so, Yamada Kazuhiko didn't want to show a shocked expression in front of his son. He maintained a dignified expression and said in a serious tone, "How old are you? Moreover, this is a company with a lot of growth potential. The annual dividend is more than 1 million yen. Furthermore, it can provide blood for the Yamada family in the long run. The value is completely different. Father, then you handle it." Pei Ziyin said, "I still have to study and write. I really don't have the energy. Please." Yamada Kazuhiko listened to his son's words and had a complicated expression. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He sighed and went to make a phone call. At the mountain springs, Tion Mei smiled and said, "You must be hungry. I'll make something sumptuous for you." Looking at them leave, Sakami Sanko said, "Congratulations, Yamada-kun. Other than this, because the Sakato family did a good job last time, the Sakato family sent 30 million yen to the Makawa Shrine on behalf of Sakato. Sakami Sanko was surprised. This was a good reward, but it wasn't enough to move Sakami Senko. Yamada Shinichi was only 12 years old, and that was enough to shock him. With this money, you'll be able to hold the inheritance ceremony. The shrine wants you to take over the Makawa shrine directly. That way, it'll be perfectly justifiable. What do you think? Sakami Senko looked at him expectantly. Peiziyan fell silent as he thought of Sakato Uenko's words. Sakato Uenko had already given him the reward. Why did Sakato send him another 30 million yen? Sakato Uenko, assassinating the Bakufu. This is really interesting. Peiziyan seemed to have understood something. If he was not wrong, there was something wrong with Sakato. This inheritance ceremony seemed to be problematic as well. Thinking about this, he laughed and said, Senko, I'm only 12 years old. Although in ancient times, there was a 12-year-old who took over the Makawa shrine, but in modern times, I can't do that. How about this? If I can receive the Wildwood reward, Big Ridge reward, and Small River reward, I will take over the Makawa shrine early. Chapter 736. Room in a room with its curtains drawn, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what? Are you kidding me? Inoki Takashi, who was deep in thought with a document in his hand, received a call. He frowned and raised his voice. I have to obtain the Araki, Uka, and Ogawa rewards before I can proceed with the inheritance ceremony. Why don't I wait until I'm 18? Inoki Takashi answered the call and stood up. He held the document in his hand and asked unhappily, Can't your shrine bring it forward? On the other side of the phone, Keisho Ichiko spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. Cough, yes. According to the rules, the successor of the Makawa shrine has to take the Gendo first. This is a rule passed down from the ancestors and has never changed. This rule had never been noticed by anyone before. Martial arts cultivation naturally had its own rules. To achieve great success, one had to be of age. The previous successors of the Makawa shrine were at least 18 years old. Some even succeeded at 30 years old. But this time, when Peiziyan was chosen as the successor, and Qinsheng was pushing for the ceremony to be carried out, there were people who objected and pointed out this rule. Even Keisho Ichiko was afraid of the person who objected. The Gendo can be taken from 11 to 17 years old, but Yamada Shinji has to be willing. Now, the legal age is 18. There are still 6 years left. In this era of Japan, women could only get married at 16 and men at 18. Can't we rush him? In the past, successors had to rely on the shrine. But with Yamada Shinji's martial arts skills, the shrine's teaching is very limited. Because of this, many people suspected that he was the reincarnation of a samurai. In terms of money, he has already earned hundreds of millions. He is also an excellent writer. Keisho Ichiko spoke matter-of-factly. Even he couldn't think of a better way to solve this problem. When Inoki Takashi heard this, he could no longer suppress his anger. He threw the document in his hand to the ground and stomped on the ground. He loosened his tie and calmed himself down. Baka, in ancient times, there was a 12-year-old Gendo. Inoki Ichiko scolded. He took a deep breath and said calmly to Keisho Ichiko, All right, I understand. That's it for now. With that, Takashi Inoki hung up the phone and strolled slowly in the room. After a long time, he stopped and looked at the map of Japan on the table. He muttered to himself, Yamada Shinichi, is this a counterattack brought about by my desire to change history? Although Takashi Ono firmly believed that he would win and had self-evident righteousness, he also deeply understood that under such circumstances, it had already become the orthodoxy. In order to reverse the situation, just like the Kamakura and Muromachi shogunate years ago, one must have the resolve to fight against the general trend and fight against the enemies that suddenly rose up. 6 years, it's too late. We're running out of time. Since that's the case, how about I give it to you if you want it? Takashi Ono immediately made up his mind. It was nothing more than the 3 great literary awards, which did not involve the fundamentals. To others, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even for the Sakato family, it was a little difficult. It wasn't because they didn't have enough power, but because they had broken the rules. However, it would not be difficult for his side to infiltrate for 100 years. Thinking of this, Takashi Ono took out his phone and dialed several numbers. Hey, Wamaki Toshiaki, I'm Takashi Ono. Listen to me. Kawako Ono, listen carefully. There's something I need you to do. In the darkness, an undercurrent was surging. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. In the western part of Tokyo, in the Ishii supermarket, a large number of people were choosing their favorite products. Ishii was one of the 3 famous local supermarket chains. It was famous for its excellent quality, complete range of products, and many Japanese specialties. Of course, the only drawback was that the prices in Ishii were somewhat expensive. In the meat section, Yamada Izumi was carefully examining the beef. In Japan, Japanese beef was very expensive. Even the Yamada family could not eat it often. However, now that they had a large income, they could afford it. Yamada Izumi also wanted to let him have a taste of her sukiyaki. Sukiyaki was a kind of beef hot pot. Thinly sliced beef was seasoned with soy sauce, sugar, wine, and other ingredients. It was cooked together with vegetables. If it was eaten with raw eggs, it would have an even better aftertaste. Yamada Izumi picked the Japanese beef and said to herself, this is not bad. This Matsuzaka beef is also good. This Japanese beef doesn't look fresh. Yamada Izumi picked a few pieces of beef and checked their freshness to choose the one that she was most satisfied with. Yamada Izumi moved closer to the beef and sniffed it to see if it had the normal smell of fresh beef. If it was sub-fresh, it would have a slightly sour smell. If it was spoiled, it would have a rotten smell. Of course, there was no spoiled beef in Ishii. Yamada Izumi pressed a few pieces of beef with her hands to see if the depression would recover. At the same time, she checked if there was any stickiness in her hands. At this time, a familiar voice rang out. Ah, you're here to buy vegetables too? Yamada Izumi raised her head and saw that it was Minako Koizutani. Minako Koizutani's original name was Minako Uehara. She married Toshihiko Koizutani and changed her surname to Koizutani to become a full-time wife. Toshihiko Koizutani was a middle-level manager in a company. The income gap between the two families was not that big. Moreover, Koizutani's family lived near Yamada's house. Because both of them were full-time wives, they often visited each other and were quite familiar with each other. Minako Koizutani wore a pair of glasses and a little makeup on her face. She held a basket in her hand and happily talked to Yamada Izumi. Yes, what a coincidence to meet you here. Yamada Izumi also greeted Minako and said, I'm here to pick some beef. What about you? I'm just looking around. Minako smiled and added, if you want to buy beef, I'll help you. After that, Minako walked to Yamada Izumi and looked at the beef she wanted to pick. This beef is very fresh. Look, the color of the beef is bright red and glossy, and the overall color is uniform. The fat on it is white or milky yellow. It's obvious that it was just sent today. The color of this beef is slightly darker. Although the cut surface is glossy, the fat is not glossy, which means that this piece was not just sent today. Minako Koizutani pointed at the 2 pieces of beef as she spoke, feeling a little envious. Korea and Japan were the same. Imported beef was cheap, while Japanese and Korean beef were expensive. Actually, after tasting it, he felt that it was just a result of the different methods of raising it. American beef was more extensive, which meant that it was raised on a large scale. Japanese and Korean beef, on the other hand, were raised specifically. It could be said that the taste was better, but not by much. It was more of a cultural and psychological point of view that it was expensive. However, Minako Koizutani and Yamada Izumi liked it. Minako looked at the beef and thought to herself that it was really good meat. It was a pity that she had no plans to buy it today. Buying Japanese beef had to be included in her plans. Yamada Izumi smiled and said, thank you, Mrs. Koizutani. You've saved me a lot of effort. Minako waved her hands and said, It's nothing. Let's go over there and have a look. Yamada Izumi picked up the beef that she had chosen and followed Militani Minako to choose the food. They chatted as they picked. As they chatted, Militani Minako said, "I recently discovered a very good novel. It was recommended by my husband. Have you read Nocturnal Ghost? This book is really good." Minako turned her head and said in an envious tone, "I heard that it's selling a lot, and it's even being filmed in a movie. But it's strange. The author of Nocturnal Ghost is Yamada Shinichi, but it's the same name as your son. What a coincidence." Minako shook her head. There were 100,000 surnames in Japan, and most of them had two character names. Hence, the probability of having the same name was not high. This was indeed a coincidence. When Yamada Izumi heard this, she was elated. She had never thought that her son's work would be so famous that even her neighbors would read it. At the same time, Yamada Izumi smiled awkwardly. She couldn't say that this was her son's work, so she said softly, "Yes." "What a coincidence." Minako nodded and said, "I'm so envious. If that's the case, I'm afraid the author's income is very high. He should be able to earn tens of millions of yen a year, right?" Minako sighed casually, causing Yamada Izumi to feel a little awkward. She couldn't help but look at the beef. It was not that the Yamada family couldn't afford Japanese beef, but with Shinichi's income, it was relatively more casual. Fortunately, Minako sighed and changed the topic. After a long time of choosing, the two of them bought what they needed. After leaving the supermarket, Yamada Izumi and Minako parted ways. Yamada Izumi sent the vegetables home, and suddenly she went to Honya bookstore. Due to various reasons, there were many bookstores in Japan. Hence, there were several bookstores not far from Yamada Izumi's house. At this time, there were not many people in the bookstore. Yamada Izumi entered the bookstore and rummaged through the bookshelves. Soon, she found her son's work, Nocturnal Ghost. To be honest, if it wasn't her son's work, she wouldn't have flipped through this title. Holding this book, Yamada Izumi asked the bookstore staff at the front desk, "Nocturnal Ghost, is this book very popular?" "Yes, this book is very good. This is my favorite book recently. It's very popular. The nationwide sales have exceeded 100,000. The bookstore staff at the front desk said in an affirmative tone, "Moreover, I heard that this book has been filmed for a movie. If it's released, it will further increase the sales, right? Maybe it can be nominated for this year's Oka Prize." The staff took the book and scanned the code. Of course, she had read this book before. After reading it, she was attracted by the book Nocturnal Ghost, nominated for the Oka Prize. Although the author's writing is very good, he has only debuted for a year. "Is this really okay?" Yamada Izumi asked doubtfully. "If it's nominated, it might be possible." The staff replied in an affirmative tone again, "Thank you for your patronage." Chapter 737. On the way back, Tammy Yamazumi was holding 3 books that she had just bought from Honya bookstore. She was shocked. She really didn't expect her son to be a genius. Although all the previous signs had shown that her son Yamada Shinji was not an ordinary person, she didn't expect her son to be so outstanding. In Japan, the 3 major awards were the highest honors in literature, and her son had not only received the Wildwood Award, but also the Big Hill Award. Such a thing, Tammy Yamazumi just thought about it and felt like a dream. Back home, Tammy Yamazumi found that Yamada Shinji had returned. Pei Ziyun was sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea and checking his phone. The phone showed that it was an email from Sakako Sanko. These emails were sent by Pei Ziyun to Sakako Sanko to use the Makawa Shrine to send relevant information and real-time data about the books. At this time, the data shown in the email was very amazing. The sales of the books were rising rapidly. The sales of Samurai Under the Cherry Blossom is 83,000. The sales of Who is the Second Man has exceeded 100,000, and it has 102,100. The latest Nocturnal Ghost hasn't been on the shelf for long, but the sales have reached an astonishing 137,000. It could be said that such data was simply a leap. Pazian saw such data and nodded with satisfaction. He muttered, "Is it the Banto Financial Group that played a role? Or is it the assistance of the forces behind the Sakako incident? It feels like both. The effect is really good." At this time, Pazian heard footsteps. He looked up and found that his mother, Tammy Yamazumi, had returned. So Pazian took out a check and a few movie tickets from his pocket and said to Tammy Yamazumi, "Mom, please accept this." Tammy Yamazumi looked at the things that her son handed to her. She took it and looked at it. She found that she was holding a check for 10 million yen and a movie ticket for Nocturnal Ghost. "Ah, Shinji, didn't you get a contract worth 30 million yen last time? Why is there this one now?" Tammy Yamazumi looked at the large check and was very surprised. The last time was the last time. This is the reward for the recently published book. You can rest assured and take it. Pazian smiled and explained to his mother. Actually, it was 14 million gold coins. The balance was transferred to his bank card, which had 9 million gold coins. He felt that this was more than enough for him to spend. No matter what, in terms of physical karma, 300 million is not too much. With 300 million yuan, he could earn 10 million yuan in a year through simple financial management, not to mention effective investment. Also, since this is a rare occasion, please go and watch a movie. Pei Ziyin bowed his head in respect. This is the first movie adaptation of my book. Yamanazumi Amami came to her senses and said, "The movie has already been filmed? If that's the case, then it's a deal." Our whole family will watch your first movie together. Nagoya Cinema 3 days later, Pei Ziyun and his family took the lift to the 6th floor, as the cinema was on the 6th floor. When Pei Ziyun and his family stepped out of the lift, there was a staff member checking their tickets and placing a tick on the ticket. After checking the tickets, the staff member smiled and bowed. "Thank you for coming. I wish you a pleasant viewing." Yamanazumi Tammy saw a sign at the entrance of the theater. It read, "Popular author's book, Nocturnal Ghost, the movie of the same name, shocking." When Pei Ziyun entered the cinema, the workers were still bowing to everyone who entered the cinema. When he entered the theater, Pei Ziyun realized that the theater was in good condition. Not only did everything look brand new, but the seats were also very comfortable. Although the timing was not very good, the sales of the movie were not bad. At a glance, more than 70% of the people in the theater were seated. As the movie had not yet started, the lights were not completely dimmed. Pei Ziyun could vaguely see that there were white-collared workers in suits watching the movie. There were also couples hugging each other, and, at the same time, there were also students carrying backpacks. Obviously, the number of people who came to watch Pei Ziyun's first movie adaptation was not only large, but the age gap was also very large. Undoubtedly, it was well received by the audience. When the movie started, the entire theater was silent. No one made any strange sounds. When the movie ended, the crowd slowly left. At this time, there were people discussing the movie. In front of Pei Ziyun's family was another family. The leader was a bald, middle-aged man. He wore a pair of large sunglasses and was dressed in a suit. His face was slightly dark. As he walked, he sighed. As expected of the great director, Ueda Mori, this movie is really good. Uemori Ki was one of the outstanding directors of the new generation in Japan. The movies he made were known for their deep meaning and strange composition. Although he was young, he had already won the Japan Film Academy Award. The Japan Film Academy Award, also known as the Japanese Film Oscar, was established many years ago. It was organized by the Japan Academy Awards Association. It was the only major Japanese film awards that were broadcast live on television. The Japan Film Academy Award also had Best Film, Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Foreign Language Film, Best Actor and Actress, Best Supporting Actor and Actress, and Topical Award. The movie that Uemori Ki shot last year was The Weeping Walker, which won the Best Director and Best Film Awards. The bald middle-aged man shook his head and praised. Nocturnal Ghost is not inferior to The Weeping Walker at all. It can be said that this is one of the best movies I've seen this year. It gives me the feeling that it is a big river drama. Well, it is indeed a good movie. Next to the bald middle-aged man was his wife. She was wearing a snow-white dress, holding a satchel in her hand, and holding the arm of a child with one hand. Listening to the comments, she nodded in agreement and said, "The spirit contained in this movie is really moving. I cried several times just now." His wife said a little embarrassedly. When their son heard his parents' words, he also said loudly, "This movie is really good. I want to watch it 3 or 4 more times. The only pity is that I feel that the shooting seemed to be a little rushed. Even if it is Uemery Key, for months seems to be a little too rushed. If it can take a year, it must be a famous work." The bald middle-aged man said the biggest regret in his heart. Not far away, a couple in pink casual clothes were holding each other's hands and discussing. "Nomura-kin, what do you think of this movie?" Itsumi Matsui held her boyfriend's arm with one hand and licked the ice cream with the other. "Well, this movie is shocking." Nomura-kin squeezed his hand tightly and said, "What do you think? It was not a waste to bring you to watch this movie, right?" "Humph, you were right this time." Itsumi Matsui raised her eyebrows and said happily, "I didn't watch this kind of movie before, but now that I have, I think it is very good. It is not worse than Winter Letter. Haha, I told you that this movie will definitely satisfy you." Nomura-kin patted his chest and said proudly. He paused for a while and asked curiously, "This movie is based on a book. Who is the author of this movie? Yamada Shinji?" "I searched for it, but there is no information." "Yes, I don't know who it is either. He has not appeared in public yet." Itsumi Matsui looked at her phone in confusion. Could it be a disabled person? Nomura-kin guessed. When Yamada Kazuhiko heard this, he patted Pei Ziyun's shoulder lightly and could not help but exclaim, "Incredible, Shinji! You have really grown up. To be honest, I can't believe that you have such an achievement. It is like a dream. Are you still going to hide your identity?" Yamada Kazuhiko asked his son. Initially, he wanted to reveal his identity at the age of 15, but based on his experience, he knew that it would not be long before he became famous. Let's wait a little longer." Pei Ziyun answered his father's question. At this moment, a beep sounded. It was his phone ringing. Pei Ziyun picked up the phone and listened for a while before asking, "Has the Oka Prize been nominated?" Pei Ziyun said to his parents apologetically, "Sorry, I have something to do now. I will go to the coffee shop for a while." "Go if you have something to do. Don't worry about us." Yamada Kazuhiko replied. Coffee shop Pei Ziyun sipped his coffee and waited for Tomoshi Oka. Very soon, Tomoshi Oka arrived. Tomoshi Oka walked into the cafe with a briefcase in his hand and walked straight over. Before he even sat down, he said impatiently, "The Oka Prize has been nominated. Yamada-kun, this is unbelievable. This is your power?" Pei Ziyun took another sip of his coffee and smiled without saying a word. Tomoshi Oka sat down slowly and took out a large pile of information. This information was a stack of data. This data not only included the results of the publication, but also the results of the Oka Prize selection. This was detailed information that Tomoshi Oka had used some means to obtain. Pei Ziyun took it. The results of the publication were about the same, so it was natural for there to be some discrepancies. The results of the Oka Prize selection were a little new. He flipped through it carefully. "Yamada-kun, there are already 5 judges who voted for you and gave their approval. No matter what, you will definitely be nominated for the Oka Prize." Tomoshi Oka pointed to the data and asked Pei Ziyun, "Now, are you still not going to announce your name?" Tomoshi Oka was puzzled. If he were to announce Pei Ziyun's real name now, it would cause a huge commotion. To be able to write such a masterpiece at such a young age, Pei Ziyun's fame would definitely reach new heights. Furthermore, just like what Kazuhiko Yamada had thought, being nominated for the Oka Prize was a grand event in literature. The media would definitely dig deeper. Even the Sakato family would not be able to suppress this news for long. "No, it's not time yet. Let's wait a little longer." Pei Ziyun shook his head and said as he looked at the leaves falling from the maple tree not far away. It was time to test the strength of the totem army. Chapter 738. Time passed quickly, and it was winter in the blink of an eye. Snow fell from the sky, landing on the trees, roofs, and streets, dyeing everything white. There were fewer pedestrians on the road, but the Shinchikawa Hotel was still crowded with cars and reporters. If they got closer, they could hear the reporters discussing the Yucca Prize. Without a doubt, today was a grand day. The winner of the Yucca Prize was about to be announced, and the ceremony was being held at the Shinchikawa Hotel where the Iraqi Prize had been held. The reporter, Cookie Fukamatsu, was dressed in a light blue suit. She held a piece of equipment in her hand and had a pass around her neck. She was a member of the Japanese newspaper, Into Life. She was in charge of the interview with Osamu Cookie. This white car was not eye-catching, but it was very important. Without it, he could not enter and exit the Yucca Prize venue as he pleased. The distribution of passes was very strict. Only a few of the top newspapers and media in Japan could get them for free. Others had to go through strict checks. Cookie Fukamatsu had worked very hard in the newspaper office to get the chance to interview the Yucca Prize. He had to get this opportunity because he had gotten into big trouble recently. A few days ago, Cookie Fukamatsu had been taken a gamble by a friend and fell into a trap. He had accidentally incurred a huge gambling debt, and the only way to repay the debt was to borrow money from the newspaper office. To borrow money from the newspaper office, his current status was not enough. He could only get the chance if he performed well recently. The latest big news was undoubtedly the winner of the Yucca Prize. Cookie Fukamatsu had used up a lot of his connections to get this interview opportunity. I have to make a big news. Cookie Fukamatsu mumbled to himself as he entered the venue. Soon, the ceremony began. All kinds of programs and procedures were being carried out. Many people were focused, but Cookie Fukamatsu was not in the mood to watch them. He flipped through the information and listened to his peers, well-known critics, and authors discussing who would win the Yucca Prize. He was thinking about how to make a big news. In the VIP seats, not far away, Kitahara Kuniakai took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. His voice was a little hoarse. The winner of the Yucca Prize this time, although Hirofumi Kazuma is not bad, I still think Shadar Odi will win. Kitahara Kuniakai was a well-known critic, known for his sharp eyes and amazing intuition. He had once successfully predicted the winner of the Okuoka Prize in front of millions of viewers on a show. Masaichi Muraoka, who wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, fanned his teacup with his hand, blew on it, and said slowly, "Is that so? I don't think so." Shoutaru Okio's notes of a vile person is indeed quite good. It has both thoughts and connotations. It deeply criticizes the negative and corrupt phenomena in society. But as far as I know, Amal Bowen's Crazy Fisherman is more popular. The Crazy Fisherman sold more than 20,000 copies last week. This kind of result is unprecedented in history. Masaichi Muraoka expressed his disagreement. Osamu Oka is particular about artistry, but as an affirmation of famous author, he is also particular about sales, because this represents the influence of the author. Of the three rewards, the Desolate would reward promoted newcomers. It could be said to be the king of newcomers. Osamu Oka was definitely a famous author. It could be said that he had entered the ranks of the top authors. Although Osamu Oka only focused on artistry, the election system of famous authors inherited the consideration of popularity. The authors and their works were superb, and they could become great Japanese authors in the future. Masaichi Muraoka was a director, famous for making art films. His work, An Orphan's Life, won the highest award in Japan the year before last, so his words carried a lot of weight. At this time, the bald Hayata Ryoso flipped through the information and saw something. He could not help but exclaim, "Yamada Shinji has been nominated. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Yamada Shinji has only been in the industry for a year. He is really a dark horse." Last time he won the Desolate Wood Reward, it could be said that he was promoting newcomers, but now he has been nominated by the Okuoka Prize. This is unbelievable. Hayata Ryoso shook his bald head and said in surprise, "If this is the case, in a few years, there will be another first-rate author in the literary world, right?" Hayata Ryoso was the editor-in-chief of a large publishing company. Perhaps because he was too busy with work, or for other reasons, his hair was sparse, so he simply shaved his head to maintain this image. Wearing a dark black suit, Yuji Takatomi took over and said objectively, Yamada Shinji's Nocturnal Ghost is quite good, and it is qualified to be nominated for the Okuoka Prize. Whether it is reputation or sales, it has sold 150,000 copies. Yuji Takatomi was also a well-known author. He was good at writing long stories, and his most famous work was Death of the Black Fox, written 3 years ago. This book was also nominated for the Okuoka Prize that year, but it was a pity that it did not win. But even so, this book made Yuji Takatomi famous. Indeed, Yamada Shinji's book was seen by the great director Uemori Moriyuki, and he made it into a movie. So far, the box office has reached 2.5 billion yen, and it has entered the top 10 of Japan's domestic films this year. This box office can be said to be very good. Because of this, it is acceptable to be nominated. Masaichi Muraoka expressed his opinion when he heard this. Moreover, looking at the situation, it can still pull up the box office. Maybe it can make it to the 6th place. The 6th place this year was 3 billion yen. That's right, Yamada Shinji is really lucky to have been chosen by Uemori Moriyuki. Everyone sighed. However, in the eyes of Masaichi Muraoka, Yuji Takatomi, and Hayata Ryoso, although Yamada Shinji's Nocturnal Ghost had been nominated, the final winner was not him. He was too young. The review team of the Okuoka Prize would have to be crazy to choose Yamada Shinji. Japan would really explode. At this time, the previous program passed, and the climax arrived. Everyone stopped talking and watched attentively. The guest of honor for the Okuoka Prize had also arrived at the venue. Kitamori Kenzaburo was one of the top writers in Japan, and he was once the winner of the Ogawa Prize. Kitamori Kenzaburo had started publishing literary works a long time ago, and his most famous works were The Wonderful Man and The Last Luxury. However, it was his most famous work, The Anatomy of the Soul, that made him a top writer. This book mentioned an opposing consciousness, which was futility. The consciousness of the wall was in a dominant position. Because of the wall consciousness, the futility consciousness was produced, and because of the futility consciousness, the wall strengthened the wall. The two interacted. Such a strange concept made the book receive a lot of good reviews when it was published. It had a very wide influence, and it could even be said to have influenced a generation. The Anatomy of the Soul also successfully helped Kitamori Kenzaburo win the Ogawa Prize that year. Kitamori Kenzaburo was dressed in a white suit, and in the venue, he said in a calm voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us give our warmest applause to the final winner of the Okuoka Prize, Yamada Shinji's Nocturnal Ghost." Instantly, the audience applauded. At this time, Sakako also slowly walked onto the stage and took the trophy for Peizian. When Sakako received the award, many people were shocked. Kitahara Kuniakai's eyes widened, and he muttered, "How is this possible? How could the Okuoka Prize be won by a new writer who has just debuted for a year?" Takamori Yuji clenched his fists, and his sharp fingertips pierced into his flesh. He seemed to feel nothing, and only screamed his heart, "Impossible, impossible." Hayata Ryoso touched his bald head and shook his head in disbelief. At this time, Fukamatsu Kuki was also very shocked. But after the shock, he was overjoyed. He immediately realized that this was big news, and he immediately called the minister. "Minister, this is unbelievable. The Okuoka Prize has been won by a new writer who has just debuted for a year. There must be a huge conspiracy. Please let me lead a team to investigate. This is definitely big news, please." Fukamatsu Kuki said, and his eyes were filled with excitement. If this was true, Fukamatsu Kuki believed that if he could uncover the truth, he could become famous in one fell swoop. In that case, not only could Fukamatsu Kuki easily pay off his gambling debts, but he would also get a higher status and money. But at this time, the voice of the minister poured cold water on him. "Fukamatsu, don't continue investigating this matter," the minister ordered. Hearing this, Fukamatsu Cookie was unwilling to accept it, and he asked without regard for his status, "Minister, this is big news. Why don't you investigate further?" But the minister on the other side of the phone said in an even colder tone, "Fukamatsu, listen carefully. This is an order from the higher-ups. Are you going to disobey?" Hearing this, Fukamatsu Cookie was extremely unwilling. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were bloodshot with anger, and his face was blood red. But the long period of education in Japanese society made him stand straight, and he replied, "Yes, I understand, Minister." After hanging up the phone, Fukamatsu Cookie loosened his bow tie, and he panted heavily. Looking at the discussions around him, many authors showed expressions of unwillingness and surprise. How could Yamada Shinji win the Okuoka Prize? It's really an order from the higher-ups. If we continue investigating, there will be very serious consequences. Fukamatsu Cookie understood this, but he was unwilling to give up. This was not just a problem of gambling debts, but of losing this opportunity. He didn't know if he would have another chance. Was he going to be a mediocre animal for the rest of his life? Even the Japanese have dreams. Fukamatsu Cookie was very upset. Seeing that the ceremony was over, he slowly walked out of the door. He didn't expect to see Kenichi Taniguchi. Kenichi Taniguchi was his university classmate, but he had joined Japan's Ming Pao and had a hostile relationship with Fukamatsu Cookie's newspaper into life. But this did not affect their friendship. Although they worked in different newspapers and were rivals at work, they admired each other because of their outstanding abilities. Once Fukamatsu Cookie stepped out of the door, he heard Kenichi Taniguchi's red face protesting. "What? You want me to give up on investigating Yamada Shinji's Okuoka Prize? Why? Fine." Kenichi Taniguchi was still discouraged, but he had no choice but to obey. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Fukamatsu Cookie's mind. She leaned over and asked, "Kenichi, are you the same?" Ah. Are you also being asked to give up on the investigation?" Kenichi Taniguchi immediately reacted. The two of them looked at each other in shock. The two major media companies were huge in scale and influence, and they belonged to different consortiums. Now that they received the same order, this matter was serious. Only a small number of Japanese media companies were directly managed by the government, and most of them were controlled by consortiums. Now that there was such a situation, unless a few consortiums joined forces or the shogunate intervened. "Come, let's go for a drink." Fukamatsu Cookie said immediately, his eyes flashing. Chapter 739. Arakawara Taro Izakaya, the manager, was a middle-aged man, a beautiful middle-aged woman. There were a few people sitting around him, drinking wine. Izakaya was a unique culture in Japan. It was different from ordinary taverns that only serve alcohol. It also served quality food, but it was different from restaurants and noodle shops. Because of the chain of izakaya, not only did it increase the variety of alcohol, but it also made the price more affordable. It became a gathering place for friends to meet after work. Even students often held simple banquets in the izakaya. The white-collar workers in the city would go to the izakaya after work. They would go to 2 or 3 izakaya in a night and go home drunk. This was their happy life. In a corner, the atmosphere between Fukamatsu Mitsuki and Taniguchi Kenichi was very heavy. Fukamatsu Mitsuki saw that Taniguchi's glass was empty, so she went up to pour some. In Japan, when the wine was empty, friends, whether familiar or unfamiliar, would help instead of pouring it themselves. This was a social culture. "Thank you very much." Taniguchi Kenichi thanked her out of habit and took a big gulp. His expression was not good. Not only that, even Fukamatsu Mitsuki looked very tired. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Now that the smoking ban in Japan was getting stricter, people could still smoke freely in izakaya. After taking a sip, Fukamatsu Mitsuki and Taniguchi did not speak. They just looked at each other with serious expressions. Fukamatsu Mitsuki thought for a moment and spoke first. Her voice was slightly hoarse. "Kenichi, This doesn't look good. After saying this, she put the cigarette in her mouth and took a deep drag. In fact, after Fukamatsu Mitsuki and Taniguchi Kenichi met, they decided to investigate the truth behind Yamada Shinichi's Oka Prize. It was now the 7th day. The development of the situation and the results of the investigation shocked them. First of all, they couldn't find any information about Yamada Shinichi. In Japan, it was very easy to find information, but they couldn't find any detailed information about Yamada Shinichi. This was a bit scary. Fukamatsu Mitsuki and Taniguchi Kenichi changed their way of thinking and began to investigate who was supporting Yamada Shinichi. The information they found made their hair stand on end. Just the clues that the two of them had detected involved important figures such as Oda Lin Takashi, Kikuchi Hara Hiroshi, and Kanehisa Akihiko. Oda Kobayashi's pen name was Yoshiaki Joe. Although he was only a top writer, his background was extraordinary. His father was the late founder of the Shiwu Group and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Oda Jiro. His half-brother was the former chairman of the Shiwu Railway Company, Toshio Tatsuo. As a writer, Takashi Odabayashi's representative works included Rainbow Scorpio, which won the Oko Award, and Words of the Father, which described his father, Jiro Oda, which was nominated for the Ogawa Award. But now, Oda Lin Takashi was not only a top writer, but he was also elected as Japan's cultural meritorious person. His status in the entire Japanese literary field was very high. According to an in-depth investigation, it was discovered that the person who nominated Yamada Shinji's Nocturnal Ghost for the Osaka Prize was Takashi Oda. Kikuchi Hara Hiroshi was a big entrepreneur born in Kagoshima, Japan. He founded the Kyoto Jewelry Corporation and Crimson Telecom. He was inextricably linked to Japan's top property group, the Banto Group. According to Kuki Fukamatsu and Kenichi Taniguchi's investigation, Kikuchi Hara Hiroshi visited the judges of the Osaka Prize a few days before the Osaka Prize was announced. Akihiko Kanehisa was a famous critic and director. The year before, his work The Flying Man won the Best Director Award at the Japanese Film Critics Awards. Akihiko Kanehisa was one of the judges for the Osaka Prize. Kuki Fukamatsu and Kenichi Taniguchi found out that he was related to Yamada Shinji. It was related to Akihiko Kanehisa's Nocturnal Ghost. Kuki Fukamatsu learned from a friend that the Nocturnal Ghost, directed by Mariki Ueda, was distributed by Hino Sumitomo Pictures. Akihiko Kanehisa was a shareholder of Hino Sumitomo Pictures, holding 5% of the shares. That was not all. The key was that Akihiko Kanehisa took the initiative to nominate the project and quickly pushed for the actual shooting. Mariki Ueda only agreed to be the director after he visited him. He even rushed to release the movie before the Osaka Prize. What's more frightening is that many media outlets have downplayed the negative news about the Osaka Prize. Even the internet is no exception. From the looks of it, the Banto Group, Yoshida Group, and Hino Group are all involved. Maybe the shogunate is also involved. Kuki Fukamatsu and Kenichi Taniguchi spoke to each other. Their faces were pale and their backs were cold. They didn't know when, but the wine in their glasses had been emptied again. Kuki Fukamatsu finished the cigarette in her hand and pressed the butt into the ashtray. She swallowed her saliva and calmed herself down. Then, she said in a hurried voice, "Kenichi, no matter what, we are classmates and have the conscience of the media. I think we should continue to investigate." Kuki Fukamatsu looked at Kenichi Taniguchi with anticipation. Kenichi Taniguchi didn't plan to run away. He thought about it and said, "You're right. We can't give up now. I still have a friend. You should be able to give me more information." "Is that so? Is it Akitani Koho?" Kuki Fukamatsu gulped down a mouthful of wine to calm herself down. Both of them knew each other well. This couldn't be hidden. "Yes, Akitani Koho is my senior. When we were in university, he was the president of our club, and I was the vice president. We've been friends for 3 years. Plus, he's from the Katsura group. He won't be any weaker than the Banto group." The Katsura Group was also one of the Japanese conglomerates. It was comparable to the Banto Group in terms of strength. It mainly operated in the automobile and machinery industries. It was a multinational automobile manufacturing and sales group. Its automobile production and scale were among the top 10 automobile manufacturers in Japan. Other than automobiles, they also produced generators, agricultural machinery, and other agricultural machinery products. Overall, the Katsura Group was a leading group in the automobile and machinery industry. Akitani Koho was the fourth son of the Katsura Group. So it's the Katsura Group. Hearing this, Cookie Fukamatsu breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her glass and took a sip. Then, she heard the phone ring. A call came in. Kenichi Taniguchi picked up the phone. At first, he used a respectful and intimate tone to greet the caller. Then, his expression changed. What? Not only did you get the Oka Prize, but you've also started the nomination process for the Ogawa Prize? How? How is this possible? Yes, Taniguchi, please give up. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. After saying this, the call was hung up. The two were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. One had to know that the 3 grand prizes were the highest awards in Japanese literature. So far, no one had won a Grand Slam. Moreover, they had won the 3 grand prizes without accepting the prize personally. This situation would cause an uproar in Japan. No one could cover it up. Not the conglomerates, not even the shogunate. There was no way the other party didn't know about the risks, but they still did it. This could only mean that they had no fear. It was easy to say that they had no fear, but to be able to do it in society, the power behind it was too terrifying. I'm really sorry. Kenichi Taniguchi downed his glass. His face was full of frustration and shame. He bowed. Cookie, I can't continue. Hearing Kenichi Taniguchi's words, Fukamatsu Mitsuki understood. She patted his shoulder and smiled. Kenichi, it's okay. I understand. Kenichi Taniguchi's shame deepened. He mumbled, Cookie, I know you've always been strong, but it's too dangerous to continue investigating. My wife is pregnant. I can't lose my job, and I can't let anything happen to me. If something happens to me, my family will be finished. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Kenichi Taniguchi bowed again and lowered his head to tidy up his documents. These documents couldn't be kept. They had to be burned. Then he bowed deeply, paid the bill, and left without looking back. Fukamatsu Mitsuki looked at his back and shook his head. He glanced at the door and took a deep puff. When the cigarette was finished, he poured himself another glass of wine. Because he drank too quickly, even Fukamatsu Mitsuki, who had a high tolerance for alcohol, started coughing. When he finished coughing, his face was ferocious. He said in a determined voice, I won't lose. Even if it's like this, I'll continue investigating. It wasn't just a matter of gambling debts. The key was that he had gone against the orders of the minister and higher authorities to investigate privately. He had used a lot of resources and connections. Such a matter couldn't be completely hidden. Now, Fukamatsu Mitsuki couldn't back down. He wasn't Kenichi Taniguchi. He had powerful friends and could stop at this time. In a hidden room, Takashi Inoki received a call. Is that so? Even the Ogawa reward has been settled? The voice on the other side of the phone said with some worry, yes, it's settled, but it's too easy to blow up. If Yamada Shinichi can't handle it, he'll be smashed to pieces. The person on the other side of the phone was an important figure on Takashi Inoki's side. He had a high position in the Japanese government and was mainly in charge of education and literature. Obviously, this person didn't know that Yamada Shinichi was an enemy. Since Takashi Inoki had put in a lot of effort to promote this matter, he thought that the author was on his side. To be honest, I've read the book. The quality of the book is very high. It's qualified to receive the 3 great rewards. If we can delay it for a few years, even if it's just 3 to 5 years, the Ogawa reward will come naturally. The person on the other side of the phone continued to suggest sincerely, then there won't be any risk. If we do it now, we won't be able to suppress it. It'll blow up. When Takashi Inoki heard this, he coldly interrupted and said, Thank you very much for your support. However, you don't have to worry about this matter. Unlike Kenichi Taniguchi and Fukamatsu Mitsuki, who were scaring themselves, Takashi Inoki didn't care if Pei Zi-yun could withstand the backlash of the 3 great rewards. He had no plans to deal with the aftermath. Hey, don't you want the 3 great rewards? I'll give it to you, but if you blow it up, it's none of my business. After hanging up the phone, Takashi Inoki was in a good mood. He took a stroll in the room. The gloominess of being forced to support Yamada Shinichi dissipated a lot. He thought to himself, when the time comes, we might be able to blow Yamada Shinichi up. However, there might not be a need for this. Thinking of this, Takashi Inoki called Kisi Ichino. Kisi, the succession ceremony must be completed quickly. We must not give Yamada Shinichi a chance to decline. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.